The first thing the girl did after being reborn was to run and get close to the school bully who had once tormented her. But unexpectedly, the school bully turned out to be a love-struck self-pursuer. Just a slight touch of their fingertips, and he had already picked out names for their future children. But the girl only wanted to siphon off a bit of his good fortune. It turned out he was originally the vicious female supporting character in a novel. Switched at birth in the hospital, he was only found by his birth family at 15. But the family already had a beloved female lead. Zhao Min, lacking the female lead's good fortune, even when sincerely trying to please her family, was still seen as scheming to steal affection. Thus, she endured neglect and favoritism. At 23, she died of cancer in a hospital bed. Fortunately, she was chosen by the female supporting character assistance system. After rebirth, he could accumulate good fortune to change the tragic ending of his previous life. Not wanting to die, Zhao Mingxi had no choice but to accept. The next moment, he returned to his high school days. Touching the burn on his face, he found it unbelievable. At this moment, the system popped up to tell him that although he was reborn, his fortune value was still negative. To change his fate, he needed to leech off others' good fortune. So it gave him a fortune potted plant. The more fortune value he leached, the more grass would grow in it. Looking at the bare pot, Zhao Mingxi wondered how many fortune grass blades he'd need to change his fate of death. The system said not many, just about 500. Damn, that'll take forever to leech so many. Luckily, the system gave him a list of people. However, tragically, those with high returns were all untouchable big shots from the international class. But he couldn't care less now. His grades were good last week, and according to school rules, he could freely transfer classes. Mingxi planned to first infiltrate the international class, then seize the opportunity to make a big score. So he eagerly submitted his class transfer application. With everything ready, he packed his luggage, determined to move out of this cold home. At this time, Zhao Yuning was shouting outside the door, demanding he apologize to Zhao Yuan. Because everyone believed that the female lead's allergic reaction and hospitalization must be his fault. Why should he apologize for something he didn't do? Seeing Zhao Mingxi with his suitcase, his brother thought he was pulling the running away stunt again and said reproachfully that it was just a small matter. Mingxi glared at him fiercely. Right, all my matters are small. Downstairs, he completely ignored his pretentious sister and walked straight out the front door with his luggage. Mrs. Zhao not only didn't try to stop him, but even scolded him for being ungrateful. At this moment, Zhao Mingxi also made up his mind to never waste time on them again. Soon, the next day arrived. Everyone thought Zhao Mingxi would transfer to the top-performing gold medal class. After all, his past efforts to pursue Shun Liao by studying day and night were well known to all. Some classmates even joked, "Class president, you'll soon be in the same class as Zhao Mingxi. How do you feel about that?" But Shun Liao nonchalantly distanced herself, saying, "Which class he wants to go to is his right. It has nothing to do with me." However, when passing by the gold medal class, Mingxi didn't even bother to lift his eyes. He walked straight towards the international class. Unlike the gold medal class, the international class was mostly filled with uneducated scions from prominent families. At first glance, the class was noisy and chaotic. No one noticed him, the transfer student. But just as he reached the doorway, he suddenly felt dizzy and disoriented. He wondered if this was a sign of his terminal illness. The system told him, not at all. This is all foreshadowing left by the great author, okay? But indeed, worthy of the international class, each person has a light representing their fortune. At this moment, Mingxi suddenly noticed the brightest light. After 0.1 milliseconds of consideration, he quickly approached that person. Without caring about anything else, he took a big sip of the person's aura. Instantly, he felt his dizziness subside, and the fortune-potted plant sprouted its first seedling. Before he could rejoice, he realized the class had fallen silent, all eyes fixed on him. My God, did I see that right? He just sipped Shiji like a cat. He belatedly came to his senses. Carefully examining his sleeping deskmate, he thought, could she be Fuyang Shi, the one with the highest return rate? Suddenly, the class president came over to inquire. Upon learning he was a transfer student, she warned him in shock. That's the young master of the Fu family. No one has ever dared to sit there. But Zhao Mingxi calmly sized up his arrogant desk mate. He thought, if I could be bullied by him, run errands for him, maybe I could accumulate enough fortune quickly. Then he calmly took out his stationery and said, there are no other seats. I'll just sit here for now. With these words, the class instantly erupted. The commotion soon woke up the sleeping young master. He irritably rubbed his forehead, exuding a murderous aura. The classmates instantly fell silent as chickens. He groggily pulled out a bottle of medicine from his pocket. Zhao Mingxi's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity. He quickly helped pour some water. Fuyang, she naturally took the water and swallowed the medicine. Suddenly, he realized something was off. Who's this girl? Why is she sitting here? Mingxi smiled sweetly and introduced himself. I'm Zhao Mingxi. I just transferred from the regular class. The class instantly buzzed with gossip. Studying hard all night, getting into the top 5, just to come to the elite class and chase Shiji? That's pure, true love. The school bully's face reddened. He arrogantly told him to move away quickly. No one ever sits next to me. But Zhao Mingxi sprawled on the desk and whined, I won't. Moving away would be like taking my life. Hearing this, the school bully's face turned even redder. Oh no, Zhao Mingxi thought. I accidentally said my inner monologue out loud. Fuyang Shi, exasperated, ordered his lackeys to quickly move Mingxi's things away. At that moment, the homeroom teacher stormed in, fuming. He slammed a newspaper on the desk. Fuyang Shi, look at what you've done. The school explicitly forbids students from riding motorcycles. And you? You even dared to lead a group for an illegal race. But she seemed unfazed, teasing with a grin. Come on, teach. What era are we in? You're still reading newspapers. The teacher exploded with anger, punishing him to run 30 laps outside. If you don't, I'll call your parents. Fuyang Shi's smile faded, his brows furrowing. He was about to say something when Zhao Mingxi interrupted. Teacher, can I run his place? Fuyang Shi was puzzled. Why would this girl want to help him? Unexpectedly, the teacher grew even angrier. Fine, you go then. Don't come back until you've finished all the laps. Without a second thought, Zhao Mingxi dashed out. He thought to himself, 30 laps for 3 lucky clovers? That's a steal. Behind him, the blonde lackey's jaw dropped. Shiji, where did you find such a girl? She's absolutely crazy about you. Hearing this, Fuyang Shi became even more narcissistic. Well, what can I say? My charm is irresistible. The blonde lackey was utterly speechless. But letting a girl run laps for me? Wouldn't that make me lose face? So he sent one of his minions to run instead. But the minion soon returned, reporting, Boss, he won't let me run for him. And he seems to be enjoying it, smiling as he runs. The perpetually single school bully's imagination ran wild. Does this girl really like me that much? I guess I truly am irresistible. Before he could revel in his delusion for even 3 seconds, he received a call from his best friend, Jiang Qiuqiu. He was just complaining about the annoyance of girls chasing after him, when the voice on the other end burst into laughter. What does she even like about you? Your bad temper? Your aversion to bathing? Or is it your trust fund? She's obviously just after your money. Fuyang, she angrily hung up the phone. If you can't talk sense, why don't you donate your mouth? But the love-struck bully finally began to think rationally. Maybe I should just get rid of her quickly. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingxi, having just finished his laps and downed 8 bottles of water, finally caught his breath. The system prompted him to check his potted plant. To his surprise, there were 3 whole sprouts. Moreover, the scars on his face had faded significantly. He couldn't help but recall how he once desperately tried to please his family, even taking a splash of hot soup meant for his brother, burning his own face. Yet it hadn't earned him an ounce of concern from his family. Instead, they all fussed over Zhao Yuan, who got a single drop on her leg. As a result, he had missed the crucial window for treating his burns. The system informed him that all of this was related to his fortune. If he could absorb more luck, he could turn the tables and escape his ill fate. This instantly energized him. He knew he had to work harder to cling to the top student's coattails. If I hadn't run those laps for him, I'd probably have been thrown out already. What should I do next? This trick will definitely help me leech off a lot of good fortune, Zhao Mingxi thought. The girl only wanted to sit next to the school bully to bask in his popularity. But the Tsundere school bully thought she truly loved him. So he promptly gave the girl 100,000 yuan. Not only did the girl not refuse, but as soon as class ended, she rushed to the mall for a shopping spree. It only took 30 seconds. The bully's card was maxed out. It turned out the girl was originally a vicious female side character in a novel. After being reborn, she was bound to a support system for side characters. By leeching off others' fortune, she could change her previous life's tragic end at 23. And on the fortune ranking list, the one with the highest return rate was this Tsundere school bully, Fuyang Shi. So she had to risk being beaten to death just to sit next to the school bully. To please the bully, she even brought him a homemade kitty litter cake. But as soon as she entered the classroom, everyone looked at her as if she was a brave soldier carrying explosives to blow up a bunker. Countless strange gazes made her feel lost. Did the school bully throw away my books? Only when she saw her textbooks, still faintly present, did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then she was coldly called out by the school bully. But in her eyes, she only saw the fortune light dots surrounding the bully. So she couldn't help but lean in and take a sip. Seeing Zhao Mingxi approach, the school bully's composure crumbled in 1 second. His face turned red all the way to his ears as he angrily demanded, "What the hell are you trying to do?" Then he added with a Tsundere attitude, "Considering you ran 30 laps for me this morning, I'll let it slide that you sat next to me without permission. But that doesn't mean I'll tolerate you continuing to sit next to the young master." Zhao Mingxi thought to herself, "If I don't sit next to you, how am I supposed to leech off your fortune?" So she pitifully said, "There's nowhere else to sit in the classroom except next to you." To her surprise, the school bully didn't fall for it. "That's your problem. What's it got to do with me?" Seeing this, the blonde lackey told his minions to come and move her desk away. Zhao Mingxi immediately hugged her desk tightly. "No, I want to sit right here." The two minions used all their strength but still couldn't budge her. Suddenly, she remembered she had one last life-saving weapon. She held up the kitty litter cake she had brought, respectfully offering it to the school bully. "2 pieces of cake. Can I sit here if I give you these? I can make more if you want them in the future." Fuyang, she took the kitty litter cake, giving it a disdainful glance. "Young master, I've eaten everything. You think I'd be interested in this thing you made?" But the next second, he was slapped in the face. "Oh my God, it's delicious. Looks like she's more thoughtful than any of my pursuers. She even knows I love sweets." As expected, my charm is limitless. The enticing aroma made even the blonde lackey behind him drool. "What a fragrant cake. Shiji, why don't we swap? For the sake of the cake, she can sit next to me." Fuyang, she gave him a side eye, telling him to scram. He turned to the girl with the mask and reluctantly said, "I'll accept this for now, but you're only allowed to sit next to me for this afternoon. I don't want to see you here tomorrow." Zhao Mingxi quickly seized the opportunity to bargain. "2 cakes for just 1 afternoon? That won't do. You must at least add me as a friend." As soon as these words were uttered, the class erupted into chaos. Daring to ask for the school bully's contact information, this girl was definitely a brave warrior. Fuyang Shi's face turned red with embarrassment. He wanted to refuse, but he couldn't resist the persistent pleading of the girl with the mask. She held up her phone close to his face. A moment later, Zhao Mingxi, having obtained his contact information, was overjoyed. The school bully then pushed a black card towards her. "This is payment for running laps in my place." Mingxi accepted the bank card, ecstatic. She thought to herself, "Might as well take it. I can leech off some fortune too." Unexpectedly, the school bully seemed even happier than her. She's so excited over a small favor. She must really like me. He couldn't help but brag to his friend. She's not here for the money. The happiness on her face can't be fake. Besides, she's dressed so plainly. She doesn't look like a gold digger at all. But his friend Jiang Qiuqiu teased, "Stop being so full of yourself. We've never seen a plain girl chase after you before." He angrily retorted, "You're just jealous of me." Soon, it was time for school to end. When Fuyang she woke up, he saw that the seat next to him was already empty. He felt a bit disappointed. Really now, can't she pursue me properly? Just then, his phone buzzed with a flood of spending notifications. After seeing the messages, he was so angry he could grind his teeth. He couldn't believe the masked girl had maxed out his card in just a few seconds, but he still didn't want to believe it. He kept staring at his phone for hours. Even late into the night, he hadn't received a single message from the masked girl. This gold digger spent all the money and didn't even say thank you. Even if she's after the money, she shouldn't leave her sugar daddy hanging like this. Suddenly, his phone rang. He was so excited that his hand trembled, causing the phone to smack him right in the face. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Zhao Mingxi cautiously sent her first message to the school bully, telling him to just block her if he wanted. Unexpectedly, this short message caused a tiny sprout to suddenly grow in her fortune plant. Then she tried sending a good night message. This time, the sprout only grew a tiny bit. The system informed her that the effect of doing the same thing multiple times in one day would gradually diminish. Mingxi suddenly realized why her attempts to absorb fortune in the afternoon hadn't been very effective. She wondered if the length of the message would affect the outcome. She randomly typed in the chat box and sent a long string of gibberish. This time, the fortune grass only grew by January 8th. It seemed that only the first 3 messages each day could make the fortune plant grow, and the growth speed was unrelated to the message length. So I just need to send him 3 messages every day. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was her best friend, Xiao Yang. She excitedly told Mingxi that her crush, Shun Liao, had come to her house that night. It turned out that her transfer to the international class and running laps for the school bully earlier that day had already spread like wildfire throughout the school. Even the pink-haired green tea bitch found it unbelievable. Could it be that she wasn't pursuing Shun Liao anymore, but chasing after the school bully instead? However, her brother still believed that she was doing this out of spite. The little white lotus was still adding fuel to the fire. Mingxi is really childish. I don't blame him for causing my allergy, but he shouldn't run away from home just because of that. Then she tentatively asked her brother, Yuning, you're closest to him. Why don't you try to persuade him? If that doesn't work, I'll tell everyone that my allergy wasn't his fault. Zhao Yuning impatiently replied, Sis, why do you care? Let him come back or not. It's not like it's his first time running away from home. He didn't even take his clothes. He definitely won't be able to stay at school for more than a few days. He'll come crawling back on his own soon enough. The pink-haired green tea bitch chimed in with some cold remarks. Come to think of it, even if he's not chasing the school bully to spite Shin Liao, he's so ugly and always wearing a mask. Yao God wouldn't be interested in him anyway. Already irritated, Zhao Yuning instantly flared up upon hearing this. He cursed at the little green tea bitch, telling her to shut up and take a good look at herself first. These words scared the pink-haired green tea bitch quite a bit. She quickly apologized. I'm sorry. The little white lotus was still comforting him. All right, what you said isn't wrong, but don't say it like that next time. After all, he hadn't seen Mingxi's face when she first came to the Zhao family. Her features were so delicate that even he felt threatened. But fortunately, because of that burn incident a year ago, she was no longer as beautiful. At this moment, Mingxi also arrived at the cafeteria. Zhao Yuning hesitated, wondering if he should apologize first. So he steeled himself and took the initiative to greet her. Sister Mingxi. But Mingxi passed by him without even blinking an eye. Ignored, Zhao Yuning froze on the spot, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Zhao Mingxi knew that in her previous life, she had cared too much about these people. In the end, she became the new manager they accused of desperately fighting for attention. It wasn't until her friend Xiao Yang arrived that her mood improved a little. Discussing Zhao Yuan's allergy incident, Xiao Yang thought there was an 80% chance it was staged by the little white lotus herself. But Mingxi suspected it might be the pink-haired green tea bitch's doing. Xiao Yang was surprised. For Zhao Yuan? That seems unlikely. Could it be for Shun Liao then? It's just my guess. After all, we can't check the surveillance footage anymore. Xiao Yang instantly became angry. It must be because he's jealous of your arranged marriage with Shun Liao. That's why he did it. Mingxi said, forget it. I can't be bothered to explain to those people anyway. Then, she couldn't help but pinch Xiao Yang's puffed-up little face, comforting her. Anyway, I've already moved out. From now on, I'll completely cut ties with the Zhao family. Their conversation was overheard by Shun Liao, who was not far away. It seemed that Zhao Mingxi had taken the blame for the wicked Xia in the Zhao Yuan allergy incident, had a fight with her family, and moved to live at school. So her transfer to the international class and her declaration to pursue the school bully were also because she was jealous of you and the wicked Xia, right? Shun Liao also thought his analysis made a lot of sense. But who was Yi Xiaoxia? His little follower reminded him. It was last Friday. The pink-haired girl who handed you water on the basketball court. Zhao Mingxi was right there too. Oh, her. She shoved the water in my hand and ran off. And I didn't drink it. I immediately passed it to you. So he probably didn't see what happened after. Then he got into a conflict with Yi Xiaoxia, which is why he angrily went to the international class. It must be like that. Yao Shu, aren't you going to do something? What if he really stops chasing after us in the future? Actually, he just wants to continue eating the cat poop cakes Zhao Mingxi makes. After hearing these words, Shun Liao's expression became increasingly grim. That evening, Mrs. Zhao was still blaming Mingxi for being inconsiderate, always running away from home at the slightest provocation. Though she said this, the house felt noticeably emptier and she was somewhat uncomfortable with it. So she inquired of Zhao Yuning, "Did you see your sister at school today? When does she plan to come back?" Zhao Yuning recalled the awkward scene from earlier that day. He decisively told her he hadn't seen Mingxi. "Besides, I'm not the one who drove her away. Don't ask me about this anymore." He couldn't understand why Sister Mingxi was so angry that she wanted to cut ties with the family. So he decided to send her a message to ask. After hesitating for a while, he finally sent the message. But his phone notified him that he was no longer on her friend's list. She had even blocked his number. He felt a bit dejected and uneasy. At this moment, Shun Liao arrived at their home. Although they were betrothed since childhood, he rarely visited. This time, he came specifically because of Mingxi's situation. He explained to Mrs. Zhao that Zhao Yuan's allergic reaction wasn't Mingxi's fault. This statement surprised everyone. Mingxi, who was about to rest, suddenly received a call from her eldest brother. "Mingxi, big brother knows about Zhao Yuan's allergy incident. We all wronged you, but you can't just run away from home over a little grievance. Look how upset you've made Mom." Mingxi, awakened by the call, couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. After hanging up, she promptly blocked and deleted his number. Having dealt with this last loose end, her world became peaceful. On the other side, her eldest brother and mother were still criticizing her for being inconsiderate. Even if Yuan's allergy wasn't her fault, she shouldn't have thrown a tantrum and shown no concern for Yuan. Hearing them talk like this, even Zhao Yuning started to speak up for Mingxi. It wasn't her fault at all, yet they suspected her first. Even now that everything was cleared up, Mom was still complaining about her being inconsiderate. If they treated him with such bias in the future, what would he do? But Zhao Mingxi couldn't care less about all that. Starting over, her most important task was to change her own fortune. So early the next morning, she sent 3 consecutive periods to the school bully. She thought to herself, he hasn't replied for so long. It seems he really has blocked me. But it didn't matter. She just needed to complete her daily check-in task to leech some fortune. Meanwhile, the Tsundere school bully, adhering to the principle that a cool guy absolutely won't reply to the first 3 messages. After a night of anxious waiting, he finally received a clear message from Mingxi in the morning. He stared at the 3 dots with a bewildered expression. This person had sent a bunch of gibberish yesterday, and today they sent 3 dots. So he began to search for the meaning of 3 dots. Unexpectedly, the answer made him blush. His heart raced. 3 dots meant, I miss you, I love you. This is my secret. He even doubted if his eyes had deceived him. This flirtatious turn was far too direct. Before class, Mingxi struggled to carry a large box into the classroom. She had even brought the school bully's favorite cat poop cake. But upon entering the classroom, she found her desk had been moved to the very back. She had thought the school bully was just talking yesterday, but didn't expect him to be so petty. It was a shame she had specially prepared dessert for him. At this moment, the yellow-haired boy walked in yawning. He perked up instantly upon seeing the cat poop cake. Anyway, you can't catch up to Shiji. Why not give this to me to eat? I'll take over your cleaning duties for a semester. Thinking of the school bully's pettiness, she'd rather feed it to a dog than give it to him. So she casually handed the cake to the yellow-haired boy, instructing him that he'd be responsible for cleaning the blackboard from now on. However, the yellow-haired boy wasn't satisfied. Bring me another one tomorrow, and I'll give you Shiji's home address. The system told him that knowing the address wouldn't help the potted plant grow. He needed to actually visit his house for that to work. Thinking about it, he knew the school bully would never let him into his house. So he turned away, saying, thanks, but no need. Back at his seat, Mingxi began to ponder. Since the emo school bully was so difficult to deal with, maybe he should just switch to someone with a lower return rate. At this moment, the class suddenly fell silent. The school bully walked in with a displeased expression. He stole a glance at the small mask in the corner. He began to imagine that he was so thin, perhaps because his family was too poor. Looking at it this way, approaching me for money seemed understandable. As he walked up to the yellow-haired boy, he suddenly stopped. What are you wolfing down so early in the morning? But upon seeing the cat poop cake in his hand, he instantly bristled. The gold digger was desperately clinging to me yesterday, still sending confessions this morning, and now she's giving sweets to someone else? He angrily grabbed the yellow-haired boy. Did you pay her? Or what did you say to her? The yellow-haired boy cowered in fear. I asked if she wanted your address. She said no. The school bully released him. Too irritated to speak, he felt his face turning red with anger. He furiously shoved the box aside. Turning to the yellow-haired boy, he demanded, "Is this your stuff?" He quickly denied it, saying the transfer student had lugged it in early this morning. "Maybe it's a gift for you." The school bully scoffed. What could a country bumpkin give? A box of potatoes. But when the box was opened, he was momentarily stunned. It was filled with carefully selected gifts, even including an ergonomic chair. The yellow-haired boy was still marveling. Girls really are thoughtful after all. Fuyang Shi, however, began to desperately suppress his gradually upturning lips. Heat Sunder Ly declared, "What's all this girly stuff?" Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the yellow-haired boy had already assembled the ergonomic chair. Just as he was about to sit down and try it out, the school bully grabbed him and tossed him 2 meters away. Then he sat down himself. Although it wasn't different from a regular chair, this young master still liked it very much. "So this little mask wearer spent all the money on me. In that case, I might consider letting him be my desk mate." On the other side, just as Zhao Mingxi had predicted, after the school bully opened the gift, 2 more tender sprouts grew. He had already counted the previous 7 sprouts over 80 times. He suddenly felt a bit desperate. At this rate, when would he ever accumulate 500 sprouts? It seems I need to think of a way to leech more luck. Fuyang, she spent the entire class lost in thought. He imagined the little mask wearer must be overjoyed, giving himself a gift. But then he realized he had moved his things away, tossing them in a corner. Now he must be both sad and upset. So even though he was dead tired, he couldn't help but turn back to steal glances from time to time. The school forum exploded with the news. Shocking. The Fuji prince hasn't slept in class for the first time in 3 years and has been staring at the transfer student for an entire lesson. Finally enduring until lunch break. He turned around only to find the little mask wearer's seat empty. He then questioned the blonde boy about the transfer student's whereabouts. The blonde explained that he might have gone to the regular class to find friends. Then he casually asked the blonde to go gather information for him, like what friends and hobbies he had, and so on. The more detailed, the better. Holy crap, this is the first time in years I've seen Shiji so interested. Shiji, you're not trying to hit on her, are you? Hit on your big head. Fuyang, she gave him a hard headbutt. Who knows if he's a spy sent by the other side? What if they catch some dirt on me and try to split my assets? The blonde thought for a moment. It seemed to make sense. All right, I'll go and inquire then. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and stopped. Oh right, Shiji, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Fuyang, she couldn't be bothered to spit it out. The blonde cheekily reminded him, Shiji, you got your book. The school bully, embarrassed and angry, threw the book in his hand and gave him another headbutt. Mingxi asked Xiao Yang for help to return the notes she had borrowed from Shun Liao before. She initially wanted to write a note thanking him for explaining the Yi Xiaoxier incident, but then thought he might have just helped casually, so she decided against it. Besides, she never wanted to have too much interaction with him in this life, nor did she want to become love-brained like in her previous life. At noon, Xiao Yang hurriedly returned the notes for Mingxi. Shun Liao was very surprised. How did they end up with you? Mingxi used them and then lent them to me. Is it not okay to return them now? Shun Liao felt both confused and disappointed. Why is he so different from before? No longer revolving around me. This scene was caught by the little follower who secretly came to tell him. I heard Zhao Mingxi bought quite a few nice things for the school bully. Do you think he's trying to provoke you, to make you take the initiative to find him? The school heartthrob replied coldly, I don't like him anyway. Why should I go find him? Although he said this, he still felt a bit annoyed inside. Meanwhile, the school bully wasn't faring any better. He had been waiting for the little mask wearer all noon with a bitter expression. It's already this late, and they still haven't come back. At this moment, Zhao Mingxi happened to bump into her troublesome brother on the way. He thought he'd be caught skipping class and inevitably receive a lecture from Zhao Mingxi. But surprisingly, she ignored him once again. This made Zhao Yuning feel a bit panicked. Blocking me is one thing, but does she not care even if I hang out with delinquents now? So he decisively stepped forward to stop his sister. When will you finally stop being angry? We're family after all. There's no need to be upset over these little things, right? Mingxi suddenly stopped. These little things sound very jarring to me, you know? All my matters are just little things. I'm not upset. I just don't plan on going back ever again. Her foolish brother looked bewildered. What do you mean by that? Your family is fine without me. I'll pay back every penny I've spent of the Zhao family's money these past 2 years. So please don't bother me anymore. Her brother instantly lost his composure. We finally found you after so much effort. What do you mean by not contacting us anymore? Forget it. Though her brother may be dumb, he's not inherently bad. I've said all I needed to say. Please relay my message to the Zhao family. Watching Zhao Mingxi's cold back as she left, he never imagined she would truly leave this family for good. Everything that just happened was witnessed by the little white lotus. She gleefully approached the brother and asked, "What were you two talking about just now?" Zhao Yuning was about to speak, but then worried that saying it might worsen the conflict. "Never mind, it's nothing." Zhao Yuan grabbed him. "What is it? Is it a secret that big sister can't know?" Zhao Yuning irritably pulled his hand away. "I said it's nothing. Stop asking. You're so annoying." She never expected that the brother who always protected her would now find her annoying because of Zhao Mingxi. She stood there in disbelief. Zhao Mingxi didn't know what bad luck she had run into today. As soon as she went upstairs, she encountered the neighboring school beauty and Shen Liao. Seeing Mingxi approach, the school beauty quickly hugged Shen Liao tighter. Unexpectedly, he shrugged her off without mercy, afraid that Mingxi passing by might misunderstand. But Mingxi couldn't be bothered with them and just wanted to leave quickly. However, after a few steps, she was called out by Shen Liao. She could only smile awkwardly but politely. The school heartthrob said to her seriously, "Next time, don't let Xiao Yang deliver the notes." So it was about this. "Understood. I won't need to borrow from you anymore in the future." Unexpectedly, the school heartthrob childishly said, "If not from me, who will you borrow from?" Fuyang Shi. What? Why bring up the school bully? Has he written a single word in these 3 years of high school? Then, he handed Mingxi an application for the 100 schools competition. "Fill it out and give it to me on Saturday." Mingxi took the form. Although she felt she wouldn't be selected, she still wanted to give it a try. As she turned to leave, the school heartthrob suggested he could tutor her over the weekend. Mingxi was puzzled. Did this guy take the wrong medicine today? She promptly declined with a "No, thank you." Hearing her refusal, the school heartthrob's face darkened considerably. "Suit yourself. It's better if you don't come. I'm very busy anyway." The school bully in the classroom kept staring intently at the two of them, until the yellow-haired boy reminded him to stop staring, as they had already come in. He quickly put on his headphones, nonchalantly grabbing a book to cover his face. But his peripheral vision kept tracking the little mask as she approached. However, Mingxi just passed by without stopping. He couldn't believe she hadn't come to find him all day. Fuyang Shi instantly bristled. Throwing down his book, he turned to question the yellow-haired boy. "Who was that guy talking to the transfer student just now?" "An old friend." The yellow-haired boy awkwardly didn't know how to explain. Could the school-wide, known rumored boyfriend be considered friend? But if he told him, "You're just being used as a tool to make the school heartthrob jealous," wouldn't he blow up the school tomorrow? So the yellow-haired boy nervously avoided the topic. "Hey, Shiji, why don't you just have someone move your desk back? Save yourself from twisting your neck like that every day to look at her. You'll end up with cervical spondylosis at this rate." Fuyang, she turned around in embarrassment and gave him another hard smack. "She's the one trying to seduce me, not the other way around. Which eye of yours saw me getting cervical spondylosis? She didn't come to bother me all morning, and your young master's sleep quality has improved." Yes, you're absolutely right." Then he sulked with an air of arrogance. The yellow-haired boy continued flattering him. "It's all that transfer student's fault. She doesn't know her place and wants to play hard to get with you." Hearing this, the school bully immediately became displeased. He angrily questioned, "How can you talk about her like that?" Then he stole a glance at the little mask. With a sympathetic tone, he said, "I threw away her desk early this morning. It's understandable if she's upset. Don't be so small-minded about the little mask." The yellow-haired boy was left speechless. "All right, it's all my fault. While others were thinking about making money, this girl was researching how to grow grass every day. And her method of growing grass was quite unique. She needed to stick close to the school bully to absorb good luck. When the fortune grass reached 500 stalks, she could change her tragic death from her previous life. At this moment, the system reminded her that if she could make physical contact with people on the list, she could absorb even more fortune. Zhao Mingxi started to fantasize. If she could hug or kiss the school bully, who had the highest return rate, she might end up under his fist at the age of 17. Then she slapped herself. What am I thinking about? Maybe I could just lightly touch him first. That shouldn't get me beaten up. It seems I still need to find a way to sit next to him as a desk mate. At this moment, the homeroom teacher was standing nearby. Seeing his worried expression, he thought the new transfer student might be having trouble adjusting. So he kindly asked him to come to his office after class, intending to understand the situation better. Seeing the little mask being called away by the teacher, the school bully instantly became anxious. He told the yellow-haired boy to follow immediately and see what was going on. The yellow-haired errand boy reluctantly got up, thinking to himself, if you're so concerned, why don't you go yourself? In the office, the homeroom teacher kindly asked Zhao Mingxi if there was anything she was having trouble adjusting to after transferring. Zhao Mingxi thought this was a good opportunity to move back. So she pitifully told the teacher that she was having some trouble, mainly because she was too far from the blackboard. There was a seat next to Fuyang Shi, and if she could move there, it would be even better. This conversation was overheard clearly by the yellow-haired boy. He rushed back to the classroom to report to the school bully. He excitedly opened the door, shouting, Shiji, Shiji. He said, the transfer student told the teacher she wants to sit next to you. Then he began to dramatically recount the conversation. The teacher said, if you sit with him, I suggest you sit alone. But the little mask was very firm, saying, I just want to sit there. Fuyang, she is good at English, and he's a nice person. Fuyang, she pretended to be angry, grabbed a book, and gave him another headbutt. But he couldn't keep up the act for more than 3 seconds before he couldn't suppress his rising smile. He had thought the little mask had given up on pursuing him, but unexpectedly, she had secretly gone to the homeroom teacher. She was so clingy. What should he do in the future? At this time, the homeroom teacher sternly warned him to quickly have someone move Zhao Mingxi's desk back and not to bully the transfer student in the future. The underlings stared at the school bully's sour face, not daring to step forward. Fuyang, she was quite exasperated. What were these guys up to? How could they not even listen to the homeroom teacher? Despite the homeroom teacher's repeated urging, still no one dared to move. Fuyang, she had to reluctantly speak up. Give the teacher some face. Let's move it back then. Hearing this, the yellow-haired boy quickly called the underlings. They came forward to help move the little mask's desk back. Zhao Mingxi, now sitting back beside the school bully, was already plotting how she could casually make physical contact with the school bully. Looking at the sleeping school bully beside her, Zhao Mingxi thought, it should be fine if I just touch him a little, right? But her hand paused near the school bully's ear. His ears were so red. Could it be that he was angry because of me? So she quickly withdrew her hand and took out a pen, scribbling a note. She blamed the homeroom teacher for moving her back to sit with him. After all, she couldn't let the school bully dislike her because of this. Otherwise, how would she leech off the contract in the future? Then she pushed the note over. Meanwhile, the school bully, pretending to be asleep, was hesitating. If I'm sleeping like this, she won't have a chance to talk to me. Should I sit up instead? Fuyang, she opened his eyes and saw the note on the desk. I didn't expect the little mask to be so eager, already writing me a note. As expected, my charm is irresistible. As he said this, he picked up the note. This little liar. She had actually gone to the teacher herself to request the seat change, but now she was saying this. But I understand. A girl's secret crush can't be too obvious, right? So he covered his rising smile with one hand, pretending to be deep in thought as he wrote a few lines on the note. Then he crumpled it into a ball and threw it towards Zhao Mingxi. But the small paper ball disobediently bounced off the corner of the desk. Fuyang, she panicked. If the homeroom teacher discovered it, it would be terrible. He immediately reached out his hand, intending to retrieve the small paper ball. Mingxi glanced at it. This was a good opportunity. Touching fingers might grow a few sprouts. So he watched for the right moment and also stretched out his hand. As expected, their fingers overlapped. The school bully's face flushed and his heart raced from the flirtation. He quickly withdrew his hand and angrily questioned, "What are you doing?" Mingxi hurriedly apologized. Then he unfolded the note and looked at it. It only had 2 words written on it in its sundrum manner. Whatever. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that although the school bully wasn't too pleased, he didn't intend to hold it against him. At this moment, he looked up and was delighted to discover that 5 tender shoots had suddenly sprouted in the fortune-potted plant. He hadn't expected that just touching hands would grow so many. If he could touch everyone on the list one by one, wouldn't that be a huge profit? Meanwhile, the oblivious, tool-like school bully was still peeking at him from behind his book. It was just a touch of the hand, not like he'd scored a date. Was Little Mask really that happy about it? He's so clingy. What should I do about this in the future? A few days later, Zhao Mingxi took the opportunity of handing out homework to make contact with several classmates. Although there was only one tender shoot, when he took off his mask, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the scar on his face had faded considerably. He was also gratified. At this rate, once he accumulated 20 tender shoots, He would no longer need to wear a mask. All of these little actions were observed by Fu Yangshi. The yellow-haired boy also sidled up to him and began to gossip. You know, this transfer student is quite pitiful. He's not that good-looking to begin with, and I heard his face was injured last year. With the recent school beauty contest, his sister Zhao Yuan has the highest votes. He must be feeling a bit insecure. Hearing this, the school bully immediately became displeased. Seeing his reaction, the yellow-haired boy quickly added, "But the transfer student, he has a good personality. He gives us cookies every day. Everyone likes him a lot." The school bully immediately realized something was amiss. He had thought those were his breakfast and was afraid he wouldn't have enough to eat, so he had refused every time. He didn't expect that he would then give them to others. So he coldly looked at the yellow-haired boy and said, "Quick, tell me who got the cookies." The yellow-haired boy immediately explained, "Just a few group leaders." The transfer student probably wants to fit in quickly since he just arrived. The school bully thought about it. He hadn't expected little Mass to be so good at dealing with people. It would be perfect to complement his own shortcomings. It seemed that in the future, the relationship with the in-laws was something you wouldn't have to worry about at all. Soon, the school beauty contest became a hot topic in the school. And Zhao Yuan, with her female protagonist aura, undoubtedly had the highest votes this year. So, people quickly turned their attention to Mingxi. Someone maliciously said to him, "Your sister is pretty and has good grades. I suppose you can't be too far behind. Can you take off your mask and let us see?" Yeah, we still don't know what you look like. Mingxi couldn't be bothered to respond to them. Before he could speak, suddenly, a pencil case flew past in front of him. It hurtled straight towards the head of the talkative one. The school bully glared at him coldly. "You think I'm dead?" Blabbering on endlessly here. The two were instantly frightened into silence. Mingxi looked at him in surprise. The school bully, face red, still acted Sundara. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not helping them. They were disturbing me." Mingxi couldn't help but smile. "Thank you." The school bully quickly lay down, embarrassed. "I told you, it's not for you." Mingxi knew, though this person spoke harshly, he didn't seem that hard to get along with. Fuyangxi continued to glance at him from the corner of his eye. Though the little mask didn't show it, those people's words from earlier must have affected him. Maybe he was holding back tears right now, feeling pitiful inside. But I've never comforted anyone before. He grew more agitated as he thought about it. Finally, he cleared his throat lightly. He spoke up. "Do you think I'm handsome?" Zhao Mingxi was utterly speechless. Had this idiot's narcissism flared up again? Then he carefully examined the school bully. But this young master was indeed flawlessly handsome. So he answered both cooperatively and honestly, "You really are very handsome." The school bully snorted confidently. "Well, there you have it. Because I'm handsome myself, so I teach you." He suddenly paused. He swallowed the words girlfriend back. He continued, "When I make friends or accept followers, I don't care about their looks. After all, no one can look better than me anyway." Then he added smugly, "So don't worry, I don't care if you're beautiful or ugly." Zhao Mingxi was instantly rendered speechless. "Well, thank you very much. Great comfort. Please don't do it again." That night, Mingxi, out of boredom, opened the school beauty contest for him. To his surprise, he was startled. He hadn't expected to be shortlisted, although he only had 45 votes. He hadn't imagined that a photo with a mask on could even be eligible. Could it be the work of that green tea party with pink hair? Forget it. He couldn't be bothered. Absorbing luck was more important. Meanwhile, the school bully was exploiting his panda-eyed minions, making them vote frantically for the little mask. They grumbled, but what could they do about the school bully's love-struck brain? They just had to indulge him. The next day, Shen Liao heard that Zhao Mingxi had made it to the top 20 in the school beauty contest. She also took out her phone to check the forum. Recalling the scene when they first met 2 years ago, she was indeed so beautiful that one couldn't take their eyes off her. Although she clung to herself every day, it was undeniable that she had indeed been trying hard. So she silently cast a vote for Mingxi. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, thinking it might be Mingxi. But when he turned around, he found it was actually a junior from the second year. He left without a word, feeling inexplicably irritated. It's been a week since I've seen Zhao Mingxi. Could he be deliberately avoiding me? But why? Unexpectedly, the Green Tea sisters had witnessed the entire scene. Yuan, do you think the school heartthrob might be looking for Zhao Mingxi? The little white lotus remained silent. The next second, she suddenly seemed to think of something. She asked incredulously, I heard he's also participating in the school beauty contest. The pink-haired green tea girl awkwardly explained. He only has a little over 500 votes. You have 3,000 votes, right? He can't catch up. Besides, Yuning just sent me a message. He's planning to secretly prepare a gift for you. The pretty boy tugged at the corner of his mouth, his expression softening considerably as he told her, "Let him send whatever. I don't lack anything anyway." As he spoke, he turned to say goodbye to everyone. "I'm about to go. My big brother is here to pick me up. See you next week." Meanwhile, on the other side, the big brother and the stupid little brother arrived at Mingxi's classroom first. Seeing the two of them, Mingxi impatiently questioned, "Why are you here?" The big brother was surprised to find that after more than 10 days of not seeing each other, Mingxi wasn't upset at all, but seemed even happier. So he stepped forward eagerly and said, "Big brother will take you out for hot pot. We can talk as we walk." Mingxi replied with annoyance, "I don't like hot pot. That's what Zhao Yuan likes." The big brother, at a loss, awkwardly said, "Then let's eat something else. Mom and Yuan's birthday is next week. You'll come back, right?" Mingxi glanced at the stupid little brother. "It seems you didn't convey my message." The big brother asked, "What message?" The stupid little brother was left speechless. Mingxi then took out a family photo from his bag. He crumpled it up in front of his big brother and threw it into the trash can. Then he said firmly, "Now I don't have anything from your family on me anymore." The big brother frowned, finding it unbelievable. "You just threw away the family photo like that? What do we as a family mean to you?" Mingxi coldly said, "It's just a copied photo. What's the big deal?" The big brother suddenly felt that this sentence sounded familiar. He suddenly remembered that when Mingxi had just returned home not long ago, his photo with grandmother went missing. He anxiously asked Mingxi for help, and Mingxi had said the same thing to him. Realizing this, he was left speechless. The stupid little brother panicked instantly. "Big brother, what should we do now?" But the big brother questioned him. "What message did Mingxi ask you to convey?" The stupid little brother stammered. "He wants to completely sever ties with us." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "You go back first. I'll talk to him properly." Everything that had just happened was witnessed by the school bully nearby. Fuyang, she angrily asked the little yellow-haired boy, "Who are these two idiots?" The yellow-haired boy held him back. "Shiji, let's not interfere with their family matters." Fuyang, she recalled the discussions in the classroom earlier. Could it be because their family also favors that Zhao Yuan? What's so great about being a school beauty? Little Mask is 2 streets ahead of that Zhao Yuan. The yellow-haired boy chimed in. That's right, that's right. He grew angrier as he thought about it. He picked up an innocent basketball, about to hurl it at those 2 guys' heads. The yellow-haired boy hugged him tightly. "Shiji, those are Little Mask's family members. It's not appropriate for you to do this." The school bully thought for a moment. "That's my brother-in-law. It's indeed not appropriate for me to throw it." So he handed the basketball to the yellow-haired boy. "You throw it." The yellow-haired boy was dumbfounded, but still obediently did as told. He picked up the basketball and hurled it at his stupid brother. The stupid brother turned around, ready to curse. The yellow-haired boy directly ignored him and bumped his shoulder. The stupid brother angrily burst out, "Don't you seniors have any manners?" Hearing this, the school bully couldn't help but retort, "You treat my little mask wearer differently, and now you have the nerve to talk about manners?" Meanwhile, the big brother arrived at Mingxi's dormitory. After a series of questions from the dorm manager Annie, this big brother surprisingly knew nothing. Unsurprisingly, he was chased out by the dorm manager Annie with a broom. Only then did he realize how much he had unknowingly neglected Mingxi. During dinner, Mom questioned the big brother if he didn't go to school to pick up Mingxi today. The big brother could only make an excuse that Mingxi was preparing for the 100 schools competition. Mom was surprised, not expecting Mingxi would also participate. Little White even believed her grades could surpass Mingxi's. She thought her grades could beat Mingxi's. So she pretended to care and said, "Last year, I only made it to the finals. With Mingxi's grades, it'll be hard to even get a spot to compete. Mom, do you want to help out a bit first?" After putting Mingxi down, she didn't forget to ask, "Right, Yuning?" Having been frustrated all day, Zhao Yuning irritably replied, "I don't know." The little white lotus was so choked by these words that she ground her back teeth. She turned to please Mom. "After dinner, let me massage your back." Unexpectedly, Mom also looked displeased. For massages, it has to be Mingxi. Hearing this, the little white lotus's face froze. Why was everyone concerned about Mingxi, while no one cared about her anymore? The love-struck school bully originally wanted to buy a piece of clothing for the girl, but he accidentally emptied the entire clothing store. It turned out that during the day, after seeing how the little brothers-in-law treated the little mask wearer differently, the school bully had been very worried. No wonder he only wore the school uniform these days. probably after cutting ties with his family. He didn't even have a decent piece of clothing. The yellow-haired boy was confused. Bro, who are you talking about? Fuyangshi pretended to be mysterious and raised his eyebrows. Who else could it be? That Fuyangshi chasing maniac, of course. Then he boasted proudly. This morning, he not only finished my homework, but he was even happy about it. So, if I don't give him something in return, wouldn't that make me look impolite? Kuchungwen rolled his eyes to the sky. You've been impolite so many times. What's one more? In a blink, the school bully arrived at his family's clothing store. He casually pointed and said, "Not this one. Pack up all the rest for me." The yellow-haired boy was utterly speechless. Bro, you're buying so much. How are you going to give it to him? Duyangshi had already planned it out. Of course, when we go to the library tonight. Then he started instructing the yellow-haired boy. I'll go home first. You help me bring the stuff over. We'll meet at the library. The usually obedient yellow-haired boy decisively refused this time, because earlier at the library entrance, he had accidentally seen the little mask wearer with the school heartthrob. But now, he couldn't tell this easily jealous, love-struck fool. So he quickly changed the subject. Bro, I think we should just buy a few things. The school bully replied arrogantly, of course. Did you expect me to carefully prepare for him? So the love-struck school bully, who was supposed to just buy a few things, accidentally emptied the entire clothing store. The yellow-haired boy weakly commented, "This guy, does he have some misunderstanding about the words just a few?" Just as they were frantically shopping, the shop assistant brought out the store's prized item, a pink, sexy nightgown. She inquired, "Young master, would you like this?" Fuyangshi immediately flew into a rage, angrily questioning his young master. "Do I look like someone who would buy this kind of thing?" Hearing this, the shop assistant quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I'll take it away right now." But the next second, the school bully stopped her. "Wait, just grab a couple of them." After all, the little mask had been so poor lately. He wasn't sure if she could afford these things. He gingerly took the nightgowns, carefully placing them into the suitcase. Then he instructed the assistant, send the bill to Jiang Xiuqiu's account. Finally, he dragged the yellow-haired boy away from the crime scene at lightning speed. The shop assistant smiled knowingly. The young master in love was simply too adorable. After they came out, the yellow-haired boy worriedly said, "Shiji, she's the one pursuing you, not the other way around. Is it okay for you to buy so many things?" Fuyangshi's face turned red with embarrassment. He explained, "Who said I'm pursuing her? This is just reciprocating, isn't it?" Then he walked back into the mall. The yellow-haired boy stared at him, exasperated. "Look at how cheap you're being." A moment later, Fuyangshi emerged, struggling to carry a down comforter. Kuchungwen was speechless. "With all these things, what am I supposed to say?" "You dummy, just say you won them in a lottery." Then he got into a car and drove off. Kuchungwen stood there awkwardly, not even given a chance to refuse. Meanwhile, in the library, Mingxi was still diligently preparing for the inter-school competition. Suddenly, the seat opposite her was pulled out. It was the school heartthrob, Shun Liao. Mingxi blurted out in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Irritated, Shun Liao retorted, "Why can't I be here? Does her family own the library?" Mingxi was baffled. "Did I offend you? Why are you speaking so harshly?" Shun Liao stared at Fuyangshi's homework, demanding, "Why are you doing his homework? This was something that could both accumulate good fortune and review material. Why not do it?" However, Mingxi couldn't be bothered to explain. She simply told him, "Because I want to." Shun Liao couldn't understand. Why would she rather provoke the school bully than appear before him? He continued to question her. "Haven't you had enough?" Mingxi thought he was referring to her boarding at school, so she replied, "Yao God, we've only known each other for 2 years. You're in no position to advise me." Shun Liao gritted his teeth and stared at Mingxi, asking, "Only known each other for 2 years? Then what about all your professions of love during these 2 years?" Mingxi immediately packed up her things and stood up. "I'm sorry for bothering you before. It won't happen again." Then she turned and left nonchalantly, leaving the school heartthrob standing there in disbelief, clenching his fists. Meanwhile, Kuchungwen, watching all this from outside the window, broke out in a cold sweat. "Oh no, Yao God is still here. If Shiji sees this, it's all over." Unfortunately, at that moment, Fuyangshi had already arrived behind him. He tapped him on the shoulder. "Why haven't you gone in yet?" Kuchungwen felt like he could hardly breathe. As he turned around, he unexpectedly noticed that the school bully's hand seemed to be injured. "Shiji, what happened to your hand?" Fuyangshi dismissed it. "It's nothing, just slipped a bit. Let's go in quickly." Kuchungwen wanted to stall a bit longer, but Fuyangshi had already headed towards the library without looking back. Once inside, they found that the little mask had already changed seats. Only then did Ku Chungwen breathe a sigh of relief. Fuyang, she sat down directly across from Mingxi. Seeing this, Ku Chungwen quickly pushed the box forward. This is what Shiji and I won from playing games at the internet cafe, but it seems to be all girls stuff. We can't use it, so we're giving it to you. Mingxi was quite surprised. All of this is for me. Fuyang, she hurriedly explained, don't get the wrong idea. We're just classmates. It's just mutual help. But his inner monologue was, even though I gave you these things, it doesn't mean you've won me over, little one. Mingxi glanced at the down comforter nearby. Who wins these kinds of things as prizes? It was 89% certain they were bought specifically. Though unclear why the school bully would do this, a warmth flowed through her heart. She turned to Fuyang Shi with a sweet smile. Thank you. Fuyang Shi's facade crumbled in an instant. His ears turned bright red, but he still stubbornly insisted, I told you we won it. No need for thanks. Suddenly, he noticed Shun Liao behind the little mask wearer. Why is it him again? Why does he keep staring at my little mask? The two locked eyes for exactly 6.18 seconds. Shun Liao turned away disdainfully. Fuyang, she watched his retreating back. Jealously, he asked Mingxi, You and that guy seem pretty close, huh? Mingxi was puzzled. Why would he suddenly bring up Yao God? Nevertheless, she answered honestly, We're just acquaintances, nothing more. Fuyang, she raised an eyebrow. He looks pretty decent. Is he good at studying? Hearing this, Mingxi instantly tensed up. The school bully wasn't thinking of having someone else do his homework, was he? Absolutely not. So she pleaded pitifully, just let me help you with your work. Why look elsewhere? Fuyang, she was stunned. Could it be that she was jealous? So he waved his hand shyly. All right. I won't let anyone else do it. He was about to speak again, but Mingxi interrupted. What exactly did you guys win? What did you guys buy? The simple-minded Ku Changwen didn't think much of it and opened the box. Little mask, come take a look. But he was stopped by a slap from the school bully. Wait, we'll look later. I wasn't finished talking. Before he could finish, a silky pink spaghetti strap nightgown slipped out. Mingxi looked at it with disdain. Was this one as a prize too? The school bully quickly stuffed the nightgown into Ku Chungwen's arms. What's this doing in the box? Ku Chungwen looked embarrassed. Shiji, you can't forget your friends just because you see something pretty. But Fuyang, she didn't give him a chance, secretly waving his hand to signal him to leave quickly. With a look of utter despair, Ku Chungwen stuffed the nightgown into his pocket. Yes, this is mine. The stuff in the box is what Shiji won. Mingxi couldn't help but tease. You buy this kind of thing as a guy? Fuyang, she was so embarrassed he wanted to curse. You think I wanted to buy it? I wanted to win it. Just then, his stomach growled loudly. Mingxi thought to herself, he couldn't have skipped lunch just to buy things for me, could he? So she urged him to eat quickly. The school bully obediently sat down. But when he opened the takeout, he found that his favorite mushroom beef had cilantro on top. He frowned in disappointment. He recalled how his mother hadn't even glanced at him when he rushed home earlier that evening. He casually ordered some takeout, then led Fu Zi to his grandfather's place without even looking up. It was rare for him to return to the country, yet he wasn't here to see him at all. Meanwhile, Mingxi's eyes lit up. Young Master Fu, let me help you pick out the cilantro. Saying this, he picked up the food container and began carefully sorting through it. Fuyang, she lowered his gaze, observing. He could find joy even in such a troublesome task. It seemed Little Mask really liked him that much. But in Mingxi's eyes, there was only fortune. Such a meticulous task. How much fortune would it grow? This scene was witnessed by Shan Liao, who had returned. He didn't believe Mingxi truly liked the school bully. He thought he was just acting out against the Zhao family and himself. Before leaving, he left the organized keynotes for the inter-school competition at the front desk to be passed on to Mingxi. He thought that once Mingxi calmed down, he would chase after him like before. On the other side, Fuyang, she was still gazing at Little Mask indulgently. Finally, the moment Mingxi finished picking out the cilantro and handed it over, surprisingly, 3 tender shoots grew in the fortune-potted plant. Halfway through eating, Fuyang, she suddenly received a message from Jiang Xiuqiu. Jiang Xiuqiu angrily questioned him. What the hell did you buy with my card? People might think I have a cross-dressing fetish. Fuyang, she explained that it was his father's intention. Returning to the country during this crucial time, it wasn't convenient to use his own card. He could pay him back later. Jiang Xiuqiu looked disdainful. Is she chasing you, or are you chasing her? Don't lose everything, including your underwear. Fuyang, she replied arrogantly. What's there to fear? He's not after my money, Jiang Xiuqiu retorted. What if it's a long con to get your Fu family fortune? At this point, he suddenly stopped. Jiang Xiuqiu continued earnestly. What if that cousin your mom raised like her own son, Fu Zi, is actually the heir to the Fu group? Would your little mask approach you, or Fu Zi? Besides, you've never seen anyone pursue you for who you were since childhood. So why would he be so special? Fu Yangshi stared at the screen, finding these words particularly jarring. He angrily put down his phone, irritably ran his fingers through his hair, then instinctively looked up at Mingxi. If this was when he had just met Little Mask, it would have been fine. But now he was already in too deep to extricate himself. So he feared that what Jiang Xiuqiu said might be true. Sensing the gaze, Mingxi looked up and asked, "Why are you staring at me?" Fu Yangshi hurriedly started packing up the food containers. "I'm done eating. It's 10 o'clock. Aren't you going back to the dorm?" At this moment, Ku Chunwen suddenly appeared. "Yeah, the suitcase is too heavy. Let's help you take it back." Fu Yangshi gave him a look as if to say, "Why are you back?" Ku Chunwen looked disgruntled. "You can't expect me to take this sexy nightgown home, can you?" Fu Yangshi immediately felt guilty. He reluctantly said, "Fine, then help take the luggage back." As he stood up, he deliberately left his phone behind, intentionally revealing the message about Fu Zi being the heir to Mingxi. Mingxi saw the message on the screen. He paused for a second. Fu Yangshi quickly urged, "What's wrong?" Mingxi said nothing out loud, but his mind was racing. He guessed that Fu Yangshi's gloomy expression earlier might have been because Fu Zi had taken his position as the heir. He finally understood. It turned out that his top fan and third-ranked big brother were actually rivals. After careful consideration, he thought, since I won't inherit any family property anyway, there's no need to offend my top supporter because of Fu Zi. Suddenly, he noticed that the school bully's hand seemed to be injured. Another opportunity to show off had presented itself, so he asked them to wait for him for a moment. Then he hurriedly ran off. Ku Chunwen was utterly confused. What was wrong with him? Fu Yangshi sat back down with a cold expression. "Well, let's just wait and see." Soon, 10 minutes passed. Ku Chunwen couldn't help but ask Brother Shi. He couldn't have been too embarrassed to ask for something and made an excuse to run away, could he? Fu Yangshi thought to himself. He did run away, but not because of the stuff. It's probably because I'm not the Fu family heir. "Forget it, let's go," he said, standing up with a displeased look. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he didn't expect him to be so direct. Seeing Fu Yangshi's low spirits, Ku Chunwen was also very puzzled. What was wrong with Brother Shi? At this moment, Fu Yangshi was incredibly heartbroken. He regretted not grabbing Mingxi by the collar and throwing him out when he first approached him. Suddenly, a voice from behind called out to him. He nervously turned around. He saw the Little Mask on the steps, panting heavily. "Didn't I ask you to wait for me? It's only been 10 minutes. Why are you leaving?" Fu Yangshi was nervous to the point of explosion. "I thought you weren't coming back." Mingxi grabbed him and sat him down on the steps. "Your wound is quite long. It'll get infected if not treated promptly." Fu Yangshi hesitated to speak, I thought, but was cut off mid-sentence. Mingxi, holding a cotton swab, asked puzzledly, "Why did you?" Fu Yangshi curled his lips into a smile. "What am I testing for? He dislikes me for who I am." Then, narcissistically, he said to Mingxi, "So you rushed off to buy this specially for your young master?" Mingxi rolled his eyes. He grabbed his hand in one swift motion. The school bully was startled. "You woman, is it proper to be pulling and tugging like this?" Mingxi didn't even look up. "I'm applying medicine for you. If you don't want it, forget it." Only then did he shyly extend his hand, still self-hypnotizing. The Little Mask really does like me for who I am. But Zhao Mingxi was treating the wound very seriously. "Such a deep wound. I wonder how he got it." Soon, Mingxi looked up at him. "It's done." As their eyes met, he couldn't help but think how handsome this school bully really was. Fu Yangshi felt at a loss under his gaze. Their faces were really too close. "Hey, have you forgotten there's still a third wheel behind you?" Soon, they escorted Mingxi back to his dormitory. Fu Yangshi was still bragging to the yellow-haired boy. "Your young master personally escorted her back to the dorm today. She must be very happy, right?" Ku Chunwen couldn't be bothered to humor him. Yes. Brother Shi, everything you say is right." Then he took out his phone and called Jiang Xiuqiu, boasting, "If you ever badmouth the Little Mask to me again, I'll fall out with you." On the other end of the phone, Jiang Xiuqiu couldn't hold back. But if he's not after money and status, what is he after? Fu Yangshi looked at the Band-Aid on his hand and said confidently, "Of course he's after me." At this moment, he was so happy he could fly. Even the yellow-haired boy beside him was speechless. This damn love-struck fool. But the school bully secretly made up his mind. Since he only cares about me as a person, I'll have to treat her even better. Mingxi returned to the dormitory. The first thing he did was happily count the buds in the potted plant. There were actually 38 of them inside. Then his face. Mingxi excitedly ran to the mirror. Taking off his mask to look, it was really completely gone. Even up close, he couldn't see any marks, not even a trace of injury. It was simply too miraculous. He asked the system why it grew so fast. I thought there were only 23. The system replied, because you held his hand. Mingxi calculated and was shocked. Holding hands once could produce 15 buds? Your fingers rubbed against each other for a full 3 minutes. The way the system put it, it sounded so erotic. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. There was a new reply on the forum. He opened it and found that the original poster he had privately messaged last night had actually replied to him. The other party coldly gave him an address, telling him to come over this afternoon to meet in person before discussing further. Mingxi was so excited he almost jumped up. He said to the system, "This is what you call double happiness. This Professor Gao is known for his eccentric personality. You need to be careful." Another day, he got ready and prepared to go out. To be safe, he decided to wear a mask for the next couple of days. Professor Gao's house was a bit remote, located in an alley. Mingxi found the house number and politely knocked twice on the courtyard door. "Hello, I'm the one who contacted you on the forum." As the door opened, Mingxi enthusiastically called out, "Professor Gao." An old man wearing a white tank top with half-white hair and glasses looked him up and down. Seeing the school uniform he was wearing, he immediately recognized, "You're a student from our school." Mingxi nodded. "I didn't expect it to be you. I'm doing work study." Although the old man had an eccentric personality, he couldn't just let Mingxi stand outside. So he gruffly said, "Come in first. I'll ask you a few questions." Mingxi followed him in and saw a child about 10 years old in the courtyard, looking gloomy. An old person taking care of an autistic child. It must be very difficult. The old man frowned. "This job isn't easy. If you feel uncomfortable, leave early." Mingxi immediately replied, "No, not at all." After entering the living room, the old man had him take a test. The old man briefly evaluated. "The test is okay. Your mind works fast, but your habits are not good. You skip too many steps, making your logic seem unclear. Come once a week on Sundays. Is 200 per time okay? It's not much, but you can ask me questions you don't understand. The only conditions are that you can't be late and you can't tell anyone at school." Mingxi happily stood up immediately. "Okay, professor. No problem at all." After returning in the evening, he immediately went to the library again. Fuyang, she happened to be in the library too, perhaps deliberately waiting for him. It was a good chance to tell him about the surprise in the school beauty contest. Fuyang, she sat down next to him, staring at him. He had voted him to 20th place in the school beauty contest. You should be happy about that, right? But Mingxi was wholeheartedly reviewing the knowledge points Professor Gao had taught him that afternoon. With Professor Gao's guidance, he finally had some confidence in the inter-school competition. Fuyang, she decided to let it go. It wouldn't be much of a surprise if he told him now. At this moment, his little brother sent a message. "Shiji, aren't we going to keep voting? Aren't we going to get him into the top 10? After seeing this, Fuyang Shi, like a little miser, glanced at him several times. Everyone noticed her. She had long eyelashes, fair skin, and even made delicious desserts. What should he do if others tried to compete for her? Fuyang, she just wanted to hide her away. Lu Xiaoxiao watched silently from the side, feeling extremely jealous. Why was everyone surrounding Zhao Mingxi? She envied Mingxi's childhood betrothal to Shen Liao. She was jealous that Mingxi wore a mask all day, not knowing what he really looked like, yet still had the courage to hang around Shen Liao. She had known Shen Liao much earlier than Zhao Mingxi. So why did Shen Liao only notice Zhao Mingxi? How did he even qualify? Who knew what he looked like under that mask? Lu Xiaoxiao had a sudden thought. Why not make the best of a bad situation? She decided to push Zhao Mingxi to the top ranks. Xiaoxiao thought about it and decided to go through with it. It was easy to do. She just needed to spend a few tens of thousands to hire people to vote from outside. Once the selection was over, Zhao Mingxi would have to take off his mask. Those curious about his appearance would be utterly disappointed and scatter. That scene would surely destroy his dignity. He finally took off his mask. Everyone was stunned. When Mingxi came to the teaching building on Monday, everyone he met looked at him strangely, whispering, how could he rank second in this year's campus beauty contest? He doesn't even dare to take off his mask. Mingxi endured it all the way to the international class. He walked straight to his seat. There were fewer people staring at him in the international class compared to outside, but some still kept their eyes on him. Mingxi couldn't help but turn to ask Ku Chunguin, "Do you know why they're staring at me?" He stuttered, "Just open the campus beauty contest page, and you'll know." Puzzled, he opened his phone. Finally, he understood what had happened. His ranking in the campus beauty contest had somehow risen to second place. What was Lu Xiaxia up to now? Lu Xiaxia and her group of friends arrived at the door of the international class. The crowd was in chaos, with jeering voices clearly louder. "Hilarious. This is this year's second-place campus beauty? 6,000 votes? Can he take off his mask? Let us see." Ku Chunguin hid under the desk, feeling that things were going badly. He quickly called Fu Yangxi, "Brother, come quickly. A group of people are blocking the door. They're demanding the transfer student take off his mask." Before the situation could escalate, Ku Chunguin made a quick decision and hung up the phone. He suddenly popped out and shouted at the people about to squeeze in, "Hey, don't you have girls in your class? Get lost." Mingxi immediately caught sight of Lu Xiaxia's face. He heard her sarcastic voice, "Ugly freak." Mingxi suddenly stood up and walked towards the door. Ku Chunguin didn't know what he was going to do, fearing he might cry from being bullied. He hurriedly tried to stop him. "Wait a bit longer. Brother, she will be here soon." But before he could finish speaking, the people outside saw the transfer student slowly taking off his mask. There was a moment of silence, almost deathly quiet. Everyone was stunned, staring at Zhao Mingxi, their thoughts seemingly frozen. Mingxi looked towards Lu Xiaxia in the crowd and said coldly, "I'm an ugly freak? Then what are you?" Le sexe face changer dramatically. In an instant, she felt like she had become a joke. She recalled that every time she said this before, Zhao Yu never refuted. At most, Zhao Yu would just frown slightly. "Don't say that about Mingxi." She was a bit incredulous. So Zhao Yu meant that Zhao Mingxi was beautiful? Had she misunderstood all along? Someone couldn't help but mock Lu Xiaxia. Hilarious. Turns out she's the real ugly one. What right does she have to talk about others? At this moment, Zhao Yu arrived. Many people couldn't help but whisper, "Campus beauty? She's not even as pretty as the second place." Lu Xiaxia suddenly exclaimed, "The international class's Zhao Mingxi actually has over 6,000 votes. These votes must be fake." After shouting this, he finally realized he had messed up. He had embarrassed Dean Zhao, just like himself. Dean Zhao still maintained a forced smile, but in his heart, he was cursing Xiaxia. "You idiot. You've actually implicated me." A male student had a sudden realization. Pointing at Lu Xiaxia, he shouted, "You used us as pawns. If you hadn't instigated us in class, we wouldn't have come to watch this spectacle." A boy next to him also said, "Jealousy is truly terrible. You've lifted a rock only to drop it on your own feet, haven't you?" Lu Xiaxia turned back to Dean Zhao for help. "Is this also related to the campus beauty?" He began to panic. If he didn't distance himself today, he feared his whole family would find out. He steadied himself and addressed Lu Xiaxia in an accusatory tone. "Lu Xiaxia, what on earth are you up to? Last time you deliberately caused my allergic reaction. This time you're targeting Mingxi?" Lu Xiaxia looked at Dean Zhao in disbelief. "You're kicking me when I'm down too." Before Lu Xiaxia could finish, Dean Zhao interrupted him. "Just because you and Mingxi like the same person, I don't want to be your friend anymore." After saying this, Dean Zhao's eyes turned red, and he walked away from the crowd in disappointment. Mingxi stood at the doorway and smiled. "Infighting so soon? Interesting." He coughed a few times. "Have you seen enough of the commotion? If you want to argue, go back to your own class." As they were leaving, they were still discussing. "My goodness, what kind of extreme person is Lu Xiaxia? He's harming all the beautiful girls. It must be out of jealousy." Lu Xiaxia was terrified. He turned to leave, but suddenly someone grabbed his clothes. "Still trying to run?" The rich young master saw the little mask's face for the first time and was instantly smitten. He thought foolishly, how can he be so handsome? Lu Xiaxia turned to run, but Ku Chunguin, without hesitation, went up to him. He grabbed his school uniform and dragged him towards the international class. "Why are you running? Didn't you want to see? Come in and look." Lu Xiaxia was almost in tears. "I'm a girl. Don't you have any manners?" Ku Chunguin didn't care at all. He dragged the person into the classroom. "Shut up. We're manners. Can you eat them?" A male student became upset. "You international class students, what right do you have to lecture us from the regular class?" Neither of them would back down, and they eventually started fighting. Mingxi stood at the classroom door, dumbfounded. He had only been angered by Lu Xiaxia and wanted to show off a bit. How did it suddenly turn into a big brawl? Ku Chungwen, being choked, shouted at Mingxi, sister-in-law, "Get into the classroom." Mingxi wanted to enter, but couldn't. Suddenly, someone bumped into him. His body slowly began to fall backwards. At that moment, someone firmly grabbed his waist. Amidst the chaos and noise, a familiar, faint scent of pine with a hint of medicine suddenly entered his nostrils. Without even turning around, Mingxi knew Fuyang. She had arrived. Inexplicably, this scent, along with the reassuring strength, brought comfort. Fuyang, she anxiously looked down. "Are you okay?" The next second, he froze. His whole body stiffened. This was the first time Fuyang she saw what Zhao Mingxi looked like. His gaze uncontrollably fell on her fair and beautiful face. Then it moved down to her slightly moist lips. Mingxi shyly pushed him away quickly, tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear, and said softly, "Thank you." Just as she was about to look up at Fuyang, she suddenly noticed her potted plant. It had grown another 10 buds instantaneously. What's going on? Was it because she hugged Fuyang Shi? Hearing the commotion around her, Mingxi quickly looked up. "Oh no, young Master Fu. A fight has broken out." Fuyang Shi thought stupidly. Of course he knew a fight had broken out, but why did he look so good? Mingxi felt like he was drowning in stupidity. He hesitated whether to slap him twice on the face. He shouted, "There's a fight outside. Go stop it." Fuyang, she suddenly came to his senses. A fight had broken out outside. Damn! He quickly walked toward the outside. He shielded his little brothers behind him. "Let's see who dares to bully people from our class." The boys from Chongqing class involved in the fight were startled and terrified. They looked over and, seeing it was him, ran away immediately. Fuyang, she directly grabbed one by the clothes. "Were you the one who called Little Mask an ugly freak earlier?" He trembled with fear. "I'm sorry," but the next second, he was punched in the face. Mingxi was speechless. He was supposed to stop the fight, not join in. In the chaos, someone called for the disciplinary teacher. "You lot are fighting so early in the morning? All of you to my office." Ku Chungwen retreated to the classroom, panting. He didn't dare look at Mingxi's face and said softly, "Don't worry. No one can beat Shiji in a fight." Mingxi asked him, "Is he really that good at fighting?" No wonder they all ran away when they saw him. Ku Chungwen proudly puffed out his chest. "It's not that. You know about Fu's legal team, right? They've never lost a case. Whoever fights with Shiji only dares to take the beating without fighting back. If they fight back and so much as touch a hair on his head, Fu's legal team will sue them until they're penniless." Mingxi chuckled. "That's really something to be proud of, huh?" At the office door, the disciplinary teacher pointed at the Chongqing class boy and scolded, "Why are you trying to be like Fuyang Shi? His family can play 5 in a row with airplanes. What about you?" Even teachers don't dare to bother him when he sleeps in class. The boy felt utterly wronged. He was the one who started first. The disciplinary teacher was being sarcastic, his words laced with hidden barbs. In the past, Fuyang, she wouldn't have cared, letting it go in one ear and out the other. But today, he found these words particularly grating. As he leaned closer, Fuyang, she tensed up. He didn't dare look at him, slightly turning his head away. Uncomfortably, he said there wasn't much punishment, just cleaning the toilets. Cleaning toilets was something that could be helped with. Mingxi quickly said, "Young Master Fu, let me help you." Fuyang Shi, for some reason, felt like a rabbit cornered and about to be defiled. His ears turned red as he retreated towards the wall. "No need." Mingxi leaned in even closer, lowering his voice to a whisper. "Young Master Fu, I'm begging you. Let me take care of the toilet cleaning." Fuyang, she felt he was deliberately flirting with him. Did he have to stick so close to him? What would he do in the future? Fuyang Shi's heart was pounding. It took great self-control to stare at him and say, "You can't clean the men's restroom." Mingxi could only say, "Oh." Suddenly, he looked at Fuyang Shi suspiciously. "But why are you stuttering?" Fuyang Shi had been psyching himself up internally for quite a while. "Don't be nervous," he told himself, but one glance, and he blushed. "Damn, I'm still panicking. I didn't stutter." He picked up a Chinese textbook, hastily changing the subject. "By the way, what were those guys up to?" Mingxi shrugged, explaining, "The bully from Chongqing class, has some personal grudge against me. But it's resolved now." Fuyang Shi frowned, considering whether to send someone to warn this so-called bully Xia. Suddenly, One of his minions reading nearby couldn't help but glance at Mingxi again. Fuyang, she shot him a fierce glare in return. He almost wanted Mingxi to put his mask back on. With so many people staring at him now, he was quite unhappy. He noticed Mingxi's old school bag inside his desk, still the same as before. He couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you like the new school bag I gave you? Why haven't you switched to it?" Mingxi's eyes curved into a smile as he softly replied, "I like it, but I'm airing it out first. I'll bring it tomorrow." Mingxi hesitated, then added, "But even if I make you desserts for 3 years, it won't be enough to repay your gift. Young Master Fu, I should earn money to pay you back instead." Fuyang, she frowned. "Just 3 years of desserts? What are you planning to do after 3 years? Go abroad? Is this the 3-year itch? Are you going to like someone else then?" He muttered quietly, displeased. "If you want me to go abroad with you, I might consider it." Mingxi looked bewildered, letting out a confused, "Huh? What are you talking about?" Fuyang, she saw his blank expression and his mood soured. Wasn't he considering their future at all? Could it be that he was just playing around with him on a whim? Seeing that he seemed unhappy, Mingxi asked, "Young Master Fu? What do you mean?" Fuyang, she complained. "Why do you still call me Young Master Fu? Even calling me by my full name would be better than this formal address." After all, he had stood up for him today. Shouldn't he acknowledge him as his boss like the others? Mingxi immediately complied. Shi Yi. When he heard Little Mask call him that, his heart skipped a beat and he blushed. The way that nickname sounded coming from his mouth. How could it be so cute? The young Master Fu saw Little Mask reject other boys and thought to himself, "He doesn't look at anyone but me. I must be special to him, right?" The Chongqing classroom fell silent. Zhao Mingxi's photo at the classroom door had been replaced. The voting page no longer showed the masked picture. Curious students went to check the forum. Many immediately became suspicious. Is this photo photoshopped? How come I've never seen such a beautiful girl at school? It's real. I went with Lu Xiaxia to see this morning. The devastatingly beautiful Lu Xiaxia lay face down on her desk all day, not daring to lift her head, afraid of others discussing the morning's events. She felt like they were mocking her. She looked at Zhao Yuan with mixed emotions and lowered her voice. "I never thought Zhao Yuan would stab me in the back at such a crucial moment. She doesn't treat me as a friend at all." Pu Shuang heard this and immediately turned to slam her hand on Lu Xiaxia's desk. "Lu Xiaxia, have some shame, will you? You were the one who caused Yuan's allergic reaction first. If you hadn't tried to drag Yuan down with you today, she would have continued to kindly cover for you. What more do you want?" Lu Xiaxia decided to drop all pretenses. "Doesn't Zhao Yuan have issues too? Every time I say Zhao Mingxi is ugly, she just silently agrees." Tu Shuang angrily retorted, "Stop spewing nonsense. Every time you say that, Yuan tells you not to talk rubbish." Lu Xiaxia, unable to win the argument, was so frustrated she was about to curse. Is "don't talk rubbish" the same as "don't say that"? As the two argued, their voices grew louder, and many people in the classroom turned to look. A male student impatiently said, "What's all this noise about? Lu Xiaxia, can't you go outside to argue?" Lu Xiaxia felt a chill in her heart. She knew that, right or wrong, they would always side with Zhao Yu. Wu Shuang glanced at the competition book list on his desk and told him not to worry. "You're far more outstanding than Zhao Mingxi. He doesn't even qualify for the 100 Schools League." Zhao Yuan smiled and looked up. "Thank you, Shuang Shuang." Zhao Yu silently listened to these words of comfort, her mood gradually improving. However, what unsettled her was the fact that Zhao Mingxi's facial injuries had completely healed in less than a year. She needed to go to the international class to see for herself. After some thought, she picked up the key points for the 100 Schools League that she had just written. After all, even if she gave Zhao Mingxi the key points, he couldn't participate anyway. Perhaps she could even gain a reputation for being kind. Lu Xiaxia kept staring at Zhao Yuan. Seeing Zhao Yuan leave, she quickly and quietly left too. She wanted to see what tricks Zhao Yuan had up her sleeve. Meanwhile, the international class had just finished their second lesson. Someone told Mingxi that someone was looking for him outside. As soon as he left the classroom, a group of boys surrounded him. A fairly good-looking boy pushed forward, urging him to hand the theater tickets to Mingxi. "Zhao Mingxi, Li Haiyang wants to invite you to see a play." Li Haiyang was extremely stiff. He pulled out 2 theater tickets from his pocket and handed them to Mingxi. "This Saturday at 5 p.m. Would you like to go?" Ku Cheng-wen was practically frantic. He quickly reached out and gave Fuyang Shi's back a hard push. "Brother Shi, the fire's burning your hair. Are you still sleeping?" Fuyang Shi was pushed awake, his face dark and his whole body exuding a low pressure. He took off his earphones, turned his head, and glared fiercely at Kuchungwen. Are you tired of living? Kuchungwen quickly covered his head and pointed outside. Brother Shi, your sister-in-law, is about to be snatched away. He saw everything happening outside. He stood up so abruptly that he almost flipped over his chair. Damn, what kind of guts did these people eat? Do they think I'm dead? Fuyang Shi clenched his fists and started walking out. Kuchungwen quickly stopped him and whispered, Brother Shi, calm down. If you go out and beat someone up now, the whole school will know you like the transfer student. Fuyang Shi exploded in rage. How could I possibly like him? He's the one chasing after me. What nonsense are you talking? Kuchungwen looked outside and suddenly said, Huh? It seems the transfer student rejected him. You know those immersive theater tickets? They cost over 1,000 yuan each. It looks like the transfer student turned him down. Fuyang Shi, barely containing his anger, used his height advantage to look out the window. Indeed, he saw Mingxi saying to that goldfish, or whatever his name was, I'm sorry, I need to focus on my studies. After saying that, Mingxi didn't even take the tickets, and the boy had no choice but to leave. He was no longer anxious or angry. He sat down with the air of a rightful queen. He crossed his legs, smugly propping up his chin, watching the disappointed person leave outside. He didn't even need to intervene. Little Mask had resolved it on his own. He didn't even bother to look. Anyone other than him. Kuchungwen stroked his chin. But I think Zhao Mingxi still wanted to see that play. He was staring at that ticket for a while, just now. That's easy, Fuyang Shi snorted, taking out his phone to start booking tickets. He recalled how Zhao Mingxi had gone to great lengths to stick with him while cleaning toilets, and compared it to his decisive rejection of that boy just now. The contrast was stark. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he was being treated differently. The more he thought, the more pleased he became, unable to hide the happiness at the corners of his mouth. At the same time, Fuyang Shi also felt that something seemed a bit off. When he rejected others, why didn't he say it was because he already had someone he liked? Instead, he said he needed to focus on his studies. He looked outside again. Why hasn't he come back yet? Could he have been held up? Fuji, the young master, saw his little Mask being bullied. Unable to swallow this anger, he directly stood up and scolded them furiously. Mingxi, with his hands in his school uniform pockets, was about to enter the classroom. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Zhao Yu, with reddened eyes, approached Mingxi with a worried look. Mingxi turned his head and glanced. Seeing it was him, he didn't even want to greet him. He looked at his potted plant again. The little tender buds in the pot visibly trembled and swayed when Zhao Yuan approached and immediately stopped growing. Mingxi couldn't maintain a good tone anymore. His brows furrowed directly. I have nothing to say to you. Zhao Yuan bit his lip, looking pitiful. I just wanted to apologize on behalf of Xia. He had already seen through his tactics. This trick again. Tried to establish a kind and beautiful image. And that familiar butterfly hair clip. 2 years ago, when he first came to the Zhao family, Mrs. Zhao was very disapproving. Don't wear these clothes anymore. You need to adapt to the new environment here. Mingxi quietly argued that it was left to him by his grandmother. Sometimes he thought, if he dressed the same as him, would he be able to fit in with them? The next day, he carefully dressed up and excitedly ran to Mrs. Zhao. This time, his mother should praise him, right? Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard someone inside say, Mom, that new kid is such a copycat. He wants to buy everything the same as Yuan. Red and round, she yanked off the butterfly hair clip, finally realizing that this environment wasn't one where she could easily fit in just by changing clothes and wearing a butterfly clip like Zhao Yuan. But that was the 15-year-old Zhao Mingxi from before, craving attention and love. Now, Zhao Mingxi had his hands in his pockets, loving no one, focused solely on getting into university and staying alive. He brought his attention back to Zhao Yu. He heard Zhao Yu continuing, Moreover, I think there's also my fault in this. I didn't realize in time that the conflict between you two had become so deep. Mingxi glanced at the people in the corridor during the break. More and more people were gathering to watch. He couldn't help but say, if it's his fault, why are you apologizing for him in public? To show how kind and beautiful you are? Unless you're admitting that you instigated him to do it. Zhao Yuan was suddenly at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. Seeing Mingxi about to turn and leave, he grabbed his hand, on the verge of tears. Mingxi, he made me have an allergic reaction. How could I have been involved in the things he did? One of you is my relative, and the other is my friend. Mingxi coldly shook off his hand. He hurt you and bullied me, yet you come to apologize for him. You're so magnanimous. Next time someone commits murder on the street, are you going to take a megaphone and apologize for the killer too? Zhao Yuan, feeling the surrounding gazes start to change, hurriedly said anxiously, "Why are you blowing such a small matter up into murder?" Mingxi calmly replied with an "Oh, now it was just a small matter. Just a moment ago, your eyes were red, apologizing in public. I thought it was some earth-shattering event. How had he become so sharp-tongued now?" Xiao was listening nearby. For some reason, he felt a bit pleased. What was that about? He hurriedly handed the materials he was holding to Zhao Mingxi. "Aren't you preparing for the 100 Schools League? These are the key points I've outlined. I hope they can help you." Last night, when leaving the library, the librarian had given him a set of key points. Shen Liao's key points were more precise than Zhao Yuan's. There were more key points for the 100 Schools League. He decisively refused. "No need. I already have them." Zhao Yuan didn't want to linger either. He directly asked the last question with concern. "When are you going home?" "I'm not." Zhao Yuan didn't want to admit that he was indeed relieved deep down. Everyone at home is very worried. Mingxi heard these words. With a mocking gaze, "Don't worry. What you want is what I consider trash. You can have it all if you want." Zhao Yuan wanted to say, "How can you talk about big brother and mom like that?" But the words couldn't come out. He felt a pang in his heart and could only turn away indignantly. A girl from the neighboring top class passed by and gave Mingxi a thumbs up. "Sister, you've got a sharp tongue for that white lotus." Mingxi's eyes were clear as he blew her a kiss in return. Mingxi's flying kiss instantly struck his heart. But there were always a few boys who thought Zhao Mingxi was unreasonable. They hadn't expected someone so good-looking to have such a sharp tongue. Li Haiyang beside wanted to pull her away, but she continued, addressing Zhao Mingxi. "Zhao Yuan is just concerned about you. People who don't know might think you're jealous of her. The likes of young boys and girls are indeed shallow. They only look at faces." At this moment, Fuyang she walked over. "Jealous of her? Jealous of her? Is it because Zhao Mingxi's looks aren't as good, or because Zhao Mingxi isn't as cute?" he said, directly grabbing his collar. "Get this straight. Zhao Mingxi has me as a desk mate. How could he possibly be jealous of others?" After scolding, he threw him to the side. Then he cursed at the person behind. "And you, goldfish, take your ticket and get lost." Mingxi couldn't quite understand. Why was he so angry? The rich young master saw that little mask was being bullied and felt heartbroken. He quickly comforted him and only felt at ease when he saw him smile. How could he smile so beautifully? Mingxi followed Fuyang back to the classroom, sitting down at his seat. He couldn't help but tell Fuyang his name is Li Haiyang, not Goldfish. The coldness on his face couldn't be hidden. "I'm not in the mood to care about that." Zhao Mingxi actually remembered that guy's name. He commanded coldly, "Still remembering his name? Forget it." Mingxi pouted slightly. He softly said, "Oh." He recalled everything that happened today, very curious about Little Mask's family members. His expression was unpleasant, but his voice was very low and gentle when he asked, "Are all your family members like that?" Mingxi didn't really want to talk about this topic. The events of the past 2 years were difficult to speak about. He also didn't know where to begin. He fell silent, not making a sound. Fuyang scratched his hair. Feeling a bit irritated, he couldn't help but turn back and glare at Ku Cheng-wen, his eyes hinting, "You go, young master." Having no experience in comforting people, little Ku, who had endured too much, finally understood his meaning. He quickly said to Zhao Mingxi with passion, "Transfer student, don't be upset. Let's go beat them up. If that doesn't work, we can still throw money at them. What problem can't be solved with a good beating? Just slap them with money, pa pa pa." Fuyang snorted. "That's not what I meant. But since you call me Brother Shi, I'll reluctantly go along with you. So speak up. What do you want to do?" In truth, Mingxi hadn't taken Zhao Yu to heart at all. But seeing Fuyang and Ku Cheng-wen, 2 grown men, clumsily trying to comfort him, he couldn't help but smile. When Fuyang saw him smile, he was momentarily stunned. How could his smile be so beautiful? He joked, "Smashing his money? He might as well buy me an airplane." After saying this, he didn't hear Fuyang respond. He quickly turned his head to look and saw Fuyang seemingly pondering the possibility of this seriously. Should he ask his mother for money to buy a plane, or use Jiang Xiuqiu's card? Mingxi, afraid that he might actually do it on impulse, quickly waved his hand and said, "Stop. What would I do with a plane? I can't even fly it. I'm still underage." Speaking of being underage, Fuyang remembered something. He had just heard them talking about Zhao Yu's birthday in the hallway. "So, when is your birthday?" This was another thing Mingxi didn't want to answer. That wasn't really his birthday. His actual birth date was about 10 days later than Zhao Yuan's. 2 years ago, when the Zhao family found him and brought him back, they not only transferred his household registration here, but also changed his birthday. They changed it to be the same day as Zhao Yuan's, because if they didn't, they couldn't explain in the future why he and Zhao Yu were sisters, but had birthdays on different days in the same year. Mingxi vaguely replied, October 24th. Do you need something? Fuyang tried his best to act nonchalant. If you don't want to spend your birthday at home, you can come out. Before he could finish, Mingxi said, I already have plans that day. I have to go back to my hometown. Fuyang, not knowing where Zhao Mingxi's hometown was, widened his eyes and instinctively asked, Where's your hometown? A small city in the north. Fuyang stared at him for 2 seconds, very unsatisfied with his vague answer. But he thought Mingxi might be in a bad mood. Ku Qingwen interjected from the side. If a transfer student can't celebrate your birthday, you can come celebrate Brother Shi's birthday. Brother Shi's birthday is still more than half a month away. Before he could finish, Fuyang covered his mouth. Shut up. Why are you casually revealing my birthday? He glanced at Mingxi. What if someone wants to give gifts then? So annoying. Ku Qingwen forcefully removed his hand and still said it. November 5th. Mingxi said to them, I'll remember that. I'll be back from paying respects to my grandmother on October 24th. I should make it in time. Fuyang's heart started pounding. He said he'd remember. A smile appeared on his face, and he said somewhat reluctantly, It's so annoying, don't give any gifts. At a milk tea shop outside the school, everyone was discussing, Have you heard? Zhao Mingxi took off his mask. He shot up to second place in the school beauty contest. Is that true? Let me see. Yibo opened his phone to look, and his jaw dropped. He's so beautiful. Seeing Shen Liao so calm, he couldn't help but ask, Yao, did you already know? Kong Jiaza, however, thought they were talking about him and felt a bit shy. What's so beautiful? It's not that great. Yibo extended his hand to show him the phone. If this isn't beautiful, what is? When he saw it, he couldn't believe it. Zhao Mingxi was actually this good looking. Could Yao Shen like him? The Fu family's young master is truly a doting husband. Whenever he sees someone bullying Little Mask, he's always the first to come out and protect him. Yibo showed Kong Jiaza Zhao Mingxi's avatar on the forum. He's actually this good looking. Could Yao Shen like him? In an instant, he understood what was happening. No wonder Zhao Mingxi had the courage to pursue Shen Liao. It turns out he's so handsome. It seems like he had lifted a rock only to drop it on his own feet. He went over and linked arms with Shen Liao, trying his best to use a light, teasing tone. Yao God, did you know that Professor Gao from your school applied for an extra participation spot in the 100 Schools League? Yibo finally lifted his attention from his phone. How is that possible? Professor Gao's background was truly mysterious. Shen Liao shook off his hand with disdain. Professor Gao is a national-level competition gold medal coach. The retired Yibo shared his opinion. In my view, looks aren't important. Intelligence is what matters. Kong Jiaza felt a bit more at ease. He smiled at him. That's right. Although Zhao Mingxi is good-looking, he doesn't even have the qualifications to participate in the competition. Hearing this, Shen Liao abruptly stood up, his face ice-cold. Have you finished drinking? If so, shut up. Back at school, he walked to the counter, looked up at the menu, and then ordered another domineering cheese strawberry drink. Kong Jiaza hadn't ordered for himself, thinking it was for him. He excitedly walked over and said, I almost forgot. I haven't ordered yet. Thanks, Yao God. Shen Liao glanced at him. It's not for you. Order for yourself. Kong Jiaza was mortified. Yibo and Shen Liao walked out. He figured out some of Shen Liao's thoughts and whispered, Zhao Mingxi hasn't come to find us for almost half a month, right? Not only hasn't he come on his own initiative, but he hasn't even called or texted. I think he's just playing hard to get. Cheese strawberry. Isn't that what Zhao Mingxi likes? If you buy it and take it back to him, then you're admitting defeat first. Shen Liao stared at the cheese strawberry drink in his hand. He hesitated for 5 seconds. Then he threw it into the trash can. He had never lost before. This time will be no exception. Meanwhile, at the dormitory building, the family's housekeeper had packed Mingxi's autumn and winter clothes that he often wore and even brought a cotton quilt. Mingxi saw this and walked over. Auntie Zhang, why are you here? Housekeeper Zhang Yufan complained incessantly. It's all because someone won't come home. I had to come here to bring you winter clothes. I don't know where you get such a big attitude from. You think you're... Mingxi interrupted with a harsh tone. Right, I am nobody. So, Auntie Zhang, take the things and go back. The housekeeper was furious. She pointed her finger directly at him. Don't be ungrateful. How am I supposed to face the young master if I take these back? He suppressed his anger. not wanting to lose his temper with her. Suddenly, a ball whizzed by. The housekeeper looked up and cursed loudly. Which blind idiot threw that? Fuyang, she flexed his wrist and said coldly, "Who are you calling ungrateful?" He walked directly in front of the old woman, who backed away in fear. "I was sent by the Zhao family to bring clothes for this girl." Fuyang, she asked coldly again, "Who's ungrateful?" The housekeeper curled up into a ball, covering her head. She cowered. "I'm ungrateful." Fuyang, she sneered upon hearing this. The Zhao family uses such cheap things to treat their own young lady? I've seen Zhao Yuan wearing much more expensive clothes than these. Your Zhao family really knows how to play favorites, huh? After saying this, he directly took Zhao Mingxi's hand and turned to leave. He felt protected for the first time. So this is how it feels. Fuyang, she turned back to warn again. Take your worthless things and get lost. The Zhao family doesn't need to worry about Zhao Mingxi. The housekeeper collapsed on the ground in fear. At this moment, Zhao Zhanhui's assistant rushed over. He reached out to help her up. "Why are you sitting on the ground? Where's Miss Mingxi?" The housekeeper muttered, "Outrageous, absolutely outrageous." The assistant looked in that direction. He saw a boy with red hair. He instinctively knew things had gone awry. Quickly, he called Zhao Zhanhui. "Hello, Mr. Zhao, are you available now? I brought Zhang Yi to see you. Meet me at the company parking lot." The housekeeper, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, grumbled, "They're all just country bumpkins from the countryside." The assistant frowned. "Andy Zhang, you've made a terrible mistake." The housekeeper muttered under her breath. "What's the big deal? I just confiscated some things. What's all the fuss about?" The assistant, seeing she still didn't grasp the situation, shouted loudly, "Do you know who you've offended?" Meanwhile, the young Master Fu was excitedly showing off the desserts Little Mask had given him. He even made a special trip around the classroom. In the parking lot, after the housekeeper left, Zhao Zhanhui turned his head to look at him. "What's going on? Why did you urgently call me? Did you witness something?" The assistant glanced at Zhao Zhanhui's expression. "What I saw is different from what your housekeeper said. When I arrived, I saw your housekeeper acting arrogantly. She even said things like not knowing one's place. Miss Mingxi couldn't bear it anymore and was about to leave. But your housekeeper wouldn't let it go. That's when a boy appeared and chased the housekeeper away. And do you know who the red-haired boy Zhang you mentioned is? The young master of the Fu family, Fuyang Shi." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhanhui's face turned extremely grim. "Is this true?" His head began to throb violently. He quickly steadied himself by holding on to the assistant. The assistant frowned. "Mr. Zhao, should I go find some witnesses?" Zhao Zhanhui never imagined it would be this kind of situation. "No need. Cancel all my afternoon meetings." Back at home, Fuyang, she was fuming with anger. He burst into the classroom like a ticking time bomb. With a cold face, he grabbed the cup on the desk and gulped down some cold water. The minions in the classroom were terrified to see him storm in so angrily. They looked at Zhao Mingxi with hopeful eyes, wishing he could calm Fuyang Shi down. Faced with these eyes full of life or death hope, Mingxi felt immense pressure. He walked over and tugged at Fuyang Shi's clothes. Looking at Fuyang Shi, he said, "Don't be angry. My housekeeper is always like that." Fuyang Shi replied in disbelief. "She looked at you with contempt." Mingxi sat down and looked up. "She's cross-eyed, you know." Fuyang, she couldn't take it anymore. She even threw things on the ground, obviously wanting you to bend down and pick them up. Mingxi muttered softly. What else could she do? Shake her hands dramatically and do a figure skating lift to present it to me. Fuyang, she stared at him without saying a word. Mingxi smiled and handed him a bottle of mineral water. All right. You've already chased her away. Don't be angry anymore, okay? Have some more water to cool down. Fuyang, she reached out to take it, accidentally touching his hand. His face immediately turned red. He turned his head to the side. You have my number, right? Next time something like this happens, call me. Then he added, or Ku Chungwen. This outcome was completely unexpected for Ku Chungwen. He quickly chimed in, yeah, that's right. Call me. I'm happy to serve a beauty. Then I'll call Ku Chungwen. Mingxi felt it wasn't right to bother Fuyang Shi with such small matters. If Fu's people found out that he had their young master chase away a housekeeper for him, wouldn't they sue him for emotional distress in court? He turned to look at Ku Chungwen. I haven't saved your phone number yet. Let's do that. Ku Chungwen, of course, quickly took out his phone. All right. Fuyang Shi's fist clenched, and he shot a cold glare at Ku Chungwen. Ku Chungwen pretended not to notice and cheerfully exchanged phone numbers with Mingxi. Fuyang Shi's face soured again. He sat down, flipping through his book noisily, causing quite a disturbance. Haven't you finished exchanging numbers yet? Class is about to start. Can't you follow some discipline? Ming-Shi, no longer very afraid of him, glanced at the time, confused. Isn't there still 5 minutes left? He pulled out today's dessert from his desk drawer. Handing it to him, he said, "Don't be angry. Brother Shi, today's dessert is for you." Fuyang Shi, not entirely satisfied, stared at Zhao Mingshi with cold eyes. "You only made one portion today, right?" Mingshi nodded obediently. One portion. Yesterday, I made 3 and nearly got killed by your glare. Even your luck is growing slowly. Fuyang Shi's expression finally softened. He took it and opened the box. That's more like it. They were in that kind of relationship now. How could he make desserts for others? Fuyang Shi took a couple of bites, still not fully satisfied. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly seemed to have a new inspiration. He stood up abruptly with the box, declaring righteously, "Nobody move. Today, I'm on duty. I'll inspect the hygiene." Then he left his seat, holding the dessert in one hand, taking a bite of the hazelnut cream with a small spoon. He put the cream in his mouth while leisurely strolling around the aisle with his long legs. Ku Chunwen was utterly speechless. He's showing off, isn't he? He is, right? Fuyang Shi, satisfied, finished his inspection and sat back down. Ming-Shi looked at him and asked, "Is it good?" Fuyang Shi scraped the last bit with a small spoon. "It's okay." Ming-Shi reached out, about to wipe off the cream at the corner of his mouth. Fuyang Shi grabbed his hand quickly, asking, "What are you doing?" He couldn't help but smile. "You got cream on your face." Fuyang Shi turned his head away embarrassedly, his face flushed. "I'll do it myself." How could he be so forward? So many people were watching. She was the most popular campus beauty and had become the host for the school anniversary. Zhao Zhanhui returned home and first called his mother to the study. He briefly explained the situation to her. Mrs. Zhao was still skeptical. "Annie Zhang has worked for us for so many years. She's always been honest and dutiful. Why would she target Ming-Shi?" Zhao Zhanhui, remembering Ming-Shi's resolute expression when throwing away the photos, felt a surge of anger. "Let's call on the servants one by one to check the details." A few minutes later, the housekeeper saw a servant walk out and had an inexplicable bad feeling. She asked what happened. The part-time cleaning lady looked at her strangely and said, "You'd better pray for yourself. The young master said you were treating Miss Ming-Shi badly." She hadn't expected the young master to rush back from the company just to question this matter. The housekeeper instantly understood what it was about, but didn't take it seriously. She said to the cleaning lady, "So what? They can't fire me over such a small thing. At most, I'll get a verbal warning." She looked at her somewhat defiantly and knocked on the door to enter the study. "Young master, I'm coming in." Zhao Zhanhui frowned. "I heard everything you said at the door just now." The housekeeper wanted to explain, but couldn't find the words. He angrily threw down his cup. Raising his voice by 8 degrees, he said, "A small thing? You, a housekeeper, have overstepped your bounds. You call this a small thing? Do you know that because of these small things of yours?" Ming-Shi. Mrs. Zhao was surprised. What happened to Ming-Shi? Zhao Zhanhui was at his wit's end. He didn't dare mention that Ming-Shi wanted to cut ties with them. He could only say, "Nothing. It's just that because of these things, Ming-Shi ran away from home." Mrs. Zhao was puzzled. Hasn't Ming-Shi run away from home many times before? Why are you suddenly so angry today? Zhao Zhanhui didn't know how to explain. Holding his aching head, he said, "All right, Annie Zhang, take some money and leave." Mrs. Zhao was completely bewildered. Why can't she just apologize to Ming-Shi? Why do we have to send her away? His head buzzed, disbelieving, extremely panicked. Mouth agape. Zhao Zhanhui's tone was fierce. He spat out a single word, "Get out." The next day, Ming-Shi was called over by the homeroom teacher of the international class. "Ming-Shi, the October monthly exam is coming up soon. The school allows students who've transferred classes to apply for an exemption." Ming-Shi understood the teacher's meaning, but pretended not to. "But I've caught up with the progress since transferring. I want to see what level I'm at." He had already accumulated 66 tender sprouts. There shouldn't be any low buffs. The homeroom teacher seemed a bit anxious. "It's just that our international class always ranks at the bottom." Before he could finish, Ming-Shi interrupted, "With 150 students across 3 classes, as long as I rank in the top 20, it won't lower the average score, right?" The homeroom teacher gaped at him, probably thinking he was a bit presumptuous. The little girl really loves to dream. Suddenly, the arts teacher approached excitedly. "Oh, Zhao Ming-Shi, are you interested in hosting the upcoming school anniversary celebration?" He stared blankly. "Huh? Why me?" The arts teacher chuckled. "You're this year's school beauty, you know. You're very popular." The Fuyang heir finally panicked. When was little Mask going to confess to him? On his way back to the classroom, Mingxi heard various discussions. Did you see the forum? Zhao Mingxi is the top choice for the school anniversary host. Isn't this stealing Zhao Yuan's title as school beauty? Now he's going to steal his hosting rights too? He was at a loss for words. What was going on? He never said he wanted to compete with Zhao Yuan. Ku Chengwen looked at him in surprise. Mingxi, I heard you're this year's school anniversary host. The forum's gone crazy. He sighed. It was purely helpless. Fuyang, she still didn't know what was happening. What host? He took out his phone and opened the forum to check. The title read, One Person's Blood Letter. Please let Zhao Mingxi be this year's school anniversary host. People commented in agreement. Agreed. This appearance suits our school's level. Don't just look at appearances, okay? An embroidered pillow from the regular class. How could his grades be better than the former school beauty? Who are you to assume Zhao Mingxi's grades aren't as good as Zhao Yuan's? He ranked third in the regular class before. Stop arguing. Isn't the October monthly exam coming up? Just wait and see their results. Fuyang, she frowned after reading, extremely annoyed. These people have too much free time. Who are they calling an embroidered pillow? He looked up at Zhao Mingxi. Little dog Zhao, don't tell me you haven't spoken up about this. He saw him diligently studying and didn't want to disturb him. The homeroom teacher feared he'd drag the class down. Classmates said his grades weren't as good as Zhao Yuan's. This October monthly exam, he'd see who the real embroidered pillow was. Fuyang, she saw his determined look and felt relieved. Ku Chengwen suddenly reached out to him. Forget about it. It's lunchtime. Heaven is great, earth is great, but eating is the greatest. Fuyang, she directly blocked him, gesturing with his eyes not to disturb. He pointed over there. I'll go to the cafeteria first then. Fuyang, she rested his head on one hand, staring at him. Little Mask is working so hard. I need to be a good support for him. Half an hour later, he stretched. This time he finished the practice questions faster than before with 90% accuracy. A classmate behind him gossiped. Zhao Mingxi is working so hard. Does he really want to steal Zhao Yuan's hosting position? Hearing this, Fuyang, she angrily pointed at him. Which class are you from? Why are you speaking for outsiders? Mingxi didn't mind. All right, why are you angrier than me? Could it be Dash? He quickly interrupted, already red-faced. Don't overthink it. I'm angry because you're my little brother. Being bullied right under my nose, understand? Mingxi had worked so hard for so long. Was he finally going to be accepted as Fuyang, she's little brother? Mingxi slowly drew closer. Then, since when, his heart began to race, his face flushing uncontrollably. He hurriedly replied, What, since when? I didn't say anything. He hadn't written it down yet. He immediately stopped, almost blurting it out. He liked him. Mingxi was confused. What? He just wanted to ask when Fuyang, she had started considering him as a little brother. Why was his face so red? Fuyang, she quickly picked up his textbook, hastily pushing him away. Class is starting. What are you trying to do, woman? Asking this and that. Finally, he gazed at him deeply with loving eyes, thinking to himself, when are you going to confess to me, young master? This was the first time in his life that he had held hand with a girl. And it was the kind where both hands were tightly clasped. His mind was in a whirl. He felt that his relationship with Zhao Mingxi should have progressed to this stage by now. On the day of the exam, just before it started, Zhao Mingxi was still frantically solving practice questions. His serious and diligent attitude alone made the teacher's fondness for him increase exponentially. The teacher even somewhat regretted telling him not to take the exam yesterday morning. But fondness aside, when the teacher thought about potentially losing all performance bonuses, their scalp tingled and their mood sank. This was Mingxi's first exam since his rebirth. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. He looked at the 66-week little sprouts in his potted plant, wondering if they would be enough to offset the debuff. He turned his head and said to the one supporting his hedgehog-like red hair with one hand, I'm a bit nervous. As soon as he looked over, Fuyang, she immediately averted his gaze, aimlessly flipping through book pages with one hand and coughing a few times. What should we do? He also became nervous because of him. He took off his noise-canceling headphones. It's just the October monthly exam. Now that you're my little brother, who would dare say anything if you don't do well? Mingxi held out his hand, looking at him. Then I'll be direct. Can you hold my hand for a few minutes? Fuyang, she glanced at the two slender, pale hands in front of him, then looked up at his face. His face immediately turned red. If you want to hold hands, just say so. Why use nervousness as an excuse? Fuyang, she frowned. Right here? There are so many people in class. It's not snowing or raining. How unromantic. Mingxi grew anxious. Quick, quick! The exam starts in 15 minutes. Fu Yangxi's heart raced at the urgency. Reluctantly, he extended one hand. What's the rush? But as soon as he reached out, Zhao Mingxi eagerly grasped his hand with both of his own. Fu Yangxi was instantly overcome with shyness. Except for that time, when Zhao Mingxi applied medicine. This was the first time in his life that he had held hands with a girl. And it was the kind where both hands were tightly clasped. His mind was in a whirl. Although he felt that his relationship with Zhao Mingxi should have progressed to this stage by now, wasn't this too casual? Fu Yangxi instinctively glanced outside. He saw a familiar figure passing by. He had seen her in the library, called Shun something Yao. Just as he noticed this person, the exam bell rang, and the invigilating teacher quickly walked in. Exam time has arrived. Please return to your seats, examinees. Zhao Mingxi immediately let go of his hand. Hurry, the exam is starting. Good luck on your exam. 15 minutes of interlocked fingers had grown 10 new sprouts. Mingxi felt a bit more confident about the exam. Fu Yangxi looked at him in disbelief. Why was he being so perfunctory? Just like when he confessed in the library. So casual. He didn't even say proper words of confession. How could he expect him to agree like this? Fu Yangxi stared at Zhao Mingxi for a while. Stared until the invigilator on the podium couldn't help but walk to his desk and tap it. With a full smile, focus on your exam, okay? Only then did Fu Yangxi reluctantly withdraw his gaze. He had no mood for the exam at all. He kept thinking about Mingxi, both hands tightly gripping his own. He couldn't help but smile. At the teaching building in the dusk, Zhao Zhanhui and his assistant were walking, not knowing where the dean's office and the principal's office were. Behind them, a girl holding snacks happened to see him. She exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Zhanhui." Zhao Zhanhui didn't recognize her at all. He asked, "You are?" The girl walked over. "I'm Pu Shuangyuan's good friend. I even visited your house last time." Zhao Zhanhui nodded. "Oh, hello. Do you know where the dean's office is?" Tu Shuang glanced past him and saw his assistant carrying a large bag. It seemed to be some kind of gift. She immediately understood and was very delighted. "Third floor at the end, turn left, and that's the dean's office." As Zhao Zhanhui turned to leave, he didn't forget to say thank you. Tu Shuang kept staring at his back. She was very envious that Yuan's brother was so handsome and doted on her. He even came to give gifts to the dean, for her sake. At this moment, Zhao Yuan was walking up behind her. "Shuang, why are you standing here dumbly?" She turned to face her. "Guess who I just saw coming to school?" Zhao Yuan asked who. She smiled and leaned close to Zhao Yuan's ear. "Your big brother came to see the dean?" His assistant was carrying gifts. "He must be trying to secretly give presents to make the teachers take better care of you." Zhao Yuan smiled faintly. "Is that so?" Everyone at home dotes on him, but for some reason, she felt differently about her big brother. She happily pulled Pu Shuang to pack her bag. "I'll treat you to hot pot. Then I'll call big brother to pick us up." Pu Shuang was incredibly envious. "You're like a princess. It's so blissful." Zhao Yuan felt a faint stirring in her heart. Although she couldn't be sure yet what her feelings for her big brother were, she hoped he would always be by her side. Mingxi had refused the 300,000 given by his big brother. In this life, he just wanted to live well. He didn't want to get involved with them. As the two were talking and walking downstairs, they suddenly saw Zhao Mingxi walking up. Seeing Zhao Mingxi, Pu Shuang deliberately raised her voice. "Yuan, your big brother came to school to see you again. He even brought so many things for you. He's so good to you." Zhao Yuan quickly covered Pu Shuang's mouth. She pulled Pu Shuang away, laughing as they ran. Mingxi continued up the stairs. He didn't know why the dean suddenly wanted to see him. Meanwhile, the dean, who was also the homeroom teacher of ordinary class 6, was late in collecting the exam papers. He brought the invigilator's papers to the principal's office and happened to run into Zhao Zhanhui waiting there. His tone was not pleasant. "Oh, you've come to school to pick up your other sister again." Zhao Zhanhui didn't know why this homeroom teacher suddenly seemed so aggressive towards him, but he still politely explained, "I came to see Mingxi today. You were Mingxi's homeroom teacher before he transferred classes." The class 6 homeroom teacher snorted. "It's rare for someone from your family to come see him. Last year, when he had gastroenteritis during the exam, no one from home came." He anxiously said, "What do you mean he hasn't told his family?" The class 6 homeroom teacher looks down on him. "What's the use of telling you? They've never even come to a parent-teacher conference. How come someone still showed up?" Mingxi didn't respond. Zhao Zhanhui had no choice but to apologize. "It must be that my mother forgot. I'm sorry, but it's just this one thing. Ming wanted nothing more than to smash the test papers in his face. He quickly interrupted. Just this one thing? Do you know Mingxi falls asleep in class every day because he's cooking at home the night before? Isn't your family very wealthy? Why make him cook? High school sophomore year is so demanding. Don't you want him to go to college? Zhao Zhanhuai was stunned. He had never considered that Mingxi might be tired in class. He thought cooking dinner was something Mingxi enjoyed. He was good at it and wanted to please the family. But he had never paid attention to how this affected Mingxi. Zhao Yuning was inconsiderate, always insisting on eating Mingxi's cooking. Mingxi would say with sparkling eyes, "It's okay, big brother. It doesn't take me much time." But if it were Zhao Yuan, Zhao Zhanhuai couldn't imagine the whole family letting him enter the kitchen, washing vegetables with those clean hands of his. The Class 6 homeroom teacher scoffed. He's not made of iron. Of course he gets tired. I thought you were neglecting the child, but when I see Zhao Yuan, as a homeroom teacher, seeing this kind of differential treatment makes me sick. Last year during the sports meet, he scraped his knee and no one from home came. Later, he injured his face and fell behind in his studies. Would you neglect your other sister like this? Zhao Zhanhuai felt a pang in his heart. Teacher Li, you're right to reprimand me. I came this time to have a good talk with Mingxi and make it up to her. The Class 6 homeroom teacher, clearly displeased with him, turned to leave. Before leaving, he said distrustfully, I hope you can do as you say. Zhao Zhanhuai felt dejected. The Class 6 homeroom teacher was right about one thing. If their family had done well enough, why would Mingxi need to please them? Wasn't it they who owed Mingxi? Perhaps Mingxi's decision to live at school wasn't a bad one. Just then, the door behind him opened. Zhao Zhanhuai came back to his senses. As soon as Mingxi saw him, he immediately looked into the dean's office. Seeing only Zhao Zhanhuai there, he turned to leave. Zhao Zhanhuai chased after him. If home was like a fiery pit for Mingxi, should he force him to return? Taking a deep breath, he still called out to him. Mingxi, if you don't want to come home, then don't. But I hope I'm still your big brother. I'll help you with any difficulties you have. Seeing Zhao Mingxi walking away without acknowledging him, he felt even more guilty. He quickly caught up and handed him a card. This is my secondary card. Use it directly. I won't tell anyone at home. Let it be our secret, okay? Mingxi couldn't figure out what Zhao Zhanhuai was up to. Until you're fake nice again? Aren't you afraid I'll max it out? He smiled. There's only 300,000 in it. It's what the family owes you. Just a part of it for now. Don't you understand? Mingxi quickly refused. I don't want it. Don't you like Zhao Yuan? Keep it for your marriage. If I take it now, you'll just make me pay it back later. Congratulations on your future happiness. Seeing Zhao Zhanhuai's shocked expression, Mingxi realized he had made a mistake. The current Zhao Zhanhuai hadn't developed feelings for Zhao Yuan yet. He had spoken too hastily. Mingxi left without looking back. At this moment, the Class 6 homeroom teacher returned. He patted his shoulder. Why don't you just let Mingxi go? Don't hold the child back. Zhao Zhanhuai felt powerless and handed the card to him. He explained the situation and asked the other party to take good care of Mingxi. The homeroom teacher of Class 6 hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. Zhao Zhanhuai's heart finally eased a little, but he didn't understand what Mingxi meant. The young master of the Fu family actually gave a couple's phone case to the girl he liked in front of everyone. After finishing the hot pot, Zhao Yuan thought Zhao Zhanhuai would come to pick him up today, but he didn't show up. He felt angry and embarrassed. Didn't you say my big brother wanted to give gifts to the dean? Pu Shuang was flustered. He just asked me for directions, but he didn't go for you. Could it be for Zhao Mingxi? Zhao Yuan was stunned upon hearing this. Pu Shuang speculated inwardly. Could it really be that he went for Zhao Mingxi? Perhaps the Zhao family doesn't favor Zhao Yuan as much as they thought. At this moment, the driver who came to pick him up arrived. Zhao Yuan felt his gaze, but didn't want to say much. He got into the driver's car and went home. As soon as he got home, he found out that Annie Zhang had been fired. Zhao Yuan couldn't understand it at all. He asked, Big brother, knowing Annie Zhang is close to me, how could you? Zhao Yuning, playing his game, was very irritated. It's just a housekeeper. What's the big deal? He could no longer control his emotions. He snatched Zhao Yuning's phone impatiently. Stop playing and tell me what happened. He replied irritably. Who told her to look down on Sister Mingxi and even play the victim? Who's more important, Sister Mingxi or Zhang? Can't you tell? Hearing this, Zhao Yuan's expression softened a bit. But even if she made a small mistake, it shouldn't have come to this. Hearing footsteps approaching, he quickly looked up and saw it was Zhao Zhanhuai. He ran over and threw himself in his arms, looking pitiful. Big brother, why did you fire Zhang? Answer me. Zhao Zhanhuai frowned, but didn't speak. His tone was gentle and very spoiled. "Big brother, can I sleep in your room tonight? Just like when I was little." In the past, Zhao Zhanhui would have been used to this. But at this moment, Mingxi's words suddenly echoed inappropriately in his ears, "wishing you and Zhao Yuan 100 years of happiness." He pushed Zhao Yuan away. "You're all grown up now. Don't cry over such small matters. Sleep in your own room." With that, he turned and left. He was shocked by the scene before him. A sudden panic welled up in his heart. In the past, Zhao Zhanhui would never refuse him. It seemed that after Zhao Mingxi left, everything was changing. The next day, during PE class, after free dismissal, Pu Shuang took the initiative to apologize. Yuan, it was my mistake yesterday. I didn't know your big brother went to see Mingxi. I think it's because Zhao Mingxi's running away from home caused such a big stir that it attracted your family's attention. He tried to control his temper. I know, but I can't just run away from home too, can I? Pu Shuang thought for a moment and comforted him. The monthly exam results come out today. If your grades are better than his, your family's attention will naturally fall back on you. Zhao Yuan turned his head, his gaze unconsciously falling on Zhao Mingxi from the international class, not far away. Like him, many people were secretly looking at Zhao Mingxi. Zhao Mingxi was holding a basketball, lost in thought. He was still thinking about the last monthly exam. There were still 2 questions. He needed to ask Professor Gao how to solve them this weekend. Suddenly, a girl took the ball from his arms. She handed him a phone case. The girl smiled and said, "Fuyang, she asked me to give this to you." Mingxi was completely bewildered. He instinctively turned his head to look. He saw Fuyang Shi, tall and slender, standing to one side. He waved something in his hand at him. Mingxi looked closely and realized that the phone case on his phone was black. It was also a simple one. Little Sun looked down at his own. It was a white phone case. On the back was a simple little mask. Couple phone cases. Mingxi was almost scared to death, but when he turned his head again, he found that several boys behind him all took out their phones to show him. They all had identical phone cases, just in different colors and with different patterns on the back. Mingxi's rapidly beating heart finally slowed down. He had thought that Fuyang, she had suddenly given him a couple's phone case. It turned out, it was these Chinibu teenagers' gang custom phone case. He curved his lips slightly. How childish. He lowered his head and took out his phone. He put on the phone case. Then he raised his phone, waving it at Fuyang Shi without turning his head. But this feeling of being accepted by everyone felt really good. Fuyang Shi's ears immediately turned red. He said to Kachung Wen beside him, "I told you he would put it on." Zhao Yuan saw this scene and frowned. She had heard that Fuyang Shi had protected Zhao Mingxi several times. Could they be? Shun Liao's face was expressionless. "Zhao Mingxi, are you so happy just because of a phone case?" Kachung Wen looked left and right, silently praying. When will Brother Shi grow some sense? He reminded, "Brother Shi, keep it low-key. Everyone's watching you." Fuyang Shi raised his eyebrows and even smiled. "I want everyone to know I've got his back." The rich young master had really fallen in love. He impulsively wanted to say, "Little mask, let's date." Ku Changwin muttered, "If you want to buy a couple phone cases, just buy them directly. Why force everyone to change theirs?" Fuyang Shi denied it, glaring at him. "I bought gang phone cases. Can't your young master have some personal hobbies?" Ku Changwin immediately agreed. He waved his hand. Get lost, get lost." Lin, she saw him go to take out the trash after playing basketball. His eyes lit up, and he quickly followed. Recently, the potted plant's growth had stagnated. Helping him take out the trash might earn some favor. Fuyang, she heard the footsteps behind him and turned his head. "What are you doing?" Lin, she quickly snatched the trash can that Fuyang she was carrying with one hand. "Let me help you. Brother 7, you go up first. I can take it out." Sometimes Fuyang, she felt that he was being too nice to him. Even small things like taking out the trash, he wanted to do for him. Is this what they call mutual care? He stared at him steadily. Mingxi stood in front of him, also looking up at him slightly. Fuyang, she lowered his head and noticed that Zhao Mingxi's shoelaces were untied. Is this how he usually ties his shoelaces? Mingxi looked down at his white sneakers, not understanding. "What's wrong?" Fuyang, she let out a breath. Suddenly, he bent down. His fingers touched his shoelaces. He untied the laces on both his left and right shoes. Then he tied them again. Beautiful, perfect bows. Mingxi looked down at his red hair. The fingers gripping the edge of the trash can unconsciously tighten. He felt inexplicably nervous. He felt that Fu Yangshi had been acting strange lately, strangely nice to him. His gaze fell on Fu Yangshi again. From childhood to now, only his grandmother had tied his shoelaces for him. Fu Yangshi finished tying the shoelaces. He stood up. Glancing at Zhao Mingxi, he noticed his face was quite red. So he said in a smug tone, "What are you nervous about? You're my little brother. Helping each other is only natural." Unless you don't want to hear it, Mingxi knew he was about to say something irrelevant again. He spat out 2 words, "Shut up." He strode forward, continuing to walk. Fu Yangshi's Adam's apple bobbed. Following behind him, watching his delicate silhouette, he suddenly had the urge to say, "Little Mask, let's date." But the words caught in his throat, and he swallowed them back shyly. Little Mask hadn't confessed yet. Maybe he wasn't ready. He couldn't be rash. Fu Yangshi caught up in a few steps. He reached out a hand to lift one side of the trash can, struggling to suppress the urge to smile. "Let's dump it together." Mingxi wished he could run carrying the trash can. "It's fine, I can do it myself." He pulled it back forcefully. "Don't think I don't understand that when girls say it's fine, they mean please help, and no problem means there's a problem." Mingxi was speechless. "You don't understand shit." Fu Yangshi didn't care and continued holding the trash can. Mingxi thought about it and decided to let it go. Being able to dump half was better than none. When they returned after dumping the trash, Shen Liao happened to see this scene. At this moment, a classmate walked over. "Fu Yangshi, come with me to the office." Fu Yangshi frowned, but had to hand the trash can to Mingxi. He told Mingxi to go up first. Mingxi was glad Fu Yangshi wasn't around, swinging the trash can as he went upstairs. But he happened to run into Shen Liao coming down. Seeing the smile on Zhao Mingxi's face, Shen Liao found it extremely irritating, her fingers involuntarily clenching. Just now in the upstairs corridor, she had seen it. She saw Zhao Mingxi and Fu Yangshi going to dump trash together. They were chatting and laughing, and Fu Yangshi even helped him tie his shoelaces. Her heart was filled with a burning emotion. She didn't understand what Zhao Mingxi was trying to do. Even when he wasn't around, Mingxi was so close with Fu Yangshi. Yibo suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Shen Yao tried to hold back. He might be doing it on purpose. He forcefully shook off his hand. Walking up to Mingxi, he said, "The Dong family is returning to the country this Saturday. If you need, I can accompany you to pick them up." Mingxi quickly shook his head. "No need, thank you. I appreciate your concern, but I can go by myself." Shen Liao's brows instantly furrowed. "Why?" he asked. "What do you mean, why?" Mingxi replied, "What if they misunderstand and think you're my boyfriend?" Shen Liao's heart twisted painfully. Unable to relieve the irritation, he couldn't hold back anymore. "Isn't that what you want?" Mingxi suddenly understood. So Shen Liao still thought he liked him. Although it wasn't appropriate to discuss this in front of so many people, since Shen Liao had brought it up, Mingxi decided to clear things up right there. He looked at him seriously and said, "Shen Liao, I don't like you anymore." The rich young master's love for Little Mask finally couldn't be hidden anymore. He actually hugged her in front of the whole class. Mingxi looked at Shen Liao earnestly and said, "I liked you before, maybe because you helped me. But I was young then, and there were inappropriate things. Don't take it to heart." Yibo was shocked listening to this. Shen Liao just stared at Zhao Mingxi, enunciating each word as he said those 4 words, "don't like anymore." His face was stiff and ugly. In his heart, he suddenly felt a vague pain. Zhao Mingxi probably realized he had embarrassed him, so he awkwardly said, "Well, that's it then. Bye, I have to go to class." But at this moment, he didn't feel relieved at all. Instead, a crushing sense of dull pain came over him. The feeling of completely losing something had never been so clear. Yibo still couldn't believe it. Was he joking? How could someone go from liking to not liking without any transition? It was still provoking you. Shen Liao's mind was buzzing. He had no energy to care about what Yibo had said. How did things turn out like this? Why did he suddenly give up? Yibo continued. But just now when Fu Yangshi was tying his shoelaces, his instinctive reaction was to step back. It doesn't seem like he's fallen for someone else. Shen Liao shook off his hand. "Let me be alone for a while." After saying this, he turned and walked downstairs. Yibo hurriedly caught up. "You haven't fallen for him, have you? If you don't like Zhao Mingxi, there's absolutely no need to care." Shen Liao's footsteps halted on the stairs. He almost spat out the words from his throat. I don't like him. Shun Liao told himself. He didn't like him. He didn't care. It's okay. It's not a big deal. There were so many people stuffing love letters into his desk every day. One less wouldn't matter. But why was he still so upset? He lifted his foot to go downstairs, coldly saying, don't follow me. Meanwhile, in the office, several teachers were huddled together, curiously examining a test paper. The gold class teacher said, the last question was specially designed to widen the score gap. Surprisingly, 3 people answered it completely correctly. This one is Shun Liao's. I'd never mistake his handwriting. This one is from our class, Chiuwei's. Then whose test paper is this on the table? I've never seen this student before. Teacher Yi Bing glanced at the international class in the corner. Teacher Lu smiled meaningfully. It can't possibly be from the international class, right? I say, Teacher Lu, do you still have any school-level bonuses this month? Teacher Lu was a bit angry. Let's open it and see. He hooked his red lips, picked up the test paper, and started to open it. The name was revealed. He was stunned. Who is this Zhao Mingxi? Teacher Lu crouched there. He immediately raised his head and walked over, snatching the test paper. He's from our class. The student who transferred from Teacher Li's class this month. He was stunned for a full 5 seconds. He quickly went to check Zhao Mingxi's test papers for other subjects. They were also quite good. He had struck gold. Even couldn't help but say, a regular class student with such good scores? Quickly add up the scores of other students to calculate the rankings. Teacher Lu was very proud at this moment. Teacher Yi, don't underestimate our international class students. On the other side, Mingxi was extremely nervous. He didn't know how the results would turn out. He really wanted to participate in the 100-school competition. He turned to ask Ku Chungwen, when does the international class usually announce the results? He pointed his head, smiled, and said, before class, probably. Little dog Zhao, are you very nervous? As soon as he finished speaking, Fuyangxi rolled up his book and heavily smacked his head. He looked at him with threatening eyes. Did you teach him that little mask? Ku Chungwen hurriedly corrected himself. Zhao Mingxi, are you very nervous? He nodded. Of course I'm nervous. I want to participate in the competition. It's the fastest way for me to earn money. Ku Chungwen looked him up and down, hesitantly saying, but your grades shouldn't be that good, right? Fuyangxi hit him again. Watch how you talk. Ku Chungwen's head was swollen. He hurriedly lay back down. The boy who had previously asked maliciously what Mingxi looked like under his mask recklessly whispered, it would be a blessing if you don't drag down our class average. He thought his voice was very low, and with the classroom being so noisy, no one would hear. But Fuyangxi immediately stood up, his eyes laughing coldly. Tao Han, come out for a moment. Ku Chungwen couldn't help but correct Shiji. His name is Wang Han. That person immediately ducked under the desk. Shit, I'm sorry, bro. Fuyangxi rolled up his sleeves, angrily saying, get out here. Mingxi held him back, trying to stop him. Shiji, let it go, let it go. He frowned. Little mouth, move aside. Tang Han, come out. Just then, homeroom teacher Lu suddenly burst in. Everyone watched as Lu, with a face flushed red, strode towards Zhao Mingxi. He looked at him as if gazing upon his own precious daughter. In one swift motion, he embraced him. We've made it. We've finally made it. You're truly my greatest treasure. Fuyangxi, exasperated, pulled him away. Fuck, Lu Jiangwei, let go. What the hell are you doing? As he spoke, he quickly pulled Mingxi into his own arms. As a teacher, you should know better. There should be boundaries between men and women. Don't you know that? Over in the Chongqing class, teacher Yi Bin was furious. In this exam, there were only 3 perfect scores in math. The international class upstairs got 1, but our class didn't get any. Zhao Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be Zhao Mingxi from the international class? Little Mask was overjoyed with his good results in this exam. He was extremely excited. Fuyangxi, however, thought he wanted a hug and deliberately opened his arms. Tu Shuang, sitting next to him, whispered, don't worry. You've always been stable in the top 20. Zhao Mingxi just transferred classes. He probably can't even keep up with the progress. Zhao Yuan shook her head. I'm not worried. I'm sure my scores are higher than his. What she feared was that the gap between her and Zhao Mingxi wouldn't be big enough. Only if Zhao Mingxi ranked near the bottom would their family see the difference between them. Zhao Yuan didn't continue. She heard someone call out, Yuan Yuan, the rankings are out. You're amazing. 20th place overall among the 3 classes. Zhao Yuan looked up. She suddenly felt half relieved. She smiled at Tu Shuang. I didn't perform particularly well this time. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Wait, holy shit, am I seeing this right? That's Zhao Mingxi's name. He actually made it into the top 50. Hearing this, Zhao Yuan's face changed. She quickly looked up. Then she saw something she couldn't comprehend, something unbelievable. The number in front of Zhao Mingxi's name was 19. Looking from left to right, the most eye-catching was the perfect score in the math column. She felt as if she were in a vacuum. She couldn't help but steady herself. Am I seeing this wrong? Is it really Mingxi? 19th place ahead of me. Tu Shuang was still in shock, her mouth agape. The boy in front of Zhao Yuan heard and turned to her, saying, "Yes, it's him. Your sister is amazing. Except for biology, her scores in other subjects are so high." Zhao Yuan's heart sank, her mood plummeting. How could this be? Over in the international class, Teacher Lu excitedly said, "You got a perfect score in math this month, ranking first in the international class and 19th overall among the 3 classes." Ku Chungwen was incredibly surprised. "Damn, little mask. Zhao Mingxi, you've got some skills. If I had known, I would have asked you and Shi Ji to let me copy." Fuyang, she raised a proud smile. Copy, copy, copy. Is that all you think about? I never cheat, okay? Ku Chungwen replied, "Yeah, you're too lazy to even fill in your answer sheet." "What cheating are you talking about?" Fuyang, she shouted at him. "You got some nerve, huh?" Zhao Mingxi hadn't yet processed it. He pointed at himself and looked at Fuyang Shi. "I'm 19th. They didn't grade the papers wrong, did they? Is this for real?" Fuyang Shi's heart melted. How could he be so adorably clueless? He couldn't help but ruffle Mingxi's hair, unable to contain his smile. "You ranked first in the class, and you're asking me if this last place is real. You're just showing off, aren't you?" Teacher Lu stood on the podium, overjoyed. "Today is the happiest day in my teaching career. It's also a day for our international class to hold our heads high." Suddenly, the biology teacher appeared at the classroom door, saying there was a problem with 2 students' biology scores. The total scores needed to be recalculated. This startled Teacher Lu. Fuyang, she glanced outside and frowned. What if the scores end up lower than before? Wouldn't that just be getting everyone's hopes up for nothing? Mingxi sighed. So they did grade it wrong after all. Well, this is more like how it should be. Meanwhile, the Chongqing class also received news that the rankings would be recalculated. The discussions grew louder. Why did Zhao Mingxi score so high? They wondered. It turned out there was an issue with the scores, but it was just one fill-in-the-blank question. Even if 3 points were deducted, he'd still have 697. That's still impressive. Blood rushed to Zhao Yuan's head, causing a buzzing sensation. It finally eased a bit. He struggled to calculate. If Zhao Mingxi lost those 3 points, he himself would be ranked 19th. Zhao Mingxi would then be 22nd, still below him. 10 minutes later, Yibin replaced the chart. The biology fill-in-the-blank had 2 answers, but one belonged to university-level knowledge, so it was initially marked wrong. Zhao Yuan kept staring intently at the projector. Zhao Mingxi was actually moving up, getting points added instead of deducted. He, however, dropped to 21st place. How could this be? Mingxi used to perform so poorly. Lu Xiaoxiao looked at Zhao Yuan, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Looks like he's not all that great after all. The international class's teacher Lu was so excited his eyes grew moist. 17th place. I've produced a 17th place student. Mingxi, you've set a great example for our class. Mingxi stood up in shock. 17th? There won't be another mistake, right? Teacher Lu was moved to tears. There won't be. Fuyang, she also stood up. Seeing him ranked first, he felt a game-clearing sense of satisfaction. Mingxi turned to look at Fuyang Shi. He stood up, so Mingxi followed suit. What? Fuyang Shi thought at this moment that Little Mask was overwhelmed with emotion. Judging by his gaze, it seemed he wanted to suddenly embrace him. Fuyang Shi glanced at the others. There were so many people around. It wouldn't be appropriate, right? But if he didn't agree, would Mingxi be upset? His face flushed red as he opened his arms, resigned to his fate. Come on, then. Mingxi was stunned. Was he suggesting a hug? Fuyang, she went crazy at least 100 times a day, so he was used to it. He quickly sat down. Fuyang, she felt both angry and embarrassed. So it wasn't meant to be a hug. He tried to cover his awkwardness by stretching. Pretending nothing happened, he sat down too. The rich boy was given 1,000 paper cranes by a girl. Noticing Little Mask staring at him, he suddenly felt panic. He'd been caught. Little Mask was jealous. He wondered if he should comfort her. After class, Zhao Mingxi called out to Teacher Lu. Hesitantly, he began, "Teacher Lu, have the participants for the 100 schools competition been decided? With my current 17th place, I wonder if I could join. His expression grew serious. He sighed. It's difficult. Teacher Jiang from the gold medal class decides the list. Generally, those selected are in the top 18 based on their average monthly exam scores for the year. Although you're 17th this time, your previous scores in the regular class weren't ideal. Your average has been pulled down too much. But I'll do my best to advocate for you. Mingxi felt disappointed, but nodded. Okay. Thank you, Teacher Liu. Did he still have a chance at that 50,000 yuan prize? Teacher Liu glanced outside. The cold wind was blowing. Mingxi, the temperature has dropped suddenly recently. Remember to dress warmly. Teacher Li specifically asked me to take good care of you. Mingxi paused, then smiled brightly. His smile was radiant. Yes, thank you for your concern, teacher. He hadn't expected Teacher Li to still care about him. As he was about to leave, he saw Shun Liao looking at the ranking board in the corridor. Wasn't he the one who never cared about rankings? Why now? Mingxi pondered for a moment. Let's take a detour back to the classroom. Shun Liao had an inexplicable premonition in his heart. One day, he would gradually climb to a position alongside himself, letting everyone see his radiance. However, in the past, he could be certain that he was climbing up for himself. This time, he was completely unsure. At the cafeteria, Zhao Yuning rushed over as soon as he heard the news. Sis, I saw on the forum that Sister Mingxi might be the host for this year's school anniversary. Is it true? Pu Shuang, however, said the forum was just talking nonsense. It's been yuan in previous years. There's no way they'd change it this year. He poked at his food, clearly disappointed. It's always been Sister Yuan in previous years. It will be nice to have a change this year. Pu Shuang couldn't help but shout. Zhao Yuning is your sister too. Why don't you ask about yuan? She didn't do well in this exam. She's feeling upset. Oh, Zhao Yuning mumbled while eating, pausing for a moment. Didn't do well? Weren't you ranked 22nd this time? That's the same as usual. How is that not doing well? By the way, Sister Mingxi's grades have improved so quickly. Mom would be thrilled if she knew. Zhao Yuan was trying his utmost to remain calm. Since he lost in the monthly exam, he had to at least turn things around in the 100 schools competition and the school anniversary. He remained silent for a while. A moment later, he forced a smile. If you want to see Mingxi host, I'll go talk to the arts teacher this afternoon. I'll go see Mingxi. Hearing this, he immediately exclaimed with delight. Really? That's great. Zhao Yuan gripped his chopsticks tightly. As long as Zhao Mingxi didn't return home, everyone's attention would be on him. Pu Shuang stood up, quickly saying, Yuan, there's a big music class for 3 classes this afternoon. Let's go back and review the songs first. Zhao Yuan nodded. Okay. Zhao Yuning sat there dazed, watching the two of them leave. He didn't know what was wrong. Had he said something incorrect? In the afternoon's group music class, Zhao Yuan saw that Fu Yang, she had also come, making him even more flustered. What exactly was the relationship between Fu Yang, she, and Zhao Mingxi? Why did Fu Yang, she have to sit with him even in this big class? Fu Yang, she lay on the desk, looking at Zhao Mingxi. He couldn't help but frown. Can't little masks family manage? They won't even give him money to buy clothes. He then turned to look at Zhao Yuan. How come he's dressed so warmly? This is clearly favoritism. He scratched his hair irritably. No, it bothers me to think of little Mask being treated differently. Suddenly remembering something, he pulled out a black card from his pocket. He handed it to his little brother, giving him a meaningful look. Take this card, you know what I mean, right? He made a gesture. Don't worry, 7th brother. Then he quietly slipped away. Fu Yang, she sat on the desk, contentedly stretching his arms and crossing his legs. He accidentally kicked the chair of the girl in front of him. The girl turned back to look. Seeing it was Fu Yang, her face inexplicably turned red. It's that guy from the international class, the super rich one. Hearing their whispers, his expression changed. He irritably took off his noise-canceling headphones. You want to fight? The girl placed a paper crane in front of Fu Yang. Stammering, she said, this is for you. Fu Yang, she looked at the paper crane, his brows furrowed into a knot. He pouted, what's this? A love letter? Such an old-fashioned move. He was about to pick up the paper crane when he suddenly stopped, feeling something was off. He turned his head to look at him, only to find Mingxi staring at him. At this moment, he finally panicked. Oh no, I've been caught. Little dog. Zhao must be jealous now. He felt very conflicted inside, wondering if he should comfort him. The young master Fuyang, she was truly a lovesick fool. He actually thought little Mask was jealous. He decided to comfort her. Fuyang, she picked up his phone and started searching for ways to comfort a girlfriend. He stared at Zhao Mingxi for a while. His mood suddenly soured. Someone had given him a love letter, yet he still had the heart to browse posts. He tried his best to pretend, only accidentally nudging Zhao Mingxi with his elbow. Zhao Mingxi thought Fuyang, she was annoyed that he was taking up too much space. He looked at him in surprise. "You have so much space. Why are you squeezing me?" Then, still not bothering to argue with him, he moved his book a little to the left and continued to bury his head in solving problems. Sometimes, Fuyang, she was really frustrated by Zhao Mingxi's denseness. He almost doubted whether he liked him at all. Was he too magnanimous, or was he certain that Mingxi had already set his heart on him? Mingxi lowered his head to work on problems, feeling Fuyang, she frowning at him constantly. What had he done to offend him now? Fuyang, she's gaze fell on his thermos. The cold expression on his face broke in an instant. How could he tell him that he wasn't so easy to pursue? He had to stay vigilant at all times. Zhao Mingxi noticed. His gaze was directed at his thermos. So he picked it up and tentatively asked if it contained soy milk. "Do you want some?" Fuyang, she's ears immediately turned red. He picked up the cup that his lips had touched. What was this? A hint? This must definitely be a hint. Zhao Mingxi unscrewed the thermos and carefully poured some into the cup lid. He picked up the cup lid and said, pretending to be reluctant, "If you insist on me trying it, I'll reluctantly have a taste." Why was he using the cup lid? Was he looking down on him? After he finished a cup of soy milk, the potted plant strangely moved a bit. 50 small sprouts could grow into a small tree. Now, he already had 1 small tree and 29 small sprouts. The system's voice rang out. "Congratulations! You've unlocked a new way to increase luck. 50 seedlings can grow into a small tree. Just 21 more, and you can grow a second small tree." Mingxi immediately poured another cup for Fuyang Shi. His eyes sparkled. "Have another cup." Fuyang Shi, not understanding, drank another cup. "One more." He gulped down another. Another one. He down one more. He now had 1 small tree and 31 small sprouts. Mingxi was overjoyed. One last cup. Fuyang, she was about to throw up. He tightly closed his mouth. No more, no more. Was he doing this on purpose? Punishing him for talking to another girl earlier? Mingxi whispered to him, "If you like drinking it, I'll give you a cup of dessert every day from now on." Fuyang Shi, though sweet inside, immediately refused. "I want dessert. What kind of man drinks soy milk all day? What if my chest grows?" Zhao Mingxi looked a bit disappointed. "All right." At this moment, the music teacher walked in. He immediately spotted Fuyang Shi. Usually, he would skip classes like this, never attending. Today, he actually came to class. His red short hair was very eye-catching. The music teacher on the stage couldn't help but call him up to play a piece on the piano. In the past, Fuyang, she wouldn't even bother to stand up. But today, looking at Zhao Mingxi sitting beside him, he wanted to show off. His lips curled into a smile. So he lazily went up to the stage. Once on stage, Fuyang, she played a piece smoothly. Zhao Mingxi couldn't help but put down his pen, looking at Fuyang Shi with newfound admiration. He looked so serious and quiet, a different kind of handsome from his usual self. A few minutes later, he finished playing. As soon as he stood up, he looked towards Mingxi in the audience. He slowly walked over. "Don't dwell on it. If you like it, I'll play it for you again later. The teacher is calling you to go up." After Zhao Mingxi went on stage, he played a short, familiar tune. The deep, elegant music flowed gently. Although he hadn't played in a long time, was a bit rusty, playing a piece shouldn't be a problem. Shen Liao sat in the last row, lips pressed tight, his gaze fixed on Zhao Mingxi. He actually knew how to play the cello. Yi Bo spoke up beside him. "Zhao Mingxi can play an instrument? I've never heard about this before." Shen Liao didn't know either. He had known Zhao Mingxi for 2 years, yet it seemed he had never really understood him. He gaped in astonishment. When did Zhao Mingxi learn to play the cello? And he played it so well. Zhao Yuan felt panicked inside. Now he had even less of an advantage in competing for the school anniversary host position. He then prepared to leave to find the teacher and settle it. Wu Shuang immediately followed. Yuan, you're still better. You have a level 10 in piano." Fuyang, she happened to see this scene. He asked Ku Changwen, who had just snuck in late, "Where is he going?" He replied, probably to the arts department office. Fuyang, she had a sudden idea. He's not going to pull some trick again, is he? He suddenly smiled mischievously. Do you know anyone the first year? Ko Chung-wen felt this was not good. Shiji, what are you planning to do? He stroked his chin with a nonchalant air. Of course, we can't let someone's scheme succeed. The rich young master's love for Little Mask was something to be proud of. As the weather turned cold, he thoughtfully gave Mingxi a matching scarf. What others had, his Little Mask couldn't be without. He pried open Fuyangxi's face, staring intently at him, the wound on his neck. Fuyangxi's heart was pounding. He thought Little Mask was going to forcefully kiss him in the classroom. He instantly became shy. Back in the classroom, Ko Chung-wen looked at Zhao Mingxi in surprise. You've been hiding your talents. I never knew you could play the cello before. He was quite modest. It's not really an important skill. Fuyangxi irritably pushed Ko Chung-wen's head away. Put away that drooling face of yours. Fuyang, she suddenly waved lazily at the classroom door. Hey, you come here. A lackey quickly ran over. He placed a large box on Mingxi's desk, telling Mingxi to choose first. Mingxi stood up and asked, "What's this?" As he spoke, he opened it, looking at a whole box of fluffy scarves. They appeared soft and puffy, but very exquisite. Ko Chung-wen explained, "Wow, the gang is really generous." Fuyangxi sat on the desk, leaning back on his hands, long legs swinging, looking down at Zhao Mingxi smugly. Now you're the number one lackey, so you get to choose first. He picked up a scarf and examined it carefully. Your gang stuff is really fancy. First phone cases, now scarves. But wearing a scarf in October? Are Southerners that afraid of the cold? He prepared to put it away. The next second, Fuyangxi snatched it away. He looked bewildered. What's wrong? Fuyangxi didn't answer. He simply lowered his head and carefully helped him wrap the scarf around his neck. He whispered a few words. It's been said that it's a gang scarf. We can't be out of sync. He felt a warmth in his heart. This way he wouldn't be cold. Zhao Yuan had one. His Little Mask couldn't be without one. Fuyangxi pretended to cough casually, reaching out to take a scarf of the same style but different color. Since that's the case, I might as well pick one randomly too. Ko Chung-wen raised an eyebrow. This is what you call picking randomly? I'd say you're quite precise in your selection. Fuyangxi was pleased with himself. Just as he was about to take off the original scarf from his neck to put on the new matching one, Mingxi suddenly looked up and noticed a deep, long blood mark on the right side of his neck, near the back. Mingxi immediately walked over and turned Fuyangxi's face towards him. The two were suddenly very close. Fuyangxi's heart was pounding. His eyelashes were like raven feathers, black and long, clearly visible. Mingxi stared intently at his wound. How did you get hurt again? It's just like the blood mark on the back of your hand last time. Fuyangxi was startled. He thought Mingxi was about to forcefully kiss him. His face instantly turned red, his body as stiff as a rock. Fuyangxi's eyelid twitched. He only then realized Mingxi was looking at the wound on his neck. His expression changed, and he immediately pushed Mingxi away. Standing up straight, he took 2 steps back and quickly wrapped the scarf around his neck. Mingxi stared at his neck in shock. I can't believe I only noticed it today. What happened to your neck? Fuyangxi relaxed his expression and said nonchalantly, the water for the instant noodles was too hot. The glass bowl shattered. Mingxi frowned. It was the same last time. Fuyangxi looked at him guiltily and gave a soft in response. For some reason, Mingxi felt inexplicably angry. If it had been a bit more to the side, it would have hit your carotid artery. Are you always this careless? Seeing his expression, Fuyangxi suddenly felt a bit soft inside. He raised his eyebrows smugly and said cockily, Little Mask, haven't you heard? Scars are a man's medals of honor. Hearing this, Mingxi rolled his eyes. But he still felt uneasy. He wondered if he had drained Fuyangxi's luck, causing him to get injured frequently. The system told him, you're just borrowing luck, not absorbing it. Fuyangxi's injuries are definitely not your fault. Hearing the system's words, Mingxi felt somewhat relieved, but he still felt a bit uneasy. He decided to pause borrowing luck for a few days to observe the situation. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuning was suddenly dragged urgently by a friend to the arts department office. Hurry up, hurry up. A senior from the 3rd year is looking for you. Zhao Yuning didn't know anyone in the 3rd year, but his friend's grip was so tight he couldn't break free. With an irritated mood, he was pulled to the arts department. Before they got close, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Teacher, have you decided on the host for next month's school anniversary? Zhao Yuning instinctively stopped in his tracks. He thought Zhao Yuan was there to recommend Zhao Mingxi. Sister Yuan is really generous, he thought. So he became even more reluctant to disturb and just stood outside waiting for him to come out. He sneaked a few glances here, This should count as fulfilling the senior's request, right? Inside the office, Zhao Yuan spoke with discontent. Teacher, I've been the host for 2 years. I have the ability and qualifications to be the host this time. But the teacher feels that Mingxi is also very popular. He furrowed his brows. But many people on the forum suspect he cheated. He's my sister. I know his level. He even sought out Shun Liao before the exam. He heard everything clearly from outside. Suddenly, his heart jolted. How could this be? Zhao Yuan had always been the type to neither compete nor fight for anything. Mingxi got the only spot for the 100-school competition. Yet people cursed him as the rich young master, saying he bought the spot with money. He was absolutely furious. What did Motzi mean? He quickly searched it on his phone. It turned out to be a derogatory term referring to someone's girlfriend. After reading this, the anger on his face dissipated. The door opened with a click. Zhao Yuan came out from inside. She turned and met Zhao Yuning's incredulous gaze. The air fell dead silent. After a moment, Zhao Yuan was startled. She shuddered in shock. Why are you here? She didn't know how long he had been there or how much he had heard. That day after school, they returned home. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Seeing Zhao Yuan's red-rimmed eyes, their mother scolded Zhao Yuning. What nonsense have you done again? Apologize to your sister. Zhao Yuning was on the verge of exploding with anger. Why don't you ask what she did? She accused Mingxi of cheating. He stared at Zhao Yuan as if he didn't recognize her, still pretending. You've played us all for fools. Are you satisfied? Zhao Yuan put on an aggrieved expression. We grew up together. Why do you side with Mingxi and not listen to my explanation? Zhao Yuning, enraged, shouted without thinking. Because you're a cuckoo in the nest. Do you deserve everyone's favoritism? Their mother stepped forward and slapped Zhao Yuning. He touched his injured cheek and spoke coldly. Now I understand why Sister Mingxi ran away from home. I can't stay in this house either. With that, he turned and left. Zhao Yuan watched his retreating figure, unable to understand why Zhao Yuning had suddenly appeared at the office door. Could it be Zhao Mingxi's doing? The next day, during the long break, Zhao Yuan was walking near the teaching building, holding a book. She had asked her classmates last night, and they all said Zhao Mingxi was still playing when they left. She unconsciously looked up and suddenly met a gaze from the 5th floor of the teaching building. It was too far to see clearly who it was, but the flamboyant red short hair, gilded by the sunlight, revealed his identity. Could it be Fu Yangxi? Zhao Yuan could hardly believe it. The mighty young master of the Fu family, targeting a mere girl like her for Zhao Mingxi's sake? She had to find out about their relationship. Inside the teaching building, Teacher Lu caught up with Mingxi from behind. New information. Our school has an extra spot for the 100 schools competition. Mingxi was stunned, his heart pounding with excitement. Really? Teacher Lu was also delighted. Yes, I'm going to tell Teacher Jiang from the gold medal class right now. Maybe you'll get to go. Yibo overheard their conversation. He quickly told Shun Liao, damn, Kong Jiaza was right. Our school really did get an extra spot. He couldn't help but say, Yao Chun, I think Kong Jiaza is pretty good too. He can do ballet and has good grades. Shun Liao's face turned frighteningly cold. She spat out 2 words, shut up. Yibo sheepishly closed his mouth. He turned his attention to the components Shun Liao had already finished, only to find that the robot had been assembled incorrectly. Ever since Zhao Mingxi said he no longer liked Yao Chun, Yao Chen's error rate had become too high. He tentatively said, why don't you go win Zhao Mingxi back? Shun Liao's hand paused. Her cool brow furrowed as she said, I told you to shut up. Get out if you keep talking. Yibo Sikhit. It was over, completely over. The news about the extra spot also reached the Chongqing class. The average score of Mu Jiao from the Chongqing class was exactly 19th place. He had always just missed the competition spot, but now with the sudden news of an extra spot, wouldn't it be his for sure? Zhao Yuan frowned. It seemed Zhao Mingxi had no chance to participate now. At least for the 100 schools competition, she had won. At that moment, a bombshell exploded in the building. After the list was published, the last participant turned out to be none other than Zhao Mingxi. Tu Shuang stood up and shouted, based on average scores, the 19th place is Mu Jiao. Why was he eliminated? Is this another backroom deal? How much money did Mingxi spend? No, wait, how much did Fu Yangxi spend on him? Moreover, I heard this spot was specially requested by Professor Gao. The school is being too careless. Zhao Yuan gritted his teeth hard. Fu Yangxi just loved helping Zhao Mingxi so much always opposing him at every turn. Meanwhile, a student from the international class exclaimed in surprise, "Zhao Mingxi, you've really brought honor to our class this time." Mingxi was stunned. "Is it really me?" Fuyang, she secretly rejoiced. Go away, go away. Little Mask is going to compete. Don't infect him with your stupidity." Someone in the corridor shouted, "Fuyang Shi, if you have the guts to buy a spot for the pockmark, come out and face us." Fuyang Shi was furious when he heard this. What pockmark? He quickly searched on his phone. Was it some kind of insult? It turned out to refer to someone's girlfriend. After looking it up, half of the anger on his face dissipated. Ku Chungwen looked at Fuyang Shi, whose ears had suddenly turned red for no apparent reason. "Aren't you angry?" Fuyang Shi frowned symbolically. "Oh, I'm so angry." The injury of the Fu family's young master had nothing to do with Little Mask's luck. But to be safe, Mingxi decided to pause contact for a while. But Fuyang, she thought Little Mask was angry and instantly felt his composure crumble. It was also because of this that Mingxi's second brother, Zhao Mo, appeared. Fuyang, she stood up displeased. These people were really noisy. He walked out with a dark face. The crowd immediately retreated. He lazily swept his gaze over them. What's all the fuss about? Zhao Mingxi has the ability. The Chongqing class people are getting more and more arrogant. If you have the guts, compete fairly. Don't use underhanded tactics behind people's backs. Fuyang, she was thoroughly enraged. Say that again. Zhao Mingxi was about to go out, but was pulled back by Ku Chungwen. You going out there will only add fuel to the fire. Let Shi Ji handle it. He sat restlessly, watching outside, hoping there wouldn't be a fight. Just as the situation was about to escalate, the head teacher arrived, flustered and sweating profusely. What's going on here? Want to clean toilets again? Fuyang, she fixed a dangerous gaze on the head teacher. He spoke icily. You dare make me clean toilets, and I'll dare to demolish the building. The head teacher swallowed hard, terrified by these words. Teacher Yi Bing also rushed over. Principal, you need to explain clearly. Why was the spot given to Zhao Mingxi instead of Mu Jiao? The head teacher explained until his tongue nearly blistered. I've said it, this spot was specially requested for Zhao Mingxi by Professor Gao. Teacher Jiang also questioned, Principal, we can't bow for a mere 5 bushels of grain. Let's give this spot to Mu Jiao according to the rules. Fuyang, she sneered. Interesting. I've never given you anything. Who cares about your old waist? Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang was furious. His face flushed red, eyes wide with anger. How dare you speak to a teacher like that? Suddenly, a stern, unfeeling voice interrupted them. Jiang Guanping, what nonsense are you up to? Zhao Mingxi is my personal disciple. Only 3 people solved that big question in the monthly exam, and he was one of them. What's unfair about it? Teacher Yibing, right? Why don't you become the vice chairman of the competition instead? Everyone looked and saw the head of teaching holding up his phone, making a video call. It really was Professor Gao. They quickly bowed. Professor Gao was annoyed and ordered them not to call again. Mu Jiao couldn't accept it and ran away. Teacher Yi Bin, seeing his students still there, shouted, What are you standing around for? Go back to class. Fuyang, she walked back to the classroom with a smile. He knew his little mask had earned the spot on his own merit. He glanced at Mingxi's seat, but he wasn't there. He asked Ku Chungwen where he was. He looked up and honestly replied, as soon as the crowd in the hallway dispersed. He said he was going to the library to study. As Fuyang, she was about to sit back in his seat, he noticed a note on the desk. He picked it up and read, From now on, do your own homework, clean up your own comic books, and no more desserts. His mood instantly collapsed. What had he done wrong? Why was Little Mask suddenly angry? Meanwhile, at the library, Lin, she was still thinking about what the system had said. Fuyangxi's injury had nothing to do with him leeching off his luck. But to be safe, he'd paused their interactions for a while. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Little Bean Sprout, pretending to study again? Let me see what problems you're working on. Mingxi turned his head. He saw his second brother, Zhao Mo, standing in front of him. But wasn't he supposed to be abroad? Thinking carefully, today was Mrs. Zhao's birthday. No matter how busy, he should have returned to the country. He reached for the competition problem set on Mingxi's desk, letting out a yo. He mockingly said, So it's a competition problem set. I advise you to give up. No matter how much you study, your IQ is just that. Mingxi immediately stood up and snatched the book from Zhao Mo's hand. Then he quickly stuffed it into his backpack. He slung the backpack over his shoulder, said nothing, and turned to leave. He looked at Zhao Mingxi's back with some surprise. What was going on? He used to joke about him before, and he never had such a big reaction. Zhao Mo quickly followed. Mingxi was rapidly descending the stairs. He habitually reached out his hand to pinch Mingxi's face. Little bean sprout, you've become arrogant. Now you're not learning from Zhao Yuan, but taking the rebellious route. Mingxi slapped his hand away with a paw. He said very coldly, "Get lost." He wouldn't waste another 5 years on them. The young master Fuyang saw a strange man pulling and pushing Mingxi around, mistaking him for a hooligan. Without a second thought, he kicked at him hard. "You dare bully my person? You're asking for death." Fuyang Shi's love for Little Mask was extraordinary. He gently rubbed his little head. Little Mask was very touched. No one had ever stood up for him like this before. Whether to marry or not didn't seem so important anymore. The person who treats you well is the most important. Zhao Mo thought his ears were playing tricks on him. His hand froze. He looked at Zhao Mingxi with an incredulous expression, dumbfoundedly repeating, "You told me to get lost?" He cursed angrily. "I just got back from abroad. You don't even say hello, and you tell me to get lost? Zhao Mingxi, aren't you being a bit too rebellious?" As he spoke, he grabbed Mingxi's wrist. "Come with me to the hotel. It's the birthday banquet today. I don't have the energy to discipline you, you ungrateful little brat." Mingxi forcefully yanked his wrist free. He swatted his hand away. Zhao Mo wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt that Zhao Mingxi's expression when looking at him was like looking at a fly he had once been close to. It was filled with regret. What did he regret? Did he regret trying to please him, his second brother, or coming to this family? Mingxi made his attitude very clear. "I won't go back. If you don't leave, I'll call security. If you don't want to appear in the social news section tomorrow, then get lost." Zhao Mo, seeing his look of disdain, instantly flew into a rage. "Go ahead and call." He curled his lip and let out an "oh." "I forgot. You're just a lukewarm D-list celebrity. All your fans are bots. This little incident probably won't even get any attention." Zhao Mingxi's blood pressure skyrocketed. His eyes bulged red. In addition to his anger, seeing Mingxi's cold and disgusted expression, he violently grabbed her wrist. "Come back to the hotel with me to talk." Mingxi struggled desperately. "I won't go." Fuyang Shi and Ku Chengwen were carrying takeout toward the library. Before they got close, they saw a strange man wearing a baseball cap pulling and tugging at Zhao Mingxi. Fuyang Shi's mind went blank. His rationality shut down with a snap. He walked over with a dark expression. "You dare to bully my person? You're asking for death." He came over and kicked Zhao Mo flying with one foot. Caught off guard, Zhao Mo crashed into the iron fence with a bang. He saw stars, and his hat flew off. "Fuck, who is it?" Mingxi wanted to stop him, but was held back by Ku Chengwen. "Shiji, you have to seize this chance to be the hero." Some boys nearby shouted, "Holy shit, Shiji is beating someone up. Is it a pervert? Did a pervert sneak into school to harass girls?" My fists are itching. As Fuyang Shi furiously pummeled him, Zhao Mo desperately protected his face, yelling, "Don't hit the face." 30 minutes later, at the police station, an officer looked up at a tall male student, reprimanding him. "Why did you dye your hair red? Why did you hit someone?" Fuyang Shi held his head high, unrepentant. "He's a pervert. Who else should I beat if not him? As for the red hair, it's because I'm handsome. The law doesn't say red hair can't be human, right?" After speaking, Fuyang Shi turned his head to look at the lawyer who had hurriedly arrived with a briefcase. "Where's Zhao Mingxi?" The sharp and capable lawyer Zhang quickly walked over. "Young Master Fu, Miss Zhao is waiting outside." Fuyang Shi frowned slightly. "Don't let him stay with that stinking pervert." Zhao Mo, being reprimanded by another officer, angrily retorted, "Who the fuck are you calling a stinking pervert? I'm his second brother. I just wanted him to come back for a birthday banquet today." Zhao Zhangquai frowned. "You shut up and say less." The officer immediately scolded him too. "Don't cause trouble. If you're his brother, why were you mistaken for a pervert in public? Why were you manhandling him?" Zhao Mo raged. "I'm a celebrity. I was worried about being followed by Say-seeing fans, so I was in a hurry to take her back." Ku Chengwen laughed. "Say-seeing fans? You don't even have as many as our Shiji." Fuyang, she said to lawyer Zhang, "I think I lost several strands of hair. Did you count them at the scene?" He replied, "I did, young master. Don't worry." He pushed up his glasses and looked at the trembling Zhao Mo and the pale-faced Zhao Zhangquai. "Well then, gentlemen, I'll be fully representing and negotiating with you for the following matters." Fuyang Shi and Ku Chengwen came out of the police office. Zhao Mingxi was waiting anxiously in the corridor outside. Seeing them come out, he quickly stood up. How did it go? It's not a big deal. To avoid implicating Ku Changwen, lawyer Zhang will probably settle it privately. Fuyang, she went to check Mingxi's wrist. Seeing no marks left on the delicate white wrist, the raging fire in his heart finally subsided a bit. Someone from the infirmary urged, "Hurry up and come get treated." Fuyang, she shouted towards the end of the corridor. Wait a moment. He paused, not daring to look up at Zhao Mingxi because he had done something wrong. He said softly, "I'm sorry. I beat up your brother. I didn't know he was." Mingxi smiled and interrupted him. "It's okay. I don't care about them at all, as long as you're all right." Ku Changwen hastily spoke up. "We're fine. Brothers have to stick together, you know. And don't worry, Shi Ji has already taught them a lesson. No one will speak of today's events." Fuyang, she ruffled Zhao Mingxi's hair, his tone lightening. "Wait here for a bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll go to the infirmary to treat the wounds. Then we'll leave together." Mingxi nodded. Okay. Besides He Yang and Dong Sheng, no one had ever stood up for him like this. Sometimes, whether to marry or not didn't seem so important anymore. The people who truly cared for you were what mattered most. This time, Little Mask had completely severed ties with his family. The young Master Fuyang, she had always been a strong pillar behind him. He had always been protecting him. Since they didn't want Little Mask, then Little Mask would be his. Zhao's mother couldn't wrap her head around it. She couldn't understand it all. What do you mean Mingxi wants to cut ties with our family? Isn't he just running away from home? Zhao Zhanhuai looked utterly exhausted. He rubbed his brow and said, "In fact, since he left home last time, I haven't been able to persuade him to come back. I've been keeping it from you, fearing you'd be angry." Zhao's father's face turned ashen. "What exactly happened while I was away?" Zhao Zhanhuai couldn't explain. Even his usually gentle expression was starting to crack. "You two should ask yourselves, have you ever cared about Mingxi?" Zhao's mother was very certain. He's just throwing a childish tantrum. Zhao Yuning crouched to the side, listening to the three argue. He felt equally frustrated. It was precisely because they were all like this that Zhao Mingxi didn't want to come back. The three of them walked out of the police station. Turning to Fuyang Shi, he said, "Wait for me for a bit. There are some things I need to deal with." Ku Chingwen looked worried. "Zhao Mingxi, you're not really going to cut ties with your family, are you?" Fuyang Shi immediately interrupted. "Only the person drinking knows if the water is hot or cold. It's annoying when others try to interfere. Zhao Mingxi, don't listen to anyone else. Make your own decision. As long as you've thought it through, any decision is a good decision." Mingxi looked at Fuyang Shi and nodded firmly. Fuyang, she coldly swept his gaze over the whole family, feeling a bit uneasy. But he also knew he had to give Little Mask some space to resolve things on his own. He thought for a moment, then held out his hand and said, "Give me your phone." Mingxi took out his phone and handed it to him. Fuyang, she quickly switched to the phone interface and entered his phone number. Then he placed it back in Mingxi's hand, took his backpack, and spoke in an unexpectedly steady tone. "I've set the screen to stay on with my number displayed. Just press the dial button, and I'll come right over." Mingxi nodded and turned to walk towards his parents. The night air was cool, but he felt a solid wall behind him. Mingxi spoke first. "Stop looking for me." Again and again. "It's annoying." Zhao's mother's expression began to change, her body trembling slightly in disbelief. "What are you talking about? If there's anything wrong, let's go home and talk about it slowly." Mingxi coldly replied, trying to speak as clearly as possible so the family would understand in one go. "Cutting ties means you no longer need to support me, and I won't be responsible for your care either. Legally speaking, we'll owe each other nothing." Mingxi took out a card and tossed it to Zhao Zhanhuai. "Your money. I no longer owe you." From a corner, Zhao Yuning suddenly stood up and shouted, "Sis." Mingxi immediately cut him off. "Don't call me sis." For a moment, Zhao's mother almost couldn't catch her breath. She clutched her chest. "Today is Mom's birthday. Do you really have to say these hurtful things today?" Zhao Zhanhuai felt a sharp pain in his heart. "Yes, at least don't say it today." Mingxi held back his tears. He took a deep breath. It was never said in anger. "I was wrong from the beginning. I shouldn't have expected anything from my birth parents. I shouldn't have longed for things that don't belong to me. Now you don't have to be torn between me and Zhao Yuan anymore. And no one will be an eyesore to you anymore. Please, just consider this the last time you fulfill your responsibility. Let me go, will you?" The next second, he dialed the number on his phone. The air was deathly silent for a moment. The wind could be faintly heard wailing. A moment later, a black off-road motorcycle, never seen before, drove up. The engine's rumble stopped. Handsome features, flamboyant red hair. He leaned down and placed the cold helmet on Mingxi's head. Mingxi looked at him, his heart settling. The relationship was completely severed. Fuyangxi fastened the strap under his chin. His fingertip lightly flicked, imperceptibly wiping away a glimmer from the corner of Mingxi's eye. He suddenly smiled. Leaving home, such a hellish place. So happy to get on the bike. Since they don't want Little Mask, then Little Mask is his now. On the Zhao family side, Zhao Yuan went upstairs and heard crying. She looked up. She saw Mrs. Zhao sitting on the sofa, crying very sadly. She walked over and crouched down, gently comforting her. Mom, don't be sad. You still have me. I'll always be with you. Seeing the dress Zhao Yuan was wearing, Mrs. Zhao felt a strange lump in her throat. Mingxi had already been pushed out of the family, yet Zhao Yuan was still wearing Mingxi's dress. Before, Zhao Yuan often wore clothes prepared for Mingxi. Mrs. Zhao only now realized that she had pushed her own biological daughter further and further away. Suddenly, Jiang Xiuxiu, who was second on the list of important people, appeared. Little Mask's gaze was fixed on him. The rich young master, overcome with jealousy, asked very unhappily, "Are you my little brother or his little brother?" Little dog Zhao thought for a moment. Can I be both? When it comes to being the boss, 6% and 2%, of course I'd choose Fuyangxi, the 6%. Mingxi sat on the back of the motorcycle, his arms wrapped around Fuyangxi's waist. The traffic flowed like a waterfall. The cold night wind whipped past his temples. A moment later, the motorcycle stopped. He took off his helmet and helped Mingxi take his off too. He reached out to fix Mingxi's bangs. Wrap the scarf tighter. It's too cold at night. If we keep riding, both our fingers will freeze. Mingxi raised his hand to touch his wound, asking, "Does it hurt?" Fuyangxi touched the band-aid at the corner of his lip. "This little injury? No fear." Ku Qingwen also parked his car by the roadside. The window lowered, and Hiyang leaned out, calling to Mingxi. Mingxi was very excited. "How did you bring Hiyang along, too?" Ku Qingwen smiled happily. A clean break, emerging from the cocoon as a butterfly. How can we not celebrate with some barbecue? Shi Ji told me to invite your friend too. Zhao Mingxi, get in the car. He walked over and opened the car door. Fuyangxi suddenly interrupted, striding to the car door. He flung it open and yanked out a male student. Jiang Xiuqiu, you go sit in the front passenger seat. Jiang Xiuqiu greeted, long time no see. Is this how you treat your old friend? Mingxi's eyes immediately lit up. Isn't this the second person on the list of potential freeloaders? Mingxi's gaze remained fixed on him. Fuyangxi counted to 10 while watching the clock. He saw that Zhao Mingxi was still staring at Jiang Xiuqiu. Is Jiang Xiuqiu that handsome? He had never stared at him like that. Mingxi came to his senses and found Fuyangxi glaring at him intently, his face suddenly turning sour. Confused, he asked, "What's wrong?" Fuyangxi, trying hard not to sound jealous, said, "It's late at night. Your eyesight is really good." He pushed Mingxi quickly into the car. Soon after, the group sat down in a steamy barbecue restaurant. Mingxi and Jiang Xiuqiu asked simultaneously, "Oh, it's you?" After asking, both had expressions of surprise followed by understanding. Fuyangxi's face frosted over even more. "What do you mean it's you?" "Little dog Zhao, you and Jiang Xiuqiu already know each other." Mingxi explained, "We don't really know each other. I just took an exam for him before. The cello exam at the Cultural Palace. He's the one with the nickname Handsome Jada." Fuyangxi's face elongated. "So you two have already added each other on WeChat?" Mingxi nodded, yeah. His jealousy flared. "Isn't that quite a coincidence?" Mingxi poured a glass of wine. "I guess you could say that." He smiled and extended his hand. "Employer, let's shake hands. If you have similar requests in the future, come find me." Jiang Xiuqiu shook his hand. "No problem." At this moment, Mingxi's little sprout grew by 1.5 points. Although not as much as Fuyangxi's, it was enough to make him happy. Mingxi, feeling excited, asked Jiang Xiuqiu, "You haven't been to school for so long. Do you need someone to help you organize your test papers? Also, do you need someone to run errands for you during your daily duties?" Ku Chengwen silently looked at Fuyangxi's face, which was turning green. "My goodness, Zhao Mingxi, can't you read the room?" Before Jiang Xiuqiu could speak, Fuyangxi grabbed Mingxi's body, gripping his shoulders with both hands. He glared at him angrily. "Are you my little brother or his little brother?" Mingxi seriously replied. Can I be both? Is there professional competition in being a big brother? Fuyanon fe, exasperatid, stouted. No. Two tigers can't share the same mountain, understand? You choose. Jiang Xiuqiu was laughing hysterically on the side. Can't help it. My charisma is irresistible. Mingxi thought to himself. 6% and 2%? Then of course he'd choose Fuyang Shi, the 6%. Smiling, he said, then I'll choose to be your little brother. Fuyang Shi's ears turned red. He felt satisfied. His gaze turned wild, cool, and domineering. Looks like my charisma is greater after all. Mingxi felt very warm. Watching this group of young people joking around, his heart also felt warm. Something was quietly growing, filling the empty corners of his heart. Mingxi happily drank a couple more glasses. He started to feel dizzy. Fuyang, she seemed to be swaying in front of him. He began to see to Fuyang's eyes. Mingxi propped up his head, his beautiful face flushed. He hugged Fuyang Shi and burst into tears with a wah. His voice carried a hoarse undertone. My grandma. Fuyang Shi was stunned. What's going on? The rich young master, to make little Mask happy, specially took her to the place where he grew up. Mingxi felt very warm with him. Even without luck, he was still a very important person. Yang suddenly remembered. He felt a bit dizzy himself. Oh no, Mingxi can't drink alcohol. He gets drunk with just a sip. Fuyang Shi frowned. Why didn't you say so earlier? Mingxi was wailing loudly in Fuyang Shi's arms. He hadn't even seen his grandmother's face for the last time. With chili on his hands, the more he rubbed his eyes, the more they stung. His tears flowed even more fiercely. Fuyang Shi rarely saw Zhao Mingxi cry so devastatingly. His heart clenched. He turned to ask Yang, who's his grandmother? Where does she live? Send me the address. Yang looked at Mingxi sadly. She has already passed away. He's not actually like you all think, spoiled since childhood. Mingxi's body felt light, his mind as if filled with water, swaying, but he could vaguely hear their conversation. He suddenly burst into tears again, grief-stricken. Grandma's gone. It's all my fault. Fuyang Shi comforted him softly. It's not your fault. Not your fault. Let's go home, okay? Ku Chengwen looked at Mingxi, his feelings complex. He hadn't expected his experiences to be so tumultuous. The light from the street lamps outside the shop shone on the ground, swirling in the cold air. It was freezing. Mingxi looked down. Why was Fuyang Shi tying his shoelaces again? His consciousness was becoming increasingly blurry. He only felt so cold. Why haven't they reached home yet? Fuyang Shi stood up, carefully wrapping the scarf around him. Mingxi, however, thought it was a warm utility pole. He lunged forward and hugged it tightly. Finally, not cold anymore. Then he completely lost consciousness. He slept for a while. In the morning, the hum of an engine and slight shaking made Mingxi's head ache. It was about to split. As Mingxi vaguely regained some consciousness, about to open his eyes, his first sensation was cold. What's going on? It's much colder than yesterday. Did the temperature suddenly drop by more than 10 degrees? His eyes met a somewhat dirty car window. He was in a car. Kidnapper? Mingxi looked to his left. Fuyang Shi was sitting there, sleeping. Mingxi suddenly felt at ease. Mingxi then looked to his right. It was a dilapidated but familiar station. This was Tongsheng. The car stopped. The driver spoke in a local accent. We're here. Wake up. Time to get off. They all woke up and got out of the car. Fuyang Shi opened the car door in front of Mingxi. Mingxi, with swollen red eyes, stared at him blankly. At this moment, he felt as if he was dreaming. Was this Alice in Wonderland or something? How did he wake up and return to the place where he grew up? Seeing him frozen in place, Fuyang Shi leaned in slightly, his lips curling into a smile. He grinned and said to Mingxi, "Welcome home, girl." Biao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are all you international class people this sick? Ku Chengwen, seizing the moment while Fuyang Shi was distracted, whispered, "To be honest, I'm the most normal one, and I'm also the class heartthrob." Mingxi snapped out of his dreamlike state. After getting off the car, he involuntarily held his breath and couldn't help but ask, "How did we end up here?" There's no helipad in your town, so the plane flew to the city center first. Then Shiji hired a car to come here. Mingxi instinctively looked at Fuyang Shi. He found it hard to describe his feelings at that moment. It was like being given hot coals in the coldest time, telling him everything would be all right. Fuyang Shi glanced at Mingxi's earlobes, which had turned white from the cold. He urged, all right, let's go inside. The wind is so strong here." Mingxi looked at his back and smiled slightly. Now, to Mingxi, he was a very important person, even without luck. He reached out, and opened the gate of the small courtyard. The familiar bamboo tea table was gone, tossed into a corner under the eaves to hold odds and ends. It hadn't been touched in ages, covered in a layer of dust. Everything had changed. The people were no longer the same. Jiang Xiuqiu rubbed his hands together, his sweater collar pulled up almost over his head. Shivering from the cold, he took a breath of chilly air and asked when they would be picked up. Fuyang, she glanced at Mingxi and said nonchalantly, "My little mask rarely comes to visit. Besides, I checked, and the slow train back only leaves at 7 a.m. Jiang Xiuqiu's eyelid twitched violently. "What about the private jet we came in?" Fuyang, she pouted. "We had just landed when my old man was alerted. Now I have 52 missed calls. He's revoked my privileges." Jiang Xiuqiu lowered his eyes. "Amen. I hope you're still alive when you get back." He didn't care at all. Thinking a beating was nothing if it was for his little mask. Fuyang, she walked over and handed him a Yunnan Baiyao steam eye mask. He looked everywhere, but at Jiang Xiuqiu. Trying to sound casual, he said, "Put it on. Your eyes are all swollen." Mingxi opened the disposable eye mask package and put it on, looking even more like a dazed rabbit. He pressed the warm part around his eyes and asked, "Where did you get these?" Fuyang, she pulled out another identical one for himself and put it on. "Just bought them randomly." Jiang Xiuqiu muttered, "I wonder who made the driver stop at the bus station for half a day." Mingxi looked at his eyes, noticing they were a bit crooked. He stood on his tiptoes, reaching out to adjust it. Fuyang, she silently held his breath, his heart pounding. The rich young master's weakness turned out to be fear of dogs. But to protect his little mask, he bravely faced his fear. He shielded Mingxi beneath him. Ku Chengwen bounded over like a monkey, yelling, "Not fair. I didn't sleep well either. Why don't I get unmasked?" Fuyang, she irritably pushed his head away. There were only two. Mingxi, feeling guilty about all the help he'd received from them last night, very apologetically took off his own eye mask. "If not, you can have mine. I slept well, my eyes don't hurt." Ku Chengwen was about to happily accept. Just as he reached for it, Fuyang, she slapped his hand away with a paw. With a sour face, he reluctantly pulled out 3 more. "Here, take them." Ku Chengwen accepted with a puzzled expression. Mingxi asked, "Weren't there only 2? Fuyang, she, without blushing or blinking, replied, "I forgot I had another box." Auntie Li, carrying a porcelain basin to wash vegetables, saw Mingxi had arrived. Mingxi called out happily, "Auntie Li, I miss you so much. I want to go up the mountain to see Grandma first." Auntie Li fondly ruffled his little head. "Go on then. I'll make you all something delicious when you come back tonight." In the afternoon, Mingxi went to the cemetery to pay respects. Except for Jiang Xiuqiu, who was especially sensitive to cold and couldn't leave the fire basin. The other 3 went with him. After paying respects, Mingxi said to them, "Why don't you 3 go back first?" Hiang was shivering from the cold. Ku Chengwen turned to Mingxi. "All right, we'll head back. Be careful, don't fall." Fuyang, she pretended not to hear. "I'm not cold. I'll wait for you. It's remote up here, not safe for a girl alone," Ku Chengwen said. "Shiji, you stay with Mingxi a bit longer. Hiang and I will go down first." As the 2 left, the mountain suddenly fell silent. Mingxi silently burned the paper money. Fuyang, she stood to the side, looking down at him. He felt restless, not knowing how to comfort Mingxi. He almost wanted to call Ku Chengwen back. Mingxi looked up at him first and smiled. "No need to comfort me. I'm not sad. We're going back to school tomorrow, right?" Fuyang, she let out a sigh of relief. He was about to mention taking the train back. Suddenly, they both heard a continuous, frenzied barking of a dog. The barking was terrifyingly intense, as if it could charge at them at any moment. Mingxi was startled and quickly put down the joss paper, standing up. Since when do they have dogs here? He grabbed Fuyang Shi's wrist, about to pull him away. But Mingxi held his hand, his palms sweaty. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Fuyang, she stared intently at the Tibetan Mastiff, his body unusually rigid. It was the first time Mingxi had seen him like this. His face was completely expressionless, even tinged with a hint of coldness. He was frightened by this and cried out, "Fuyang Shi!" Fuyang, she barely managed to snap out of that state. His Adam's apple bobbed. After coming to his senses, he muttered, "Damn it," and quickly pulled Mingxi to turn and run. They had hesitated for just that moment. A large Tibetan Mastiff with bared teeth came charging towards them. Its hot, slightly fetid breath almost hit their noses. Mingxi was running too fast and tripped over a stone. As he was about to fall, Fuyangxi instinctively protected his head, not letting him suffer any injury. But as the dog was about to charge at them again, suddenly someone called out, "Blackie!" A local farmer expressed his apologies. "Are you all right?" Fuyangxi's face was dark with anger. He shouted at the middle-aged man holding the dog, "Never mind us. Just tie up your dog and take it away." Then he helped Mingxi up. "Are you hurt? Let's go back and wash up." He shook his head. After returning, Mingxi came out from a shower. Jiang Xiuqiu, sitting on the sofa, asked, "Did you encounter a giant dog?" Recalling Fuyangxi's reaction that afternoon, Mingxi felt something was off. He was a bit worried. Does Fuyangxi have some trauma related to dogs? His reaction today was very unusual. He's been silent ever since we got back, even while showering. It's completely different from his usual arrogant self. It's not a big deal. Just as Jiang Xiuqiu was about to speak, Fuyangxi, fresh out of the shower, interrupted. "Caught you, didn't I? Talking behind your young master's back." He had reverted to his usual cocky demeanor. He looked at Zhao Mingxi with displeasure. "Little treasure, I told you to only recognize me as your boss. Yet here you are, gossiping about me with others." Mingxi turned his head away. "I didn't." Meanwhile, at the Zhao family villa, after returning home, Zhao Zhangquai read a lawyer's letter. It demanded that they return Miss Zhao Mingxi's personal belongings, such as photos and household registration documents, as soon as possible. It specifically emphasized that in group photos, Miss Zhao Mingxi's image should be cropped out. Mrs. Zhao's eyes were red and swollen. She was crying bitterly. She really hadn't expected this. Mingxi was serious about the Fu family's son. Brother really liked little Zhao too much. He was willing to fight with his family for him. Mrs. Zhao covered her face and began to cry. How could she be so resolute? "I carried her for 10 months in my womb." Zhao Yuan, on the other hand, seemed to have been ignored. He stood in the corner, biting his lower lip. His nails gradually dug into his palm. Before Zhao Mingxi came, they had all belonged to him alone. He carefully sat down and mentioned to Mrs. Zhao about the dismissed nanny, Auntie Zhang. This time, Mrs. Zhao's response was resolute and impatient. "Don't bring up that person. She bullied Mingxi like that. Of course we can't keep her. Don't speak up for her. Don't try to defend her." Zhao Yuan only felt that everything at home was changing. Large tears rolled down his cheeks. "Maybe I should just leave this family. Mingxi probably hates me. That's why he doesn't want to come back." Mrs. Zhao looked at Zhao Yuan, her eyes rimmed with red, feeling a bit sad herself. "Don't say such nonsense." Zhao Imo, having seen plenty of women's tears in the entertainment industry, suddenly looked at Zhao Yuan with a peculiar gaze. Saying such things at a time like this might sound kind, but something felt off about it. The next day, Lu Xiaoxia arrived at the Zhao family villa. The school records clearly showed that both Zhao Yuan and Zhao Mingxi's birthdays were on October 14th. But why did he discover that a boy who admired Zhao Mingxi had marked his birthday as December 24th on the calendar? Lu Xiaoxia's intuition told him that this matter wasn't so simple. He suspected that one of them might be an illegitimate child. The housekeeper opened the door for him. "Hello, please come in." But as soon as he entered the Zhao house, he saw Mrs. Zhao instructing someone to cover the items in Zhao Mingxi's room with dust sheets. Moreover, Mrs. Zhao had tears streaming down her face. What was going on? Was she this heartbroken because Zhao Mingxi had run away from home? Zhao Yuan immediately spotted Lu Xiaoxia, and her expression changed. "Who let you in? Get out quickly." The housekeeper panicked and hurriedly said, "Young miss wants you to leave quickly." Lu Xiaoxia pouted. "Why so fierce?" The Zhao family used to revolve around Zhao Yuan. But just now, Annie was so heartbroken because Zhao Mingxi ran away from home. Plus, earlier, when Mr. Zhao went to the school, he was looking for Zhao Mingxi, not Zhao Yuan. He became more certain that the Zhao family had discovered Zhao Yuan wasn't their biological child. Could Zhao Yuan be the illegitimate one? He had to get some information out of either Zhao Yuan or Zhao Mingxi. At 9 p.m., they arrived by car at the train station in City A. Mingxi hurriedly took his backpack from Fuyangxi. "I almost forgot. I need to go to the airport to pick up some elders. The Dong family's flight lands at 10 o'clock. There's still an hour. I can make it." Ku Chungwen said, "I'll get the car from the parking lot and drive you there. Then I'll drop Heyang and Jiang Xiuqiu off at home." Mingxi felt it was too much trouble for Ku Chungwen. After all, he had just been on a train for over 10 hours without much rest. So he quickly said, "The airport is quite far. Everyone's tired. I'll go by myself." Fu Yangxi immediately pushed Zhao Mingxi inside. "No way. It's late at night. Do you want to get kidnapped by some shady cab and sold off in the mountains?" Jiang Xiuqiu glanced at Fu Yangxi, patted his shoulder, and said to the doctor, "Take care of yourself." Mingxi looked up anxiously and asked, "What about you?" Fu Yangxi replied with disdain, "Of course. I'm waiting for my family to pick me up. Why would I squeeze into that little clunker with you guys? What? Are you worried about me?" Before he could finish, Mingxi said, "I am worried about you." Fu Yangxi involuntarily swallowed. His heart pounded as his gaze fell on Zhao Mingxi's face. Fu Yangxi unconsciously wanted to curl his lips into a smile, but fearing he'd be discovered, he quickly licked his back teeth and turned his head away, instantly becoming cold. "Tisich, what's there to worry about me?" Mingxi asked. "Won't your parents scold you for using the private jet without permission and skipping classes?" Fu Yangxi smiled. "I'm the only child in the family. Nothing will happen to me." He reached out and patted Mingxi's head, saying smugly, "You should go now. Don't delay your schedule." Mingxi cautioned him, "Be careful on your own." He stood there, silently watching the car drive away. Shortly after, a black car pulled up. "Young master, the old master wants you to go to the old house immediately." Half an hour later, in the old mansion of the wealthy family, a gaunt old man wielding a chessboard was chasing Fu Yangxi, making him jump up and down. "Unauthorized use of the plane, and you dare not answer my calls? What do you think you're running to, you little brat?" Fu Yangxi shouted. "Help! Where's that stupid grandson?" He clung to the artificial mountain, turning his head to glare at the old man, roaring furiously. "I dislike him. If you dare touch him, I'll jump off a building right now. No, I'll jump from the Fuji building and make Fuji's stock crash." The young master of the Fuji family actually had a tragic past. His mother and grandfather were convinced that he was responsible for the deaths of his brother and father, causing him to live in anguish. Fortunately, he still had little mask. If Mingxi knew about this, would he blame him, or would he say, "I'm worried about you"? Fu Yangxi shouted from above, "If I die, there'll be no one left to inherit the Fu family." The old man trembled with anger. "If your brother hadn't died, would it be your turn? You killed your father and your most excellent brother." Fu Yangxi froze. He jumped down from above. Quickly regaining his composure, he said, "Now, there's no brother, only me." "You have no choice," the old man fumed. He took a document from Lawyer Zhang's hand. Throwing it at Fu Yangxi's feet, he said, "I'm not going to manage you anymore. But don't be stupid enough to let others use you. And don't count money for others." He picked up what the old man had thrown at him, but didn't even bother to open it. There was an 80% chance it was just another attempt to create misunderstanding between him and Mingxi. He casually tossed it back to Lawyer Zhang. "I don't believe it. I only trust what I see with my own eyes." The old man's face turned ashen. Get out, go back to your own home. Don't let me see you." Fu Yangxi had no choice but to turn and leave. Lawyer Zhang looked back at Fu Yangxi. He used to be such a humble and polite child, but ever since that incident, he had changed. As soon as Fu Yangxi opened the door, he saw his mother sitting on the sofa. She spoke coldly, "So you know how to come back. I heard you even went to the police station. You've really become capable." He said nothing and continued walking forward. The next second, a glass cup flew towards him. With a bang, glass shards exploded everywhere. It grazed Fu Yangxi's hand. He couldn't hold back anymore. "What are you going crazy about now?" "I went to the police station because Lawyer Zhang bailed me out. I used my private plane because it's under my name." "What does it have to do with you?" Yu Jiarong asked through gritted teeth. "You killed your father and brother, and you still have the nerve to be so happy? You even dare to fall in love? Have you forgotten what you did to them?" Fu Yangxi's face darkened, also feeling hurt and pained. Yu Jiarong came closer, staring intently at the young man before her. Touching his face, she asked tearfully, "Are you happy? You survive alone. Why did you alone survive? Because your father and brother are both dead. 2 lives for 1. Was it worth it?" Fu Yangxi? He suppressed his anger. Without a word, he turned and went upstairs. Yu Jiarong was still shouting behind him. "I've only said a few words, and you can't take it? Your brother and father are gone. Have you thought about how cold they must be underground?" Fu Yangxi was utterly exhausted. He collapsed onto the bed and immediately fell asleep, unable to distinguish between dream and reality. His brother and father shouted, Yang, quickly go out and find help." He kept running. Suddenly, dog barks erupted, one after another. It wasn't just one dog. It was a pack. Those starving, vicious dogs relentlessly pursued him. Fu Yangxi could no no longer run. He suddenly fell to the ground. He cried, gasping for air, heartbroken. He desperately tried to stand up and run, but it was impossible. It was too late. He had wasted time. Everything was too late. His body covered in cold sweat, he suddenly awoke from the dream, instantly, sitting up. He was panting heavily, struggling to sit up straight. He reached for the bedside table and pulled out several white bottles. He unscrewed the caps and poured the pills into his palm. Suddenly, the intermittent sound of crying echoed in his ears again. Why were you the only one who survived? Why did your father tell you to find help? Yet you were so late. I'm sorry, Young. Mama's sorry for you, but Mama's really suffering. Fuyang, she listened silently, not making a sound. He was heartbroken too. If he hadn't taken a detour because of those vicious dogs, even if it meant getting a leg torn apart, would things have turned out differently? Zhao Mingxi's face suddenly appeared in his mind. At least he still had Little Mask. If Mingxi knew about this, would he blame him like his mother and grandfather did? Would he say, I'm worried about you? Fuyang, she wasn't sure. He couldn't help but get up. He put on his shoes and coat. He climbed out the window. As he did this, his mind went blank. Like a person about to freeze to death, he urgently wanted to move towards a blazing fire. He drove away in one of the family cars. It was the early hours of the morning. The sky hadn't brightened yet. The whole world was still asleep. Little Mask noticed wounds on Fuyang Shi's hands and immediately applied medicine and disinfectant. The rich young master thought that, after the first time, he wouldn't be so stiff the second time around. But he didn't expect that at this moment, his heart was still racing. Mingxi felt that his injuries must be more than just on his hands. He tugged at his collar, wanted to take a look while he wasn't paying attention. But Fuyang, she was very alert and protected himself in time. His face was already flushed red. As expected of Little Mask, he was so bold right from the start. How come this young master always acted as if he was going to take advantage of him? Fuyang, she ran all the way to the dormitory building at the school. When he saw the iron gate, he realized that Zhao Mingxi's dormitory had a curfew. He stopped in his tracks. White mist escaped from his mouth. His eyelashes seemed to be frosted white. His whole body ached, and he sat down exhausted. He wanted to wait for Zhao Mingxi to wake up, to see him as soon as he came downstairs. He wanted to see him as early as possible. Because of what happened to his father and brother, no one liked him. They all hated him. But as long as Zhao Mingxi liked him, he wasn't afraid. Mingxi was always diligent and an early riser. When the sky was still dim, he came down from upstairs. He quickly noticed the tall figure outside. He ran over quickly. Hi, Shiji. Why are you here so early in the morning? Didn't sleep last night? Fuyang, she wore an expression that said, You little idiot, do you think I'm made of steel? It's because I went to bed so early that I woke up early today. I was just taking a stroll and happened to pass by. He had one hand in his pocket and tilted his head, coolly handing over a large bag of packed breakfast. He gave it to Mingxi. Lin, she was pleasantly surprised. He took the bag and looked inside, seeing McDonald's and several Chinese breakfast items. He couldn't believe it. You came here early in the morning just to bring me breakfast? Fuyang Shi's fair neck turned red. He immediately denied it, jumping as if he'd heard some outlandish joke. What do you mean just for you? My driver bought too much. Take it to the classroom and share with Kachungwen and the others. He directly asked, Then why didn't you just bring it to the classroom yourself? Fuyang, she stubbornly said, I came by to get the scarf I stuffed in your bag yesterday. No way, it's very expensive. He rolled his eyes. So he had been overthinking it, assuming the breakfast was specially brought for him. He then turned and ran upstairs. All right, I'll go get it now. Fuyang, she watched him run up, unable to suppress a smile. He couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Half an hour later, in the classroom, Mingxi was earnestly reading while eating breakfast. Fuyang, she sat beside him, watching for a while before asking, When are you going for the 100 School League training camp? Mingxi looked at him and said, I have to go for training on October 23rd. It's for 10 days. Then won't you have to spend your birthday at the training site? Mingxi was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. He glanced at Fuyang Shi, somewhat surprised. He had only mentioned it casually, yet he had remembered. Mingxi smiled brightly. He said nonchalantly, We'll see when the time comes. You guys accompanying me back to my grandmother's house was already the best gift. He also smiled and said, All right, we'll talk about it then. In his heart, he thought he could always go to the training camp that day if needed. But this was a surprise. Fuyang, she didn't intend to reveal it at this moment. He casually glanced towards the door and immediately spotted that Shen Liao. Fuyang, she slightly raised his head, frowning in displeasure, his eyes dark. Why does it feel like that, Shun? Whatever Yao keeps coming around here lately. Every time he passes by, he looks this way. Mingxi noticed his hand was injured and grabbed it, asking, "What happened to your hand?" He had to lie, saying, "I fell while being chased by a dog on the mountain." Mingxi didn't believe him, but I remember it wasn't there when we were on the train yesterday. Fuyang, she immediately pulled his sleeve down to cover the injured area. "You were drowsy on the train. How would you remember?" Mingxi didn't press him further. He took out the unused iodine from his desk drawer. He carefully applied the medicine and disinfected the wound. Fuyang, she thought that after the first time, the second time wouldn't make him so tense. But unexpectedly, at this moment, his heart was still racing. Mingxi felt that his injuries must not be limited to just his hand. He tugged at his collar, wanted to pull it open and take a look while he wasn't paying attention. But Fuyang, she was very alert and protected himself in time. With a flushed face, he said, "What are you doing so early in the morning? You really live up to your nickname, Little Dog Zhao, being so aggressive right from the start." Mingxi was irritated. "Fine, if you have any other wounds, just treat them yourself. How come this young master always acted as if he was going to take advantage of her?" Fuyang, she didn't seem to mind his grumpiness. He picked up the iodine himself, leisurely heading towards the bathroom. At this moment, Kuchungwen came in with something hidden in his arms, furtively peeking inside. He saw Fuyang Shi approaching. Immediately excited, he unzipped his jacket and pulled out a small puppy from inside. "I just found out you're afraid of dogs. Let's have the puppy get close to you first. Maybe this way, you won't be scared anymore." The puppy, eager to play, leaped towards Fuyang Shi. His entire body stiffened, filled with terror. Mingxi, not knowing why, felt his heart pounding too. He immediately stood up. Hurriedly stepping in front of Fuyang Shi, he said, "Kuchungwen, stop it. Quickly take the dog to the security guard uncle. Otherwise, Teacher Lu will." Kuchungwen's mouth gaped open, staring in shock at Fuyang Shi's reaction. He belatedly realized he might have made a mistake. Before he could finish speaking, he sensed something was wrong. Turning his head, he saw the figure behind him had suddenly vanished. Fuyang Shi, holding the iodine, had disappeared to who knows where. The little mask, in order to find the psychologically damaged young master, actually skipped several classes. Mingxi also felt this was unlike himself. He actually skipped class for Fuyang Shi and rushed out without a second thought, rather than for the tender shoots in his potted plants. Mingxi patted Kuchungwen's shoulder. "You take the puppy away first. I'll go look for him." The class bell had already rung. He circled the teaching building, but couldn't find a trace of Fuyang Shi. The school was too big. Searching like this, he'd end up skipping the whole morning of classes. So Mingxi climbed to the roof of the teaching building, planning to look down from a higher vantage point. He reached the rooftop, panting. He opened that door, and there he saw Fuyang Shi. Surprisingly, Fuyang Shi was lying on the rooftop, sleeping. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he found him. Fuyang Shi was calmly lying on a lounge chair, hands folded. His expression seemed like he was thinking about something, yet also like he wasn't thinking at all. Mingxi slowly walked to his side. He sat down next to him, turning his head to look at him. "Aren't you going to class?" Fuyang Shi tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Whatever. The classroom's too noisy. Came up here to lie down for a bit. But you actually dare to skip class." Mingxi also felt this was unlike himself. He actually skipped class for Fuyang Shi and rushed out without a second thought, rather than for the tender shoots in his potted plants. But although Fuyang Shi was very fierce toward him at first, gradually he decided to look after him. From then on, he became very loyal to him. On the day they arrived in the same city, Mingxi decided that from now on, Fuyang Shi would be a very important friend to him. His concern for him was understandable. Fuyang Shi raised his eyebrows and looked at him displeased. "Go sit on another chair. I don't have anywhere to lie down now." Mingxi stubbornly refused to move, saying slowly, "Not going." Fuyang Shi felt that Zhao Mingxi was just worried about him, cared about him, wanted to stick with him. Zhao Mingxi was that person who could always tear open a gap in the darkness. The one who would barge in regardless of everything else. Life was really bitter, but with the little mask, it seemed to become a bit sweeter. Fuyang, she tried his best to hold back the corners of his mouth from turning up. A warmth involuntarily flowed from his heart. The stiffness throughout his body seemed to melt away. Fuyang, she sat up and suddenly said, "Let's go back. If we don't go down soon, the little mask will be scolded by the homeroom teacher because of me." Mingxi was stunned for a moment. Fuyang, she had already adjusted himself. After school, Mingxi looked at Fuyang Shi and said, "I have dinner plans with the elders of the Dong family tonight, so I'll be leaving first." As soon as Mingxi left, Ko Chung-gwen immediately slipped over. He couldn't help but apologize in a low voice. Shiji, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Fuyang-shi removed his noise-canceling headphones and interrupted him. Let's put this matter behind us. Just don't bring dogs here again in the future. As he packed his bag, he remembered the Shun guy from the Xiao Jing team who had been staring at Zhao Mingxi through the window that morning. The memory of that gaze made him feel uneasy. He couldn't help but ask, what's the deal with that Shun something Yao from the Xiao Jing team? Ko Chung-gwen immediately knew who he was referring to and quickly replied, isn't he the one Zhao Mingxi said he knew that day? Fuyang-shi turned his head to look at Ko Chung-gwen and responded, are you hiding something from me? Ko Chung-gwen hastily changed the subject. Oh yeah. Shiji, isn't there a bottle missing from the medicinal wine Zhao Mingxi gave you? Fuyang-shi searched for the medicinal wine and realized that a bottle of alcohol had been left in the bathroom. He glared at Ko Chung-gwen and said, I'll deal with you later when I come back. With that, he turned and left the classroom. Ko Chung-gwen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed behind Fuyang-shi. But just as Fuyang-shi and Ko Chung-gwen reached the bathroom door, they suddenly and unexpectedly heard Zhao Mingxi's name mentioned inside. They overheard someone saying, Zhao Mingxi's desserts were really delicious. It was better when he was pursuing Yao Shun. We had desserts every day. Now that he's having issues with Yao Shun, we've lost our treat. The inter-school competition is coming up soon. He'll be training with us then. Wonder if he'll make up with Yao Shun. Fuyang-shi's footsteps halted. He continued listening. He pursued Yao Shun for 2 years. Just when Yao Shun was about to give in, he can't give up halfway, right? Is he using the Fu family's young master to make Shun, Li Yao, jealous? What else they said after, Ko Chung-gwen didn't dare to listen. The air was nearly suffocating. He watched as Fuyang-shi's face visibly darkened shade by shade. It's over, Ko Chung-gwen thought despairingly. The thing he feared most had happened. Fuyang-shi's face was ashen, looking as if a storm was about to break. What are they talking about? Ko Chung-gwen quickly held him back. It's just idle gossip. It's not true at all. Fuyang-shi's clenched fists were trembling imperceptibly. Of course I don't believe it. Little dog Zhao isn't that kind of person. He was breathing heavily as he shook off Ko Chung-gwen. The next second, he burst in. What the fuck are you guys gossiping about? Say it again if you dare. The 2 boys from Xiao Jing team were startled and quickly ran away. Fuyang-shi's face was terrifyingly grim. Stop right there. What do you mean by pursuing Shin desperately? What do you mean by making up? Ko Chung-gwen blocked him again. Let it go, Shiji. Calm down, calm down. Fuyang-shi couldn't calm down at all. His mind was filled with the conversation of those 2 boys. As if he had heard something absurd, he turned to look at Ko Chung-gwen. They said little dog Zhao is using me to make Shin jealous. That's quite an imagination. A bad feeling arose in his heart, wanting to speak but hesitating. Fuyang-shi kept staring at him. What do you mean? What are you hiding from me? This is your last chance. Ko Chung-gwen had no idea how to explain. He blurted out everything without thinking. He did pursue Shin Li Yao before. The one who's very handsome, wins gold medals every year, looks down on everyone. The perfect child everyone admires. Shin Li Yao. Fuyang-shi felt heartbroken at this moment, but he said they were just ordinary friends. Ko Chung-gwen mumbled, girls are shy. Besides, you were always chasing him away back then. He didn't like us much. Why would he tell us? Fuyang-shi couldn't comprehend the situation before him. A burning sensation filled his heart. He wasn't sure if it was jealousy or something else. Shin Li Yao was handsome, won gold medals year after year. The perfect child everyone admired. So what about him? The young master of the Fu family finally learned that Little Mask had previously pursued Shin Li Yao from the Xiao Jing team, and he felt particularly heartbroken and desperate. It turned out that Little Mask didn't like him at all. He was just using him to make Shin Li Yao jealous. Fuyang-shi took a deep breath, appearing to calm down a bit. I don't believe it. There must be some misunderstanding. Fuyang-shi realized that he was even jealous of these rumors. Zhao Mingxi said they were just ordinary friends, so he believed they were just ordinary friends. He didn't care about the nonsense these people were saying. Ko Chung-gwen saw his state and felt helpless. Then let's go back first. How could he not care? He cared desperately. Fuyang-shi suddenly strode towards the exit. Go back my ass. I need to get to the bottom of this first. Ko Chung-gwen was very worried and hurriedly followed. Fuyang-shi arrived at the electronic archives room. With a few quick keystrokes, he logged into the school's internal website and directly retrieved all the school photos from the entire previous year. All the photos appeared on the computer, and many clues became immediately apparent. Zhao Mingxi was present at every basketball game where Shin Li Yao appeared. Zhao Mingxi was holding water. During last year's school anniversary, Zhao Mingxi and Shun Liao appeared in each other's class photos. During last year's recruitment, Zhao Mingxi also went to help Shun Liao. He was wearing a mask at that time. It turned out that the little mask that Fu Yangxi knew, Shun Liao also knew, and had known even earlier and longer. But this time, he couldn't help but take out his phone and glance at the forum. In the original posts about Little Mask, mentions of Little Mask and Shun Liao were far more numerous than mentions of Little Mask and him. Someone posted asking, "Can someone dig up info on the new school beauty and Shun Liao from the school team? Feels like they have a long history." Someone else asked, "It's been uncovered that Zhao Mingxi used to pursue Shun Liao. At the time, people wondered why she was so brave. Turns out it's because she was naturally beautiful. Now that we know Shun Liao is the official match, a certain young master was used to make Shun Liao jealous." Fu Yangxi read this with his temples throbbing. Little Mask had pursued someone else. Why did the whole world know except him? Jealousy, like unknown insects, gnawed at his heart, making him unbearably tormented. Ku Changwen couldn't help but say goodbye, looking at his seventh brother. After who knows how long, he tried hard to calm himself down. He immediately stood up. So what if he liked someone surnamed Shun? I'm not some old-fashioned Qing dynasty relic. What's there to mind? He might have liked him before, but he definitely doesn't now. Now Zhao Mingxi likes me. Yes, that's right. He likes me now. But even as he repeated this to himself, Fu Yangxi became increasingly uncertain, the question marks in his heart growing larger. He felt as if he had misunderstood something. It was he who had been wrong all along, fabricating a self-deceptive, beautiful dream for himself. Suddenly, he remembered the envelope that the old master had Lawyer Zhang give him. The old master said he was in unrequited love. Could there be something in there? Fu Yangxi's heart was pounding. He quickly called Lawyer Zhang, asking him to have someone bring the items to a KTV room near the school. Half an hour later, Fu Yangxi sat silently, his expression dark and unclear, looking at the photos the old master had given him one by one. One photo showed Little Mask rushing up to help him with the trash. That day when they were talking in the alley faced the teaching building, and Shun Liao was standing on the 5th floor, watching them from afar. So, did Zhao Mingxi really rush up to help him with the trash? Or did he do it because Shun Liao was watching? The second photo was from before the monthly exam. Little Mask suddenly and hastily grabbed his hand. The classroom surveillance photo was printed out, and in one corner, Shun Liao's passing figure could be seen. So did he really want to hold his hand, or did he abruptly grab his hand after seeing Shun Liao? The third photo was from the library surveillance camera. That day, before he arrived at the library, Little Mask had clearly had an argument with Shun Liao. The expressions on their faces looked quite familiar. Yet he told him they were just ordinary friends. Fu Yangxi clutched these things tightly, his whole body turning cold. He only knew that many things had shown signs long ago. He was just humiliating himself, deceiving himself. It turned out Little Mask didn't like him at all. Ku Changwen muttered softly, "It's over. It's all over. Brother, she's going to blow up the school." So, but does he remember his birthday? This thought jumped to the forefront of Fu Yangxi's mind. It was as if he was grasping at a lifeline, desperately thinking in his heart. What if all of this was a misunderstanding? Such coincidences do happen in this world. Just when he was being nice to her, Shun Liao happened to appear nearby. He had liked Shun Liao before, but what did that matter? He had no contact with Shun Liao now. He wouldn't mind this point, as long as he liked him now. Tomorrow, he would pretend that nothing had happened today. Fu Yangxi wiped his face and suddenly stood up. "I don't believe anyone. I want to hear it from him. Call him." Ku Changwen immediately hesitated. This isn't good. He steadied himself and said to Ku Changwen word by word, "Put it on speaker. You asked for me." Ku Changwen looked at him for a while, wanting to speak, but stopping. He had no choice but to make the call. He turned on the speaker. At this moment, only suppressed breathing could be heard in the private room. A moment later, the call connected. Ku Changwen didn't know how to ask. He glanced at Fu Yangxi's expression. "Mingxi, are you having dinner with the Dong family? Do you remember which day is Brother Shi's birthday?" Little Mask still cared about the Fuji young master. First thing, he noted down Fu Yangxi's birthday in his phone's memo and set it as a top reminder. Ku Changwen hesitated for a moment, but still asked, "Do you remember which day is Brother Shi's birthday? Should we give him a surprise?" Mingxi chuckled. "Sure, of course we should surprise him." Then Fu Yangxi heard Mingxi ask, "But which day is his birthday again?" The air suddenly turned dead silent. He was extremely hurt. Ku Changwen didn't dare to look at Fu Yangxi's face. "We'll discuss it at school tomorrow." What do you plan to give? Don't give anything too extravagant, or the whole class will know you like Brother Shi. After saying this, he shouted in his heart, praying, please say you like Brother Shi, or he's going to fall apart. Mingxi on the other end of the phone was stunned. To leech off his luck, some behaviors did seem easy to misunderstand. Fortunately, Fuyang Shi was slow to catch on. He didn't think so. Explain. No. Don't talk nonsense. I see Brother Shi as my boss. I won't. Mingxi wanted to say he wouldn't take advantage, but for some reason, as soon as he said this, Kucheng went on the other and hung up. Then came the busy tone. Did the battery die? Fuyang Shi snatched Kuchengwen's phone. He hung up. He didn't know what he might do if he continued listening. Now everything was clear. Little Mask simply didn't like him at all. Kuchengwen couldn't help saying, Brother Shi, if you feel deceived and don't want to see Zhao Mingxi, why not have him transfer to another class? His tone was flat, his expression unreadable. Deceived? He's not that kind of person. Don't believe it, and don't talk nonsense. It's just me overthinking things. Fuyang Shi felt very embarrassed. He didn't know how long it took before he staggered to his feet. He forced a smile. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Kuchengwen looked at him and could only say, all right. Fuyang Shi pushed Kuchengwen aside and walked out alone. Outside, a torrential rain began to fall. No one knew yet about the huge embarrassment he had caused. After today, he could still pretend that nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Mingxi immediately noted down Fuyang Shi's birthday in his phone's memo app and set a reminder. This way, he wouldn't forget it. Mr. Dong called out, Mingxi, hurry up or the food will get cold. Mrs. Dong carefully asked, Cici, since you're living in the dorms now, why don't you come stay with us during the winter and summer breaks? Seeing Mingxi hesitate, Mrs. Dong quickly added, what's there to hesitate about? I've long considered you as my own daughter. Your grandmother asked us to take care of you before she passed away. If we had known how the Zhao family would behave, we wouldn't have gone abroad. Mr. Dong chimed in, that's right. Besides, Mingxi, didn't you say you'd help me buy clothes? And in a few days, I'll need your help with my school transfer procedures. Mingxi lowered her head, gripping her chopsticks tightly, the tip of her nose tingling slightly. She nodded and agreed, okay. After finishing the lively meal, seeing the downpour outside, Mrs. Dong said, let's drop you off at school first, then we'll head back to the hotel. Mingxi didn't stand on ceremony this time. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Auntie. At that moment, a familiar car slowly approached. Yuning Zhao held an umbrella as Mrs. Zhao and Dr. Zhao got out of the car. Both Mrs. Zhao and Yuning noticed Mingxi nearby. Mingxi saw them too, but they quickly averted their gaze, and Mingxi got into the Dong's car. Mrs. Zhao's breath caught, her heart suddenly feeling as if pierced by needles. Without thinking, she rushed over. Zhao Mingxi, now, when we meet, you don't even say hello? Mrs. Zhao held the car door, preventing it from closing. Mingxi frowned and let go of the handle. Mr. Dong, sitting to Mingxi's right, became angry at the sight of Mrs. Zhao and Yuning. He snapped, what's wrong with you? Why should she greet you? You've cut ties, so why bother with you? Yuning, holding the umbrella, looked at Zhao Mingxi with a plaintive expression and couldn't help but call out sis. Mr. Dong, deliberately provoking Yuning, hugged Mingxi's arm and rested his head on her shoulder. Sis? What's sis? She's my sister now. Yuning, exasperated, wanted to rush in and fight Mr. Dong. Let go of Zhao Mingxi, you fat pig. Mr. Dong angrily retorted, I won't let go. Your whole family are fat pigs. He couldn't help but say to the silent Zhao Mingxi, Mingxi, can we talk? Mama's been reflecting a lot these past few days. I want to apologize to you. Mr. Dong pushed away her hand, indignantly saying, what apology? You just all talk. Mrs. Zhao felt a twinge in her heart. Mingxi, have I lost you completely? Mingxi nodded. Yes, you've lost me. Then the Dong's car drove away. Mrs. Zhao's legs gave way, and she collapsed in the rain, sobbing uncontrollably. Mingxi, the Fu family's young master, was heartbroken. Little Mask indeed didn't love him, coldly addressing him as young Master Fu. As soon as Mingxi entered the classroom, she saw that Jiang Xiuqiu had returned to school. He was surrounded by several girls, chatting and laughing. Fuyang Shi wasn't happy about him leeching off Jiang Xiuqiu's luck, so he decided not to do it anymore. After all, 2% was negligible. But then Mingxi felt something was off. Fuyang Shi hadn't come, and his desk was completely empty. Usually it's all a mess. He couldn't help but ask about Fuyang Shi. It wasn't the weekend, so why were his things gone? Ku Chungwin replied that he had taken 2 days off. He got a bit wet in the rain after school yesterday. It was just a minor cold, nothing serious. Mingxi sat back down in his seat. He quickly pulled out his phone and sent a message to Fuyang Shi, brother Shi. Ku Chungwin says you have a cold. Do you have a fever? You should have a private doctor at home, right? Have you been seen? What's your temperature? Do you need anything? I can bring it to you. Mingxi held onto his phone, feeling restless. Seeing that Fuyang Shi hadn't replied, he couldn't help but send another message. Are you feeling too unwell? If you're asleep, reply when you see this, okay? After school, Mingxi checked his phone again. Fuyang Shi still hadn't replied to his messages. He felt something wasn't right. He started packing his bag, planning to visit Fuyang Shi's house. Turning to Ku Chungwin, he asked, "You know Fuyang Shi's home address, right? Can you send it to me?" Ku Chungwin was stunned. "Didn't you say before that you didn't want it?" Mingxi hurriedly said as he walked. "I'm worried he might have gotten delirious from the fever. Send the address to my phone. I'll go buy some medicine first." After he left, Ku Chungwin quickly sent a message to Fuyang Shi. "Brother 7, it's over. Zhao Mingxi is heading to your apartment." Meanwhile, at Fuyang Shi's private apartment, Fuyang Shi, dejected after his heartbreak, was curled up in his blanket. His gaze lingered on the WeChat message from Zhao Mingxi, his emotions complex and sorrowful. In his mind, he had already played out 100 episodes of a life-and-death separation drama. The plot where she had personally said she didn't like him. Why was she still coming to check on him? Seeing Ku Chungwin's message pop up, he exited to take a look. He immediately sat up straight. What the hell? Little Mask was coming, but he hadn't even washed his hair. Half an hour later, Mingxi arrived at the door. From inside, Fuyang Shi opened it. His red hair was wet and messy, sticking to his forehead. Wrapped in a blanket, he opened the door. Mingxi looked up at him in surprise. "Why is your hair wet? You wash your hair while having a fever? Are you trying to kill yourself?" Fuyang Shi wiped off some water and coldly asked without answering, "Why did you come?" Mingxi didn't notice his unusual demeanor and directly peered inside. Ku Chungwin said you were sick. "Is anyone home with you?" Before he could see clearly, Fuyang Shi pressed a finger against his forehead, pushing him out. The finger on his forehead fell hot. Fuyang Shi wouldn't let him in. "Aren't you supposed to be preparing for the 100 School League? Or go to see other people you want to see? How do you have time to come find me? Just a mere..." Deskmate Mingxi let out an ah and said, "I finished all my revision during the day. I have time now. I heard you were sick." Fuyang Shi interrupted him with a sorrowful expression. "What does it matter to you whether I'm sick or not? Do you even care?" Mingxi pouted. "What are you talking about? Has the fever fried your brain? We haven't seen each other for a day, and suddenly you're talking so strangely." Worried that he might really have damaged his brain from the fever, Mingxi anxiously pushed him inside. "Hurry up and dry your hair. Go lie down on the bed." He pushed a bit too hard by accident. Fuyang Shi stumbled, his hot breath pressing close. Mingxi panicked and pulled him back. He felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, almost getting flattened. At his height of 1.7 meters, he felt like a small bamboo shoot swaying in the wind, about to snap at any moment. "How much do you actually weigh? You always look so slim." Fuyang Shi angrily retorted. "I'm 1.88 meters tall, okay? Go ask any other guy who's 1.88 meters how much they weigh. Plus, the blanket is 20 kilos. He was indignant, thinking to himself, so only Shin Liao is light, huh? Only Shin Liao is thin, huh? If she didn't like him, so be it. Still complaining about him being fat. Mingxi walked over and raised his hand to touch Fuyang Shi's neck. He quickly withdrew his hand, feeling the burn. He thought, "This is bad. We need to go to the hospital." Mingxi hurriedly said to Fuyang Shi, "Hasn't a private doctor come? Otherwise, I'll accompany you to the hospital." Fuyang Shi glanced at him, his eyes red. His facial expression was complex, filled with anger and frustration, yet also with desolation and hurt. "I'm not going to the hospital. Don't touch me." Mingxi thought he was delirious from the fever and had no patience to argue with him. He poured a glass of water and handed it over. "Drink some hot water. Your lips are very dry." Fuyang Shi took the water. Then he turned and grabbed a bath towel, draping it over Fuyang Shi's head. He haphazardly dried the water. After quickly drying him off, Mingxi suddenly realized something. "Shiji, is this towel for drying hair?" "I just grabbed whatever," Fuyang Shi said, not caring about such things. "Don't call me Shiji." Mingxi's hand paused as he was drying Fuyang Shi's hair. "What's wrong? Should I call you boss then?" Boss, damn boss. He thought he liked him, but it turned out he just saw him as a boss. It was embarrassing to have misunderstood. Fuyang, she yanked off the towel. He couldn't help but angrily say, "Don't call me boss either." Mingxi saw that his red hair was already dry and tossed the towel aside. "Then what should I call you?" He heard Fuyang Shi's mournful voice say, "Taking you as my little brother. I was arrogant. Now you're not my little brother anymore." He lowered his voice and said, "Just call me Fu Xiao." Mingxi let out an ah and readily agreed. "All right, Fu Xiao, have you taken your medicine?" Fuyang Shi's eyes welled up. He really didn't love him. He immediately coldly called him Fu Xiao. The Fu family's young master was heartbroken, almost falling apart. He mistakenly thought that Little Mask really liked Shun Liao from the school team. Mingxi noticed Fuyang Shi's phone was gone. Wasn't the phone case a Door faction phone case? How could he casually remove it? He felt a sense of loss in his heart. Mingxi took out 2 pills from the medicine he brought and placed them in Fuyang Shi's hand. Then he stuck a white fever patch on his forehead. Then he said, "After eating, you need to sleep. Oh, I'll go make some porridge for you." Fuyang Shi suddenly spoke with a hoarse voice. "Your grades are so good. Do you know anyone on the school team?" "I know a few. Those guys are young and spirited. They often win gold medals. They're amazing." Fuyang Shi asked, "Do girls like that type?" Mingxi thought about the number of love letters Shun Liao used to receive. So he said most girls probably do. Fuyang Shi's hand, hidden in the dark-colored blanket, suddenly clenched tightly. Anger, embarrassment, disappointment, and heartache all surged in his heart at once. So Little Mask also liked someone like Shun Liao, right? He was very jealous of Shun Liao. He was devastated. Mingxi watched him while holding the porridge. He saw Fuyang Shi suddenly drooping his head and listlessly walking towards a room. "What's wrong?" "Drink some porridge before sleeping." Fuyang Shi didn't respond. He walked into the room, wrapped himself in the blanket, and flopped onto the bed. Mingxi figured he might be feeling unwell and getting drowsy after taking the medicine. So he put the porridge on the bedside table nearby. "You can eat some when you have the strength. There's more in the thermos." Fuyang Shi only grunted in response. Seeing this, Mingxi felt it wasn't appropriate to stay any longer. He picked up his school bag, intending to leave. Suddenly, he noticed Fuyang Shi's phone was gone. Wasn't the phone case a Door faction phone case? How could he casually remove it? He felt an inexplicable sense of loss in his heart. It might have been his imagination, but today's Fuyang Shi seemed a bit more distant than before. He even asked to be called back to Fu Xiao. Mingxi immediately thought it was probably just because he was feeling unwell due to the fever. For some reason, he also began to feel low, mirroring Fuyang Shi's depressed mood. He left Fuyang Shi's duplex villa. It wasn't until he got downstairs that he realized it had started raining. A car slowly pulled up in front of him. "Miss Zhao, young Master Fu asked me to take you back." Mingxi let out a small "oh." He said, "Thank you." On the other side, at the Zhao family home, Zhao Zhanhuai was getting a headache. He reminded Mrs. Zhao, "Mom, in the future, we need to focus on these details. Pay attention to Mingxi's feelings." Besides that, they emphasized that Zhao Mingxi was their biological daughter. From now on, they must not neglect her. If something like the incident with Nanny Zhang happened again, they would fire the person immediately. The private conversations of the Zhao family naturally excluded Zhao Yuan. It wasn't that they were deliberately hiding things from him, but this was a matter for blood relatives, a family matter. Zhao Yuan felt anxious inside. He understood that he couldn't let this situation continue. He called Nanny Zhang. "I might not be able to arrange for you to come back." Hearing Zhao Yuan's tearful voice, Zhang Yufan also became anxious and quickly comforted her. "Miss, you need to take good care of yourself. Especially with the upcoming inter-school competition, you can't do worse than Zhao Mingxi. At the same time, you need to take the initiative and build good relationships with the Zhao family." Zhao Yuan felt troubled. "I know," she said, then hung up. Taking the initiative was easier said than done. Zhao Yuan thought for a while and remembered something. Recently, Zhao Zhanhuai had been worrying about a collaboration with the Liu family. She dialed Liu Ye's number. "You said you wanted to invite me to watch a movie last time." "I agree, but I have a condition." Liu Ye had pursued her before. If he could help, her brother would definitely look at her differently. On Friday, Mingxi felt completely out of place. He looked at the seat beside him 300 times. Why hadn't Fuyang Shi come to class yet? It had been 2 days. At that moment, Fuyang Shi walked in through the door, his face furrowed with a frown. He looked very unhappy. As soon as he sat down, he lay his head on the desk to sleep. Mingxi's gaze couldn't help but linger on him. Not a word, not even a greeting. What was wrong with him? She pouted, feeling utterly miserable. On Wednesday, he had washed his hair in a hurry. His phone case had cracked, and his pillow was soaked through. He had slept terribly. Mingxi passed him a pack of candy. Is your mouth bitter? Have some candy. She raised his head and glanced at Zhao Mingxi. I don't want any. Stay away from me. His gaze fell on Mingxi's hand. And there should be no physical contact between men and women. Mingxi raised an eyebrow. What was his problem? He unwrapped a piece of candy. He held it out to Xi's mouth. What's wrong with you? Just try one. You need to replenish your energy when you're sick. She glanced at him, swallowing. Do you really care if I replenish my energy or not? He pressed his lips tightly together, turning his body and head away. Mingxi suppressed his temper, his fist clenching tightly. As Mingxi froze and she retreated, the whole scene looked like Mingxi was pressing forward, forcing him, with his hand propped on Xi's chair, cornering him against the wall. While she looked like he was resisting to the death. The entire class's gossipy eyes involuntarily turned towards them. Wow, something's going on. The young master she was still immersed in thoughts of Little Mask, disliking himself in the middle and being cold towards Mingxi. Mingxi forcefully tried to make him eat a piece of candy. As he advanced, she retreated. The whole scene turned into one where Mingxi seemed to be oppressing him, forcing him to lean his hand on the chair, cornering him against the wall. While he looked like he was resisting to the death, Mingxi's cheeks flushed. He hastily withdrew his hand and straightened up. Mingxi had no choice but to put the candy in his own mouth. Mumbling, he asked if she wasn't feeling well yet, suggesting he take another day off. Did he check his temperature before leaving home today? Mingxi instinctively reached out to feel she's forehead for his temperature. But she dodged again. He even reacted strongly by standing up directly, his expression cold as he said, "My illness has already healed. No need for your concern," he finished, preparing to walk out. Mingxi, confused, grabbed his clothes. He asked, perplexed, "Then why aren't you happy?" She turned his head away. "I'm not unhappy." Did he want him to say embarrassing things like, "Because I misunderstood that you like me"? Mingxi didn't believe it. Nonsense. I can still tell your mood. She was silent for a moment. He pried Mingxi's hand off. I've said it before, men and women should keep their distance. Mingxi watched she leave the classroom, utterly bewildered. Kuchungwen was about to tiptoe over, but Mingxi caught sight of him. He asked, "Shiji has been acting strange these past few days. Did something happen?" His body immediately stiffened. He lied. He just got scolded by his grandfather, so he's in a bad mood. It'll be fine in a couple of days. Although Kuchungwen said this, Mingxi still felt something was off. In the afternoon, he bought a small green succulent and placed it on Shi's desk, hoping the sight of a green plant would improve his mood. She didn't throw it away, but he didn't give it much attention either. He didn't even explode in anger like he used to, accusing Mingxi of messing up his desk. The spirited, proud red bird in Shi's heart seemed to have died, lying limp on the ground. Two streams of tears could no longer strut about triumphantly. Mingxi felt at a loss. Why didn't it work? What could he do to make him happy? Because he was so concerned about what had happened to Shi, Mingxi's gaze unconsciously fell on him throughout the entire day. Even during class, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at him from time to time. He felt a tingling sensation in his heart, not knowing why. Meanwhile, Shi propped up his head, his eyelids lowered, carefully maintaining his composure. He pretended not to notice Mingxi's gaze on his face. He thought to himself, his looks weren't that bad, right? How come Little Mask had never stared at him like this before? He changed his posture, propping his head with his left hand, his right hand frantically using his phone. He searched online. Which angle of a 188 centimeters tall high school boy's profile is most attractive to girls? Just as Mingxi was staring at Shi's Adam's apple, unconsciously swallowing, Teacher Liu on the podium couldn't take it anymore. He angrily called out, "Mingxi, what are you looking at? Is there something on your deskmate's face?" Mingxi was startled. He quickly sat up straight, placing both hands on the desk. Shi tugged at the corner of his mouth, his heart feeling half dead. The little bird lying dead finally twitched its leg in a fake resurrection. On the other side, in the Chongqing class, Li Haiyang clutched the gift in his desk that he hadn't given out yet. He couldn't help but grumble. How come Zhao Yuan is the host for the school anniversary celebration action again this year. It's been in for the past 2 years, too. Aren't the school leaders tired of it? Lu Yi, who was walking by, overheard this. He immediately turned back, grabbed his collar, and nearly started a fight. What are you saying? Zhao Yuan is just good-looking, just excellent. If you can't accept it, keep it to yourself. Li Haiyang looked at the injury on Lu Ye's face and thought Lu Yi was a bit an idiot. You stole your father's bidding documents for Zhao Yuan's sake. Does Zhao Yuan even know? Will he remember your kindness in the end? Lu Ye's face broke into a happy smile. You don't understand. Zhao Yuan has agreed to go to the movies with me this weekend. At least I have a chance. Another person who wasn't feeling as cheerful was Lu Xiaxia. Couldn't Lu Yi see that Zhao Yuan wasn't as good as he appeared on the surface? He lowered his head and opened his pencil case, glancing at 2 palm-sized transparent sealed bags. Inside were strands of hair from Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yuning. Once he verified the DNA, confirming his suspicions, he would expose Zhao Yuan's true identity. Tu Shuang carefully asked Yuan, now that your big brother's issue is resolved, are you really going to date Lu Yi? Hearing this, he felt irritated. It's just watching a movie. I haven't agreed to date anyone. They were in the middle of a PE class. While playing basketball, this news quickly reached Ku Chingwen's ears. Hugging the basketball, he went over and immediately told Fuyang, Shi, and Jiang Xiuqiu about it. Jiang Xiuqiu, wearing a turtleneck with his neck tucked into the collar, hadn't grasped the situation. So what does this have to do with us? Ku Chungwen hurriedly explained, you don't understand. The reason Zhao Yuan is seeking Lu Ye's help is to gain favor, to make the Zhao family turn to him. Unable to communicate with Jiang Xiuqiu, he looked directly at Fuyang Shi. Right, Brother Shi? Isn't that so, Brother Shi? Fuyang Shi took out his phone and made a call. Jiang Xiuqiu, too cold to turn his neck, rotated his entire body and asked puzzledly, what are you going to do? Ku Chungwen knowingly said, Brother Shi's going to mess up Zhao Yuan's plans. Fuyang Shi's brows were furrowed tightly, lost in thought. Shun Liao from the filial piety team finally understood her own feelings and decided to pursue Zhao Mingxi again. Meanwhile, the Fuji young master saw the two of them talking together. His face turned green with jealousy, like a jar of vinegar suddenly spilled. Jiang Xiuqiu sighed. Zhao Mingxi doesn't like you at all. Why are you still meddling in his affairs when you've been rejected? Fuyang Shi roared. I simply can't stand those Zhao family people. I don't want them to have it easy. Jiang Xiuqiu helplessly shrugged. I've told you before, from childhood to now, I've never seen anyone pursue us for who we are. You didn't believe me, but see? It's exactly like that. Fuyang Shi's composure instantly crumbled. He grabbed Jiang Xiuqiu's collar. Are you fucking looking for a fight? Seeing the two of them so dejected, Ku Chungwen couldn't help but feel down as well. He pondered worriedly. Why don't we find a way to drive Shun Liao away? Make him transfer schools. If Zhao Mingxi can't see him, will he forget about him? Only then did Fuyang Shi release Jiang Xiuqiu's collar. Jiang Xiuqiu shook his head. That might not work. Haven't you heard that long-distance relationships can stimulate hormones? The three of them sat down dejectedly nearby, unable to come up with any good ideas. Fuyang Shi continued to glare fiercely at Shun Liao in the distance. Meanwhile, Shun Liao had been equally troubled recently. It had been over a month since Zhao Mingxi said he no longer liked him. Why was he still feeling uneasy about it? Gradually, he began to realize, could it be that he actually cared about Zhao Mingxi? Yibo noticed him spacing out. What are you daydreaming about? Shun Liao asked with a solemn expression. If I were to pursue Zhao Mingxi now, what do you think? Yibo was almost scared silly, his pupils shaking. Are you serious? But if it's you, he'd definitely come back if you pursued him. He used to like you so much. Shun Liao received an affirmative answer. He felt as if a great weight had been lifted, feeling much more relaxed. During Friday's class break, Shun Liao handed the form to Mingxi. We'll leave from school together after class next Friday for the training camp. The address is on here. After you've read it carefully, sign here. Also, it'll get colder next week, so bring more warm clothes. Mingxi quickly signed the form. She looked at him somewhat strangely. Why are you in charge of this? Isn't it supposed to be you Tang from your team? Meanwhile, Fuyang Shi and his group approached. They saw Zhao Mingxi and Shun Liao talking in the corridor. Just moments ago, they were discussing how to break those two up, and now they saw them together. Fu Yangxi's face instantly turned green. This was beyond tolerable. His temples throbbed. He was about to rush over when Ku Chunwen and Jiang Xiuqiu held him back. Shiji, this childish behavior will only lose you points with Zhao Mingxi. Fu Yangxi, exasperated, retorted. Then what should we do? Just watch them get back together. Come on, they're just talking, they reasoned. Fu Yangxi angrily said, no way, he's not allowed to talk to that skinny guy. A moment later, as Shun Liao was about to speak, this is for the training dash. Someone squeezed between them to get water. Excuse me. Shun Liao continued. There's a group of 20 people dash. Another person passed between them. Sorry, need to pee. Excuse me again. Shun Liao's expression grew increasingly displeased. You should join the group. All notifications will be in the activity group. Remember to check the group announcements. Yet another person passed between them. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. Is everyone in the international class holding their pee? The hallway is so wide. Why must you squeeze through the middle? Zhao Mingxi, not in the mood to chat with Shun Liao, quickly scanned the QR code to join the group. Thanks. We'll talk later if needed. Fu Yangxi, watching from the corner of his eye, was fuming. They even exchanged contact information as if he didn't exist. When Mingxi returned to her seat, she noticed Fu Yangxi's mood was even gloomier than in the morning. He silently snapped a pencil in half. What's wrong with you now? He crossed his arms, pouting, and let out a haughty snort. After school, Mingxi saw him about to leave and asked, You're leaving already? Fu Yangxi looked up. What else? Stay and figure out why some people are so skinny. Mingxi blocked him, racking her brain for compliments. Who says you're fat? You're 1.88 meters tall. Clothes make you look slim, and you're well built without them. Not fat. Fu Yangxi moved her hand away, uttered an "oh," and continued to leave. Mingxi blurted out, You can't go. Perhaps her tone was too urgent. As everyone in the classroom looked over, Fu Yangxi, secretly delighted, tugged at the corner of his mouth. Oh, why? Do you have something else? Mingxi choked, her mind blank. Without thinking, she flipped through the competition problem set and pointed at a question. I can't solve this problem. Fu Yangxi was about to explode. Little Mask asked him to stay just to help with the problem? Or was he some kind of on-demand problem-solving tool? Fu Yangxi sat down angrily, took Mingxi's paper and pen, and started writing fluently. As he solved the problem, Mingxi was surprised to find that his thought process was very quick, extremely quick. It didn't seem like something a person who usually slept all day would be capable of. Mingxi couldn't help but ask, If you're this good, why don't you participate in competitions? Fu Yang, she didn't even look up. Selling a 100 yuan gold medal. Would that make me 1/1000000 as rich as I am? Mingxi was speechless. Sorry for bothering you. Little Mask, in order to not be separated from the young master, actually agreed to live with Fu Yangxi. She kept fantasizing if she lived here, they would have to share a bathroom. It meant that when Fu Yangxi showered, she could hear the water flowing over his body. And after she showered, would she have to wear his clothes? Fu Yangxi handed the solved problem to Mingxi. With a don't care if I die expression on his face, he picked up his school bag and walked out. Mingxi didn't even have time to look at the problem. He hurriedly followed with quick, small steps. Aunt Li also sent some local specialties. They're for you. Come with me to get them. Fu Yangxi glanced at him and asked coolly, Aren't there any for others? Like your friend from the training camp? Mingxi shook his head. No, just for you and Jiang Xiuqiu. Aunt Li said Ku Chunwen looks ugly, so he doesn't get any. Fu Yangxi looked reluctant, but grudgingly agreed. Fine then, he said as he took the specialties. He tentatively asked, Now that I've got the specialties, can I leave? Mingxi pointed and quickly said, Don't go. My light is broken. Can you help me change it? Fu Yangxi raised his head, frowning slightly. He then realized it wasn't just a broken bulb. The entire bulb was missing. He looked at Mingxi. We need to buy a new bulb. Wait here. I'll go downstairs for a bit. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Mingxi drinking water from a cup. The cup tilted just right, spilling water all over the bed. The entire duvet cover was soaked in an instant. Mingxi jumped up in panic. Oh no, what should we do? The blanket's wet. I can't sleep now. Fu Yangxi suddenly had a suspicion. He tried hard to appear nonchalant. What can we do? There are plenty of rooms anyway. Little Mask hung his head, sighing deeply. I guess that's all we can do. What was going on? He felt like Little Mask was trying every possible way to stick around with him. Was it just his imagination? Or was he being too narcissistic again? Meanwhile, at the Zhao residence, Zhao Zhanhuai was was furious. What's going on? Didn't Lu Corporation agree to sell us that piece of land? The assistant replied. Last night, Mr. Lu seemed to receive a phone call and immediately hung up. He dialed the number directly. Mr. Lu, I want to ask why you suddenly changed your mind at the last minute. Lu Su was also fuming. He angrily said, why don't you go ask your sister what kind of love potion she gave my son? She dared to steal my bidding documents. My son might be a wastrel, but your families know better. He hung up after saying this. It was strange indeed. How could such a small matter as buying land cause Fuji to withdraw investment from the parent company? Zhao Zhanhuai's face turned ashen. Call Zhao Yuan in. As Zhao Yuan pushed open the door, her heart was filled with joy. Big Brother must have secured the project and wanted to thank her. Perhaps they could now return to their previous relationship. As soon as she entered, she saw Zhao Zhanhuai's anger. Don't meddle in my affairs from now on. How could you let Lu Yi steal the bidding documents? This is absolutely reckless. Now the Lu family has terminated our cooperation. You've ruined the entire project. Her face instantly turned pale. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. He promised me. It will be fine. Zhao Zhanhuai looked at Zhao Yuan with indescribable disappointment. I know what your goal is, but Mingxi has already left home. There's no need for you to keep competing with him. He felt weary. You can go now. Zhao Yuan's entire body tensed up. She gritted her teeth. Zhao Mingxi, this is all your fault. Meanwhile, at the duplex apartment, he sat on the sofa, face to face with Fu Yangxi's grandmother, both blushing with embarrassment. He never imagined the atmosphere would be so awkward at this moment. He just didn't want to part with Fu Yangxi right away. How did it come to this? Mingxi began to imagine what it would be like if he lived here. The two of them would have to share a bathroom. This meant that when Fu Yangxi was showering, he could hear the sound of water flowing over his body. And after he finished showering, would he still have to wear his clothes? He dared not imagine any further. He felt extremely shy. Zhao Mingxi, what are you thinking? Mingxi suddenly realized that the person before him, despite his arrogant temper and cocky words, was truly tall, handsome, and full of hormones, a quintessential youth. Fu Yangxi tried to maintain his composure, but his mind was in complete disarray. His face had turned red, and he was extremely nervous. He couldn't help but pout slightly and steal a glance at Mingxi. He felt a tingling sensation in his heart, rather than the habitual perception of Mingxi as a mere Wi-Fi hotspot. Fu Xiao, the young master, had finally boldly confessed to Little Mask. Surprisingly, Mingxi had agreed without hesitation. Fu Yangxi's red hair fell across his forehead, his features exquisite, still wrapped in a blanket. Seeing this, Mingxi's heart began to race. Although it wasn't the first time he had noticed Fu Yangxi's striking appearance, the current image of this beautiful, sickly person especially drew Mingxi into a fantasy. Fu Yangxi pulled him into an embrace, his voice sounding like a spoiled child as he said, "Can't you like me? Even just a little bit?" Mingxi coughed awkwardly a few times. "Don't look at me like that, as if I'm bullying you." "Fine, I'll agree if that's what it takes." Hearing this response, he was stunned for several seconds. He reached out to touch Mingxi's face, his emotions running high. "You set yourself, no taking it back. From now on, you're not allowed to look at any other puppies." Fu Yangxi's voice was very solemn. "From now on, just call me Fu Xiao." Only then did Mingxi snap back to reality, casually responding with an "ah" and saying, "All right, Fu Xiao, have you taken your medicine?" What on earth was he thinking? The Fu family's young master was very jealous. Shen Liao had once been liked by Little Mask, and now, because Mingxi didn't like him, he once again fell into insomnia. Mingxi recalled various past events. In fact, he did like Fu Yangxi in his heart. He just hadn't realized it. This suddenly made Mingxi realize that the person before him, despite his arrogant temper and cocky words, was truly tall, handsome, and full of youthful vigor. He exuded the masculine hormones of youth, rather than being the Wi-Fi hotspot Mingxi had habitually considered him to be for so long. Mingxi stood up, saying awkwardly, "Maybe I should go back to school." Before he could finish, Fu Yangxi quickly stood up as well, trying his best to appear calm. He glared at Zhao Mingxi fiercely. "Go back where?" His face showed a hint of shyness. "You might as well stay here." I'll go out for the night. As he turned to leave, he explained further, don't overthink it. Your young master is always generous. If Chung-wen were in this situation, I'd let him stay for a couple of nights too. Ming-Shi couldn't possibly let the host leave while he stayed. So after some hesitation, he said, then we might as well both stay here. Fu-Yong-shi swallowed and coldly grunted in agreement, seemingly very reluctant. I guess that's the only way then. With these words, the air fell into silence again. To break this awkward atmosphere, Ming-Shi suggested, how about we watch a movie? Fu-Yong-shi's face remained expressionless as he brushed past Ming-Shi. There's a home theater. Watch whatever movie you want. He paused, then added coldly without turning his head, looks like we'll have to eat together tomorrow. Ming-Shi looked at him and said, not for lunch. Dong Shun asked me to accompany him shopping. Let's have dinner together tomorrow. Ming-Shi wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but after he said this, the figure in front of him seemed to become much more cheerful. Ming-Shi found it impossible to fathom Fu-Yong-shi's thoughts. Suddenly, he took 2 quick steps and jumped in front of him, turning back to look at his expression. What he saw was Fu-Yong-shi's face, which seemed to say, although we can have a meal together, I'm still utterly dead inside. Even though I'm tired of this, as a man, I won't shed tears easily. Don't mind my face. Fu-Yong-shi lifted his eyelids, but for what? He didn't seem to have become any happier. Ming-Shi felt that a boy's thoughts were truly hard to guess. Fu-Yong-shi's thoughts were even more difficult, doubly difficult. The two of them entered the audiovisual room. Fu-Yong-shi walked over. His side profile was distinct, with his eyelashes slightly lowered. Ming-Shi looked at him. Then he looked at the hand that was adjusting the equipment. That hand was fair and slender. Due to his privileged upbringing, it was completely free of calluses. In the early winter season, holding it would surely be dry and warm. Ming-Shi began to drift off in thought, unconsciously recalling the feeling of holding Fu-Yong-shi's hand before the last monthly exam. But in reality, at that time, his attention had been entirely on the tender shoots of his potted plant. He couldn't remember at all what it had felt like. Ming-Shi then remembered the feeling of having his hair ruffled by that hand. The force hadn't been gentle at all, even somewhat rough. It was like being rubbed with a dishcloth. He hadn't paid much attention to it at the time, but for some inexplicable reason, he recalled it now. Why? Ming-Shi unconsciously licked his dry lips. When he came back to his senses, Ming-Shi saw Fu-Yong-shi holding up a sci-fi movie. Have you seen this one? I've seen it. Hearing this, Fu-Yong-shi raised an eyebrow, a hint of jealousy in his voice. With whom? Ming-Shi's gaze was still fixed on Fu-Yong-shi's distinct facial features. He answered unconsciously. When I first came here, I watched it with Shen Liao, Dong Sheng, and the others. If you want to watch it, I don't mind seeing it again. Completely unprepared for such an answer, Fu-Yong-shi's fingers clenched tightly. He suddenly realized that Shen Liao had known Zhao Ming-Shi much earlier. The people around him had known about Zhao Ming-Shi's family situation long before he did. Oh, was the movie good? Ming-Shi recalled the plot. It's about an artificial intelligence boy who goes on adventures trying to become a real child. It's quite touching. I remember there was a scene. However, before he could finish, Fu-Yong-shi interrupted him. Suddenly feeling tired, he said expressionlessly, stuffing the disc back. If he listened any further, Fu-Yong-shi wasn't sure he wouldn't go and drag Shen Liao out of bed in the middle of the night to beat him up. He knew he shouldn't harbor negative emotions over such a trivial matter. Yet he couldn't help but feel jealous. He envied Shen Liao and Little Mask for their childhood engagement, for being part of Little Mask's past experiences and relationships. He was even more jealous that Shen Liao had once been liked by Little Mask. Ming-Shi saw him turn to leave and quickly followed. When not watching, he stopped. Another day. The guest room is here. It has its own bathroom. Get some rest early. Ming-Shi looked up. Good night, Fu Xiao. His brow furrowed as he said 2 words, good night. In truth, he wanted to ask Ming-Shi if he still liked Shen Liao, but he feared hearing an answer he didn't want to hear. After showering, Ming-Shi curled up in bed. He pondered back and forth, but still couldn't understand. He wasn't in the mood to review his studies either. He couldn't help but send a message to Hiyong. Do boys also have a few days each month when they feel irritable? Hiyong responded with an "Oh." Tell me more. Fu-Yong-shi and I were planning to watch a movie, but he suddenly said he was tired and wanted to watch another day. Does he hate me? Or did he find it boring when he heard me mention Shen Liao and Dong Sheng and didn't want to listen anymore? But I just wanted to share about my past class friend circle, you know? He couldn't be regretting taking me as his little brother, could he? He's been emphasizing lately that I shouldn't call him boss. Mingxi typed furiously, wanted to tell He-Yang everything that had happened that afternoon in detail. Taking on a little brother and then regretting it? How can he do that? That's not keeping his word. Is he even a man? He-Yang delayed for a moment before sending back several voice messages. Have you noticed that all the topics you've been talking to me about these past few days are about Fuyangxi? Logically, after you transfer classes, you should have had quite a bit of interaction with Kuchungwen and Jiang Xiuqiu too. But it seems like the person you mentioned to me the most is Fuyangxi. If you don't believe me, search through our chat history yourself. These words unexpectedly popped up in the chat box, startling Mingxi. His heart suddenly began to race, and blood rushed to his brain in a flash. With He Yang's reminder, he suddenly realized that his attention might have been too focused on Fuyangxi lately. Being scolded by Teacher Liu for staring at him during class was one thing. Today, when he heard that even if Ku Chungwen's bed was soaked, Fuyangxi would provide him a place to stay, he actually felt a fleeting sense of disappointment. Wasn't it normal for people who had known each other for so many years? And that morning, when he saw Fuyangxi downstairs at the dormitory, hearing that he had only come to retrieve his scarf and not to bring breakfast, it was as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Why did he have that emotional reaction? What was happening to him? Meanwhile, Fuyangxi lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, once again unable to sleep. He couldn't sleep, and he didn't dare to. Before, he would hug Little Mask with feelings of love, trying hard to fall asleep, enduring many nights of nightmares. But now that Zhao Mingxi didn't like him, the nightmares had returned. Shocking. The Fu family's young master actually dyed his hair back to black for Little Mask. Kuchungwen created a group chat and added Jiang Xiuqiu. They both sent messages of consolation. Fuyangxi picked up his phone. He saw a group message. Shiji, what are you doing? Did you use the candlelight dinner idea we taught you? Seeing this, he instantly bristled. The chat continued. What kind of group is this? Shiji, even if Zhao Mingxi doesn't like you now, it doesn't mean he won't like you in the future, right? Jiang Xiuqiu? My opinion is that Shen Liao and Fuyangxi are two different types. The failure rate of stealing someone's love interest is very high. Otherwise, Shiji, why don't you dye your hair black like Shen Liao? Dyeing your hair black won't help. The personality gap is too big. Fuyangxi, seeing these words, angrily replied, Jiang, you pessimist. Today, Zhao Mingxi even took the initiative to invite me to watch a movie. He honestly said he invited you to watch a movie just to ease the awkward atmosphere, right? Fuyangxi's heart shattered into pieces. Little Mask, indeed, seemed to have invited him to watch a movie just to ease the awkwardness. And he casually picked a movie that he had watched with Shen Liao before. He fell back, dejected. Jiang Xiuqiu was annoyingly accurate. The next morning, when Mingxi woke up, he found several different breakfast options on the table. It seemed Fuyangxi had gotten up and then returned to his room. So Mingxi quietly walked towards his room. Fuyangxi inside sensed it. He quickly lay down and pretended to be asleep. Mingxi's head peeked in. He saw Fuyangxi lying on the bed, sound asleep. He noticed that Fuyangxi's clothes weren't properly adjusted, causing one of his abs to be exposed. Worried he might catch a cold, Mingxi went over to cover him properly with a blanket. Mingxi looked closely at his face and had to admit the arrogant young master was quite handsome. He suddenly recalled He Yang's words, and his face inexplicably reddened. He Yang was indeed right. Mingxi had mentioned Fuyangxi the most. The next second, he fled in panic. Fuyangxi glanced at him, pouting. He didn't like him, yet he still covered him with a blanket. In the morning, Mingxi and Dong Sheng met at the mall. Sister Mingxi, you've really changed a lot. Of course, deep down you haven't changed. Has your face completely healed? Mingxi unconsciously touched her cheek. It's fully healed now. Mingxi glanced at her potted plant again. The small sprouts had grown into 4 little trees, which meant 200 tiny seedlings. Thinking that Fuyangxi's birthday was approaching, Mingxi decided to prepare a gift for him. While shopping at the mall with Dong Sheng, she noticed some small items with a production date of November 5th. She bought them all, quietly collecting them. She hoped Fuyangxi would find her gift unique. Suddenly, Mingxi took out her phone and showed it to Dong Sheng. The medicine Fuyangxi is taking. You just came back from France, right? You should be able to understand what this means. Dong Sheng looked at it and could only make out a few words like treatment, usage, and chronic insomnia disorder. Mingxi was stunned. It's not vitamins? Why would Fuyangxi have insomnia? Mingxi's mind suddenly flashed back to those few times when inexplicable bruises and glass cuts appeared on Fu Yangxi's body. Her eyelids started twitching uncontrollably. Dongxing asked, "What's wrong?" Mingxi snapped back to reality. Nothing. A while later, the mother and son were carrying various items. When Mrs. Dong saw Mingxi, she smiled and said, "Annie saw so many pretty dresses, I couldn't help but buy them all for you." Just as Mingxi was about to refuse, she immediately spoke up, "Don't refuse, Auntie." Then she tossed the things to Dongsheng behind her and took Mingxi's hand, ready to go home. As Mrs. Zhao was coming downstairs with a friend, she happened to see Mingxi and Mrs. Dong. Dongshun was also leaving the building. Noticing her strange expression, the friend followed her gaze and saw Zhao Mingxi. She couldn't help but say to Mrs. Zhao, "Isn't that your child? Why is she shopping with another mother and son?" Mrs. Zhao's heart ached and raced. She didn't know what to say for a moment. She had to find a way to bring Mingxi back. She was her daughter. Meanwhile, Fu Yangxi sat in a hair salon. The stylist asked him, "Young Master Fu, shall we cut it short? It'll make you look more energetic." Fu Yangxi looked up and said, "Dye it black." The stylist was shocked. "You've never thought about dyeing it black before." Dyeing it black would make him look a lot like his older brother. His mother and grandfather would never accept it, but it was clearly the type that Zhao Mingxi liked. Fu Yangxi desperately wished to return to that self-deceptive dream from before. He impatiently said, "Stop talking nonsense. Just dye it black." The young master of the Fu family was truly heartbroken this time, seeing Little Mask on a date with that Shun guy. Apparently, to some extent, Little Mask and Shun Liao had already met the parents. After sitting in the hair salon for 2 hours, the black hair was finally dyed. Hair color truly has a huge impact on a person's aura. Now, with his clean, short black hair, he looked tall and elegant. In a fleeting glance, he had lost some of his previous impulsive and unruly air. Instead, he gained a touch of crisp, cold, and proud youthfulness. Several employees in the store couldn't help but stare at the young master. Hearing their whispers, Fu Yangxi's face darkened. He turned back with an irritated glare. "What are you looking at? Keep staring, and your eyeballs might fall out." The people in the store hurriedly averted their gaze. The young master was still the young master. A new hairstyle didn't mean a new temper. Fu Yangxi, not quite used to it, touched his new hairstyle as he left the salon. With a sour face, he took a selfie and sent it to the group chat with 3 people. As expected, Ku Chun-wen and Jiang Xiuqiu started their duet. "I was just saying it casually. I can't believe you actually went and dyed it." Fu Yangxi instantly flew into a rage. "Are you fucking asking for death? Weren't you the one who said Zhao Mingxi likes this type?" Ku Chun-wen hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "All right, Shiji, you should hurry and go buy candles and steak." He glanced at the time. Little Mask should be having dinner with the Dong family right now. Fu Yangxi harbored a secret anticipation in his heart. Perhaps he was hoping that when Little Mask saw his black hair, there might be something akin to fondness in her eyes. Therefore, he was eager to see her. Fu Yangxi was waiting for a car outside the mall. Suddenly, he looked up. Fu Yangxi quickly spotted Zhao Mingxi dining at a Western restaurant across the street, along with the person sitting opposite her. Fu Yangxi stared at them for a full 5 minutes, unable to process what he was seeing. He forgot what expression he should wear on his face. His mind felt as rusty as an old machine. Was it a date? Mingxi was feeling a bit uncomfortable at the moment. Annie Dong dragged you along to have dinner with them. Why didn't you refuse? Shun Liao replied coolly and deliberately. Of course, he wouldn't say that it was he who specifically called, and asked Mrs. Dong to invite Zhao Mingxi out for dinner. He said coldly, "Auntie Dong is an elder. I couldn't refuse. Zhao Mingxi, we've known each other for 2 years. Are you now unwilling to even have a meal with me?" Mingxi felt very irritated and couldn't help but say, "You don't like me, and I don't like you now either. It's best if we pretend not to know each other." Moreover, she wanted to return early to figure out exactly what medicine Fu Yangxi had been taking. Just as she was about to say something, Mrs. Dong and Mr. Dong returned from the restroom. They sat down on either side of the table. Mrs. Dong also sensed that the atmosphere between the 2 young people wasn't quite right. She quickly tried to break the tension. "Little Shun, you like our Mingxi, don't you? Don't be so proud. If she runs away, you'll have nowhere to cry." Unexpectedly, Shun Liao was silent for 2 seconds. Then he said, Mingxi suddenly raised her head. "What the hell? What did he mean by that, ma'am?" Mrs. Dong held her hand, smiling as she said, "CC, Time is precious. Don't waste it on squabbling. Mingxi was getting a headache. Annie Dong, it's not what you think. Shun Liao interrupted Zhao Mingxi's words. Understand, Annie Dong. Mrs. Dong placed their hands together. That's more like it. You two are so well matched. A tall figure in black stood at the entrance of the Western restaurant, clearly hearing Mrs. Dong's words. Mingxi often talked about you during our video calls. Now that you like her too, what else could stand in your way? His mind was buzzing. He felt utterly ridiculous. So, in a sense, Little Mask and Shun Liao had already met the parents. Fu Yangxi's knuckles turned white as he gripped the heavy bag of steaks. Finally, he left the restaurant, feeling disheartened. Suddenly, he paused in his steps. He glanced once more at Mingxi inside, feeling irritated and confused. Very messy. His jet-black short hair reflected in the shop window, making him look like a shoddy clown. Little Mask finally realized that she liked Fu Yangxi. She began searching on Baidu, how to tell if you like someone. The answers she got were, you involuntarily try to learn about their preferences. You can't help but stare at them. You find them attractive. You can't sleep because of them, and you worry about them. Mingxi, having dealt with Mrs. Dong and Shun Liao, quickly made an excuse about needing to study and left. On her way home, she sent a WeChat message to Shun Liao, telling him that she would explain to Annie Dong later that they were no longer together. How did Shun Liao respond? Mingxi didn't look. He pulled him back again. The message was rejected. He returned to Fu Yangxi's side with his backpack. He pressed the doorbell, but there was no response for a full 5 minutes. Mingxi opened his phone and discovered that Fu Yangxi had sent him a WeChat message. The door password is 102,488. Just go in directly. Stay as long as you want. I have something to do and need to return to the old house. Mingxi suddenly remembered the bruise on Fu Yangxi's hand after he returned from the old house last time. His eyelids started twitching anxiously again. He hurriedly asked what was wrong. Mingxi entered the password. He walked straight in. The apartment was large, but seemed very cold and empty. He had thought that someone with Fu Yangxi's flamboyant and unrestrained personality would surely live in a lively place. But he never expected the reality to be so different. Mingxi realized that he knew very little about Fu Yangxi. Now he couldn't help wanting to know more about him, even if it was just some of his preferences. He pushed open the door to the screening room. It turned out he wasn't a disorganized person at all. Mingxi browsed through the vinyl records and films. Mingxi took a photo of these movie catalogs. He planned to choose ones he hadn't seen when they watched movies together in the future. On the floor lay a half-disassembled robot vacuum cleaner. It was partially repaired, with gray-black parts casually scattered around, so he could even repair robots. Mingxi instinctively wanted to go over and take a look. So he had been living in such a spacious room all along. It was late at night, so Mingxi quickly took a shower. Lying in bed, he checked his phone. Fu Yangxi still hadn't replied to his message. In his heart, that unconscious itchy feeling appeared again, as if possessed when Mingxi came to his senses. He had already started searching on Baidu, how to tell if you like someone. Mingxi was startled and instinctively wanted to exit, but he couldn't help browsing through it with his whole body tense. The first item was glaringly obvious. You unconsciously try to learn about the other person's likes and dislikes. Mingxi thought of the photo he took of the movies. His heart was pounding. He covered his face and buried his head, taking several deep breaths. After a while, when he was mentally prepared, Mingxi continued reading. The second item was that you unconsciously stare at the other person, finding them attractive. Mingxi's blood rushed to his scalp. His face unconsciously started to burn. The third item was that you can't sleep because of the other person and you worry about them. Mingxi was going crazy. He found that he matched almost all of them. It was over. He really had fallen for Fu Yangxi. During Monday's break, Mingxi couldn't help but glance at the desk next to him from time to time. It was still empty. Fu Yangxi hadn't come to class yet. He turned to ask Jiang Xiuqiu, "Do you know what happened at Fu Yangxi's home?" He left in a hurry on Saturday. Jiang Xiuqiu played with a basketball, glanced at Mingxi and said, "Don't worry, it's probably nothing serious." Maybe he was indeed overthinking it. Mingxi felt somewhat relieved. Jiang Xiuqiu had known Fu Yangxi the longest. If he said it was nothing, then it probably wasn't anything. But for the next Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, Fu Yangxi didn't come to class. Mingxi organized Fu Yangxi's homework, planning to give him a private tutoring session when he returned. Suddenly, he was called to Teacher Lu's office. As Mingxi walked towards the office, he saw a tall, graceful figure emerge from the end of the corridor. It looked very much like Fu Yangxi. Mingxi instinctively called out Fu Yangxi. He heard Mingxi's clear call. His footsteps faltered for a moment. In the end, he still hurriedly went downstairs. Mingxi rushed past the surging crowd in the corridor, hurriedly following after him. But the other person had already swiftly descended the stairs. She couldn't even catch a glimpse of his coattails. Was it really him? The figure looked exactly like Fu Yangxi, but that person's hair was jet black. At this moment, she was truly worried about Fu Yangxi. The young Master Fu Yang had made changes for Little Mask, intending to seriously become a proper person. Friday morning, they gathered for intensive training. Mingxi put on her thick coat, wearing the scarf Fu Yang she had given her and carrying the backpack from him. She kept looking around. Hadn't he come to school today either? She checked her phone. Fu Yang she still hadn't sent any messages. Although she hadn't thought much about this birthday, she just missed Fu Yangxi a bit. Shen Liao saw her and walked over proactively. Mingxi's brows furrowed. She turned and went straight onto the bus. Shen Liao's expression changed in the cold wind. Wu Shuang was surprised to see this. It was shocking that Goddess Yao would actively stand next to Zhao Mingxi. Secondly, he was surprised that Zhao Mingxi kept her at arm's length, as if she didn't want to be with her at all. Zhao Yuan frowned, feeling very displeased. At noon, they arrived at the training location, a hotel near the school. This pure learning atmosphere made Mingxi immerse herself in it involuntarily. If it weren't for the fact that when she came back, she found her pencil case, test papers, and backpack all thrown into the garbage bin. Mingxi's temples throbbed. She calmly walked over and picked up the backpack Fu Yang she had given her. Her mood exploded in an instant. Holding the backpack with 2 fingers, she coldly scanned the training classroom. Who did this? Zhao Yuan instinctively stood up and handed over a tissue. Mingxi quickly wiped it, hoping it might still be usable. It wasn't Zhao Yuan, Mingxi estimated. Zhao Yuan wouldn't resort to such low tactics. Besides, when she had left earlier, Zhao Yuan wasn't there. She held the backpack dripping with dirty water. With long strides, she walked up to Pu Shuang, her voice ice cold. You did this. The dirt on the backpack was about to stain his clothes. He immediately stood up and dodged, extremely angry. Zhao Mingxi, be careful. Do you know how much my clothes cost? Is it worth it for a broken backpack? Mingxi shoved Pu Shuang aside and picked up the backpack from his desk drawer. She threw it directly into the garbage bin. Pu Shuang was stunned. When he came to his senses, he screamed and lunged to grab it. Zhao Mingxi, are you crazy? Another girl shouted. Your backpack fell on the ground. We thought it was trash. What's wrong with throwing it in the garbage bin? Mingxi laughed coldly. Looks like you were involved too. Then if you're standing on the ground and I think you're trash, can I stuff you into the garbage bin too? As Mingxi spoke, she forcefully grabbed the girl's wrist and dragged her to the garbage bin. The girl was thoroughly frightened. Zhao Mingxi, let go. I was wrong. Mingxi coldly shook off her hand and warned, if you pull these little tricks behind my back again, expect to be repaid 100-fold. Wu Shuang was shocked as he watched Zhao Mingxi. She used to endure silently before. Why did she retaliate this time? Glaring fiercely at Mingxi, he said, you got in here by luck. Do you really think you can make it to the finals? He couldn't help but rage. Without me, do you think you'd even be here? How about this? Whoever has the worst score in this preliminary round drops out of school. As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper. He wrote a letter of commitment and signed it. You sign it too. Tu Shuang felt Zhao Mingxi was too arrogant. Gritting her teeth, she agreed, fine, I'll sign. Don't regret it. Just then, Shen Liao returned. Seeing the scene in the classroom, his face changed. What happened? A student from the international class saw this and quickly called Fu Yangxi. Even for such a trivial matter, they had a call. Meanwhile, at the Fu family's old mansion, the old master looked at his short black hair, finding it extremely irritating. He couldn't help but frown and said, you've been here for several days. When are you going to leave? Why did you suddenly decide to dye your hair? Fu Yangxi didn't answer. Instead, he asked, when are you going to restore my privileges? The old master's anger flared up. Restore your privileges? You cause trouble all day, your grades are at the bottom, and you don't even attend the courses I arranged for you. Fu Yangxi suddenly said, I'll go. I've decided to be serious now, so restore my privileges. He looked at Fu Yangxi in disbelief, stunned. What? Fu Yangxi smirked carelessly. You're about to send Fu Zi to our school. If you don't restore my privileges, I suppose to just watch him outshine me. The old master was almost enraged by his words. Is that all you care about? Just then, he received a phone call. As he answered, his expression changed. He ran off immediately. The old master asked Lawyer Zhang beside him where he was going. Lawyer Zhang whispered, most likely to find that girl again. The old master suddenly asked, what's that girl's name? Lawyer Zhang quickly replied, Zhao Mingxi, you're not planning to give her money to leave young Master Fu, are you? The old master was furious. Have you been watching too many soap operas? When has he ever cared about Fu Zi? His change can only be because of that girl. Her existence might actually be a good thing. 13 years ago, when Xiaoxi chose to stay, I had already decided to let him inherit the Fu Corporation. But because of that, he fell into an abyss of guilt and pain. Fuyang, got into the car. Hurry up, drive faster. Little Mask, please don't let anything happen to you. That girl by his side might just be the one who can pull him out. Because he likes her, and he wants her to like him back. That's why he wants to become better. Little Mask was missing Fuyang more and more, inexplicably wanting to be close to him, gradually realizing that he had fallen for Fuyang. Meanwhile, the young master of the Fu family couldn't let go of Little Mask in his heart. He was even willing to stoop to the most humble level just to be with Mingxi. He couldn't find a washing machine in the hotel room, so he had to turn on the faucet and wash the clothes himself. At that moment, a strong thought popped into Mingxi's mind. If only Fuyang were here. Tall and big Fuyang with his short red hair, looking as lively as the morning sun. He suddenly missed Fuyang very much. He wanted to send Fuyang a message, asking where he was now. He wanted to ask why he didn't show up on his birthday. At some point, his reason for getting close to him had changed from simply wanting to leech off his good fortune to seeking warmth. Or perhaps he liked him. He opened the chat window with Fuyang, strongly wanting to send something. His current mood was just like when he first texted Fuyang. Mingxi typed in WeChat, I miss you a lot. Are you okay? Where are you now? Before he finished typing all the messages, he deleted them word by word. He didn't know what to send anymore. Feeling frustrated and confused, just then he heard several screams from the next room. It seemed to be Pu Shuang's voice. Who threw away my luggage? Another girl's angry curses followed. My shoes were thrown out too, weren't they? Zhao Mingxi, but he came back later than us. Mingxi was stunned and stood up. He inexplicably suspected that Fuyang had ordered someone to do this. Such an arrogant act of revenge. Who else could it be but Fuyang? He stood there dumbfounded for a while. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside the door. Mingxi immediately walked towards the door. Could it be him? Mingxi jubilantly rushed over to open the door. But standing outside was Shun Liao. Mingxi's expression froze for a moment, somewhat taken aback. Shun Liao was holding a small cream cake. Seeing it was him, Mingxi's secret hope suddenly dimmed. Shun Liao also noticed a change in his expression and frowned slightly. Don't take today's incident to heart. They've already been scolded by Teacher Jiang. Next time something like this happens, tell me directly. He suddenly took Mingxi's hand. Come on, I'll take you out to celebrate your birthday. Mingxi pulled his hand away. With a pale face, he opened his mouth, about to refuse. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure at the corner of the stairs. Though it was just a fleeting moment, Mingxi's heart skipped a beat. Almost instinctively, he chased after it. Out of the hotel, there was a wide, tree-lined avenue. Moonlight spilled onto the ground, cold and icy. Mingxi watched helplessly as that familiar figure ahead, tall and slender in the moonlight. His steps were swift. Although Fuyang, had mentally prepared himself before coming. When he actually saw him with Shun Liao, he still couldn't accept it. Perhaps he shouldn't have come at all. Fuyang, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, he heard Little Mask call his name. Fuyang turned his head. He immediately saw Mingxi. Mingxi's heart was racing. Suddenly, he didn't know what to say. He wanted to ask why he had been avoiding him these past few days. There were so many questions he couldn't voice. Finally, what came out of his mouth was, Fuyang, my shoelace is untied. The air seemed to freeze. The moonlight shimmered on the trees below, their shadows swaying in the wind. Fuyang's tall figure moved slightly. He remained silent, suddenly starting to walk back. His jet black hair hung down, weighted with silence and the pain of abandonment. He didn't want him anymore, but with just one call, he would still come back. He crouched down to tie Zhao Mingxi's loose shoelace. He did it very slowly. Mingxi lowered his eyes, breaking the silence. Did you come to celebrate my birthday? Fuyang gave a muffled "nem" in response. He finished tying Mingxi's shoelace and stood up. Mingxi looked up at him. Today's Fuyang seemed different from usual. Perhaps it was because of his new black hair. His brows were heavy, the usual arrogance in his eyes gone, replaced only by a yielding and unwavering youthful spirit. He looked behind Mingxi. Instinctively, Mingxi turned his head, following his gaze. Watching Mingxi turn his head, he stiffened. In a hoarse voice, he said, "After someone else finishes celebrating your birthday, I'll help you celebrate the rest of it, no matter how late. Will you call me later?" Fuyang, she retreated to the most humble position. Shen Liao strode over from the hotel behind Mingxi. "Zhao Mingxi, you can't leave. What I said to Annie Dong that day, I meant it." He couldn't bear to watch anymore. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee what he might do. Fuyang, she struggled to suppress the surging rage and jealousy in his eyes, turning to leave. However, Mingxi grabbed his wrist. Mingxi was afraid he would run away. Fuyang, she's body stiffened. He turned back and looked at him a few times. Mingxi wasn't sure if Fuyang, she liked him, or perhaps just treating himself as a little brother. Little Mask and Fuyang, she finally cleared up their misunderstanding. They were back together again, and the young Master Fuji threw him a grand birthday party. Mingxi turned to Shen Liao and said, "I'm sorry. I don't want to celebrate my birthday with you." Fuyang, she suddenly heard this and turned back to look at Mingxi, shocked. The next thing he heard was Shen Liao saying, "I'm sorry. I've already explained this to you several times. Even before changing classes, I didn't like you anymore. A few days ago, I didn't say it outright out of respect for the elders. But afterwards, I've already explained everything to Annie Dong. She won't try to force us together anymore." However, Fuyang, she first stood there like a wooden chicken, then the blood slowly rushed back. His pale face gradually regained its color. His mind was buzzing, his heart pounding. Little Mask was rejecting Shen Liao. Mingxi's attitude was firm, even cold. "So, please take back your birthday gift and cake. I don't like you. If you continue like this in the future, we can't even be friends." Shen Liao's face looked extremely unpleasant. Even though he had thought that Zhao Mingxi was now avoiding him, he never imagined that she wouldn't even want to celebrate his birthday as a friend. He was unwilling to accept it. How did things end up like this? He wanted to say something more, but Zhao Mingxi had already pulled Fuyang Shi away. Mingxi held his hand, her eyes sparkling. "Shiji, let's go celebrate your birthday." Fuyang, she regained a smile. Did this mean that Shen Liao was now just a stranger to her? He suddenly said, "Okay." Mingxi asked, "So where did you disappear to these past few days?" "I was held up by my grandfather." Fuyang, she didn't have the heart to say that he had seen her at the Western restaurant, dining with Shen Liao and the Dong family. He had found a place to hide, feeling disheartened and dejected. Half an hour later, Mingxi, wearing Fuyang Shi's jacket, was led by him to a private room in a luxury hotel. The room was carefully decorated, filled with balloons of various colors. The largest cake was wheeled out by Dong Sheng and Hiyang, who said in unison, "Mingxi, happy birthday." Mingxi's nose tingled with emotion. She couldn't help but complain. "I thought you had forgotten my birthday." Ku Changwen exaggerated. "How could that be possible? Shiji has been mentioning it 800 times a day." Before he could finish, Fuyang, she kicked him. His face twisted in pain. The group sat down. Jiang Xiuqiu sat lazily, suddenly smiling mischievously. He suggested, "Let's play a game of truth." The first spin of the bottle pointed at Mingxi. Jiang Xiuqiu glanced at Fuyang Shi and unexpectedly asked Zhao Mingxi, "My question is, if Fuyang Shi and Shen Liao both fell into a river, who would you save?" Fuyang Shi tensed up, glaring at him fiercely. His eyes seemed to say, "Are you tired of living? Asking such a question." Zhao Mingxi had just ended her previous crush. She would surely choose Shen Liao. Wasn't this deliberately provoking people? But unexpectedly, Mingxi replied without hesitation, "I'd save Fuyang Shi." Fuyang Shi looked at Zhao Mingxi in disbelief, his mind going blank. Jiang Xiuqiu smiled enigmatically. The second spin of the bottle skillfully turned in his hand, pointing at Zhao Mingxi again. "Looks like it's Zhao Mingxi again for the second question," he said. "Do you prefer Fuyang Shi with red hair or black hair?" Fuyang Shi tensed up again. Little Mask would definitely choose black, right? But then he heard Zhao Mingxi's answer. As long as it's Fuyang Shi, he looks good either way. Fuyang Shi's heart was now pounding. His face flushed red. What was going on? Had Little Mask suddenly had an epiphany? Jiang Xiuqiu immediately asked the third question. "If Ku Changwen and I both fell into the water, who would you save?" Mingxi, her thoughts still on Fuyang Shi, reflexively said, "I'd save Fuyang Shi." Suddenly, the entire private room fell silent. An awkward atmosphere spread. Ku Changwen couldn't help but shout, "Now this is a problem. There's no Fuyang Shi." Mingxi, a beat late, let out an "oh." Then he said, "Well, I'll save Ko Chungwin then." Ko Chungwin, embarrassed and angry, retorted, "What's with that reluctant expression? Cold and aloof. The hell with Fuyang, she coming back. That charisma." He couldn't help it. He tried hard to suppress his wildly upturning mouth corners. However, the little bird in his heart resurrected on the spot, frantically flapping its wings, almost wanting to do a one-winged handstand. Do 300 puxa o PS. His overwhelming joy had already been exposed. When Shun Liao returned, her face looked unprecedentedly cold and silent. She closed the door without a word and changed her shoes, making the room seem deathly quiet. Yu Tung, who shared a room with her, noticed something was off. He immediately realized, was she rejected? Impossible. He took a few careful steps forward and asked very cautiously, "Yao God, did something happen? Didn't you see Zhao Mingxi?" His voice was deep and hoarse. "I saw him." Suddenly, a harsh sound was heard. "Then why are you like this? Did he reject you? There must be a reason, right? Should I call my sister and ask?" Shun Liao's head was already buzzing, and now it was even more filled with a rush of blood from the noise. He could barely maintain his calm expression. He shouted, "Shut up." He walked to the sink and splashed cold water on his face. When Zhao Mingxi rejected him, that surname Fu was also there. Rather than rejecting him, it was more like repeating once again, deliberately emphasizing for Fuyangxi to hear. So, did he transfer his affections and fall for that surname Fu? This year was the happiest birthday Little Mask had ever had in his life. Fuyangxi's gift box was the largest. His heart was pounding, unable to contain his happiness. His wish was for the fate of the female supporting character and the terminal illness to disappear quickly, for the Dong family to be healthy, and for someone named Fuyangxi to celebrate his birthday with him every year in the future. To celebrate his own birthday. Shun Liao couldn't accept this fact. Did he transfer his affections and fall for that surname Fu? Yu Tung poked his head in. "My sister said to compete with that surname Fu in something you're good at. Why not compete with surname Fu in modifying robot princes? Your Highness definitely won't lose." Regardless, having gained some method and clue, Shun Liao's face was no longer so cold and hard. He took a deep breath, telling himself to be patient. Then he went to place the birthday cake at the door of Zhao Mingxi's hotel room. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fuyangxi's gift box was the largest. Mingxi looked at it curiously, immediately wanting to open it. However, Fuyangxi raised his hand and pressed it on the box. "Open it when you get back." Mingxi couldn't help but ask what was inside, why it was so big. Fuyangxi tried his best to maintain his cold, domineering expression, only his ears slightly red. "Just some worthless little things. It's not like I would carefully prepare anything special." Mingxi's heart was pounding, unable to contain his happiness. "Then I'll take it back and look at it later." Dong Shun glanced at Zhao Mingxi, then at Fuyangxi, feeling very displeased. He forcefully inserted himself between them, sitting down with a thud. Holding a gift box in his hands, he said, "Sister Mingxi, look at mine. Mine doesn't have so many young master rules. You can open it now." Fuyangxi's face immediately soured. He glared at Dong Shun, seeing his hand gripping Mingxi's arm. He instantly bristled. "Little boy, isn't your butt a bit too big?" Dong Shun looked back at Fuyangxi. "Big bro, if you think the sofa's too small, you can go sit over there. There's so much space on the opposite sofa. Are you too old to move your legs?" Fuyangxi's eyebrows raised in disbelief. He had always been the one to provoke others. No one had ever dared to provoke him so blatantly. Was this kid tired of living? He's definitely asking for death. Fuyangxi instantly embraced him, twisting his sleeve. As he was about to fight, Ko Chungwin quickly held him back, advising, "Let it go." "Brother Shi, considering he's sort of a half-relative, who knows? He might even become your brother-in-law in the future." Fuyangxi's anger immediately dissipated, his face beaming with joy. It was almost midnight. The lights were turned off and candles were lit. Mingxi placed both hands under his chin, lowered his head, closed his eyes, and smiled as he made a wish. This was the happiest birthday he had ever had in his life. His wish was for the fate of the supporting female character and the terminal illness to disappear quickly, for the Dong family to be healthy, and for someone named Fuyangxi to accompany him on his birthday every year from now on. Midnight had passed. In the joyful atmosphere, Mingxi blew out the candles with a series of puffs. Fuyangxi said to Mingxi, "Let's have some late-night snacks before I take you back. I'll go check out." After walking out, he took out his phone and made a call. Uncle Lou, go to the nearby mall and pick out 2 coats, one for men and one for women, preferably. He hesitated, then continued. Buy them and deliver them to the hotel entrance. I'll wait for you in the lobby. The driver understood everything, preferably from the couple's collection. Mingxi couldn't help but quietly ask Jiang Xiuqiu, "Can I ask you a few questions?" Jiang Xiuqiu somehow immediately understood. About Fuyangxi, Mingxi felt his girlish thoughts were about to explode with awkwardness, blushing as he nodded. Jiang Xiuqiu couldn't help but smile. Some things, it's better if you learn them from him directly. But I can tell you this. Mingxi sat to the side, curiously asking, "What?" Jiang Xiuqiu curved his peach blossom eyes. Full of mischief, he started making things up. Fuyangxi used to have a childhood sweetheart. She was very beautiful, on par with you. When they were young, she often brought her home to play. He called her Little Flying Chess because they often played flying chess together. Little puppy Zhao. You haven't played flying chess with him yet, right? Mingxi's heart sank. In an instant, anger bubbled up inside him. What the hell? So the nickname he gave him was copied from someone else? When Fuyangxi returned, he was in high spirits, his mouth curved in a smile, eyebrows raised. He saw Zhao Mingxi glaring at him. Fuyangxi's smile froze on his face. What's going on? Jiang Xiuqiu walked over and patted his shoulder. Do you remember when we were kids? We climbed trees together? You didn't hold on, causing me to fall and break my leg. I was in the hospital for 3 months. Fuyangxi raised an eyebrow coldly. Why bring that up suddenly? Want to fight? Jiang Xiuqiu smiled and shrugged. I can't beat you in a fight, but I can play tricks. Late at night, Fuyangxi carried many gifts in bags to drop Zhao Mingxi off at the training hotel. For some reason, Fuyangxi felt that Little Mask's mood had suddenly become serious. He frowned slightly. Then he saw the cake Xin Liao had left at Mingxi's door. Fuyangxi looked down, and his face immediately darkened. Why was this guy still so persistent? He said to Mingxi, "I'll throw it away." Mingxi didn't seem to care and nodded slightly. Fuyangxi looked at him, his gaze lingering on the cake for a moment. He started feeling sour inside again. Was the small steak at the Western restaurant that day delicious? As a result, Zhao Mingxi looked up, also seeming jealous, his whole body exuding a vinegary smell. He snorted and stared at him. Was the flying chess fun? Fuyangxi was completely confused. What flying chess? They're being sweet again. They're happy again. Young Master Fu said, "Brother has made up for all of Little Mask's 18th birthday gifts at once." Fuyangxi was arranging things by the door. As soon as Mingxi came back and took off his coat, he couldn't help but crouch down to unwrap the gifts. Fuyangxi's heart skipped a beat. He quickly rushed over and pressed down on the gift box. "Little Mask, you're too impatient," he said. "Couldn't you wait until I left to open it? I'm still here." Before he could finish speaking, they both realized their proximity was a bit too intimate. They could feel each other's body heat through their clothes and the thin layer of air between them. Zhao Mingxi crouched there, a small bundle, while Fuyangxi bent over her from above, pressing down on the box. If he lowered himself just a bit more, his chin would touch the top of her head. What would it feel like to have his chin brush against a girl's hair? It must be soft like touching silk. Fuyangxi lowered his gaze to look at her. From his angle, he could see her upturned, fair nose tip. The curve of the girl's slender back was visible. Her black hair fell forward, carrying a faint scent of shampoo. So cute, Fuyangxi thought, his Adam's apple bobbing. His heart felt as if it were being tickled by her long hair, tingling and clear. His fingers about to lift the box lid, imperceptibly curled into a shape ready to grip it. Feeling the boy's pheromones and warm body behind her, Mingxi noticed how stiff and strange he was. Would he realize that she had fallen for him? Mingxi's heart raced. She quickly shifted to the side, ducking out from under his looming posture. The movement was somewhat awkward, and she stumbled, nearly falling. Fuyangxi caught her with one hand. Mingxi's face turned red, unable to hide her embarrassment. Fuyangxi quickly released his grip on her wrist, his ears flushing. He turned his head away, not knowing where to look, finally settling his gaze on the ceiling. The ceiling color is nice, he thought. Mingxi took a few steps back. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Fuyangxi stammer, "Well, I'll be going then." Though he said he was leaving, his feet didn't move an inch. The air suddenly became awkwardly quiet again. Then, unexpectedly, they both spoke at once. "Are you free tomorrow? Want to have dinner together tomorrow?" Their words collided, making the atmosphere even more uncomfortable. They quickly turned their heads in opposite directions, their faces flushing like two red tomatoes. Fuyang Shi, pretending to be cool and nonchalant, said, "Hey, little mask, don't get any ideas. I'm generous with all my former desk mates. Or we could invite Ku Changwen." Before he could finish, Mingxi quickly agreed. His smile threatened to reach the sky, but he swiftly turned his head away, resuming his aloof demeanor. "All right then, we'll coordinate on WeChat tomorrow." Mingxi watched him leave, unable to contain her joy at the thought of this being their first date. After closing the door, the first thing she did was rush to open the gift. She opened the large box to find several smaller boxes inside, each tied with a butterfly knot. The technique was similar to how Fuyang Shi had tied her shoelaces. He had tied them himself. Mingxi counted. There were 18 small boxes in total. Mingxi chose one of the small boxes and opened it. Inside was an exquisite rattle, the kind used to entertain small children. "What kind of gift is this?" she thought. "Why give me a rattle? I'm 18, not 3. But then she noticed some words engraved on the wooden base of the rattle. It read, "Dreamt through years old." She hurriedly opened the other small boxes in the large box. There were many different items. A gold wristwatch engraved with a feather, a fountain pen, children's hair clips, and a bottle of perfume in a transparent emerald green bottle. Each item had English words engraved on it. Mingxi suddenly understood what Fuyang Shi had given her. From age 1 to 18, he had made up for every birthday gift she had missed. Mingxi was deeply moved. Why would he give such a thoughtful gift? Could it be that he liked her too? She didn't dare to make such a bold assumption. But even so, Mingxi knew that this was the most cherished and happiest birthday she had ever experienced in her life. He was overjoyed. He rolled over on the bed, but his cheeks were still burning. Yet the restlessness in his heart had not calmed down. He wanted to send a message, wanted to chat. His head was tangled up in typing words. And just as he didn't know what to send while he was still typing, a message came from the other side. "Go to sleep quickly." Mingxi was startled. He felt utterly embarrassed. Could it be that his constant typing had been caught? The key was, how did Fuyang Shi know he was typing? Unless he had been staring at his phone the whole time. Mingxi didn't dare to look at his phone anymore. He buried his head in the pillow at once. It was too hot, and his heart was beating too fast. On the other side, Fuyang Shi, who had been holding his phone, fell off the sofa. He sat on the floor, staring at his phone, waiting for Zhao Mingxi to send another message. He had been typing for so long. What did he want to say? Little Mask, in order to absorb more good fortune, was determined to kiss Fuyang Shi. It had been discovered that Zhao Yuan was not the biological daughter of the Zhao family. She was actually the child of a lowly maid. On this day, Lu Xiaoxia was originally quietly reading in her room. Suddenly, she received a call from her uncle at the hospital. He notified her that the DNA test results were out. Among the samples she had sent, the male and the 2 females had no blood relation. However, the DNA test of the 2 females showed that they were mother and daughter. Lu Xiaoxia could hardly believe her ears. She was thunderstruck. Her hand holding the phone was shaking. So the pampered school beauty Zhao Yu was just the daughter of a maid who had usurped someone else's place. If people at school found out about this, it would be earth-shattering news. When she came to her senses, she swallowed nervously and hurriedly said to her uncle, "Uncle, can you send me the original and copies of the test results? Can you also send me an electronic version? It's very important to me." Meanwhile, Mrs. Zhao, Zhao Yuning, and Zhao Zhanhuai were waiting for Zhao Mingxi at the front desk of the training hotel. Suddenly, they saw Zhao Yuan and Fu Shuang who were about to leave. Zhao Yuan said in surprise, "Mom, big brother, why are you here?" Mrs. Zhao felt a bit awkward because she hadn't told Zhao Yuan that they had come specially to celebrate Zhao Mingxi's birthday. Wu Shuang was very enthusiastic, saying to Mrs. Zhao and Zhao Zhanhuai, "Auntie, brother, would you like to join us for a late-night snack? Yuan is treating today." But Zhao Zhanhuai recognized Wu Shuang. Was she the girl others said had bullied Mingxi? According to what the boy they asked today had said, these 2 girls had first thrown Zhao Mingxi's school bag, pencil case, test papers, and various other things into the trash can. After that, Zhao Mingxi had a big conflict with them. Zhao Yuning spotted Fu Shuang at once. Anger immediately took over his brain. He rushed up and scolded. "You still have a nerve to stand here? How did you bully Zhao Mingxi this afternoon? Have the guts to explain it clearly now." Wu Shuang was instantly startled, her face turning pale. Could it be that Zhao Yuan's family wasn't here to find Zhao Yuan, but because of the afternoon's incident, to teach them a lesson on behalf of Zhao Mingxi? Wu Shuang hadn't thought that Zhao Mingxi's parents would come looking for them. She immediately shrank back, defending, "This isn't what you think. We're just joking around as friends, right? Yuan. Zhao Yu looked at her with a deep expression, thinking, "Idiot, why drag me into this at a time like this?" Zhao Yuning became even angrier. "Joking around as friends? Then if I throw you into a stinking ditch, I'm also just joking with you. Want to try it?" As he spoke, Zhao Yuning angrily came over to grab Fu Shuang. She panicked. "Zhao Yuning, are you crazy? It was just a joke. Is this necessary?" Just as the two were about to fight, Zhao Zhanhuai grabbed Zhao Yuning, scolding, "Enough." He stared at Zhao Yuan and said, "Wu Shuang just asked you. Said it was a joke between friends, right?" He pretended to look innocent, as if not knowing what had happened. He turned to look at Wu Shuang. "I was in the classroom this afternoon. Did you bully Mingxi? Shuang? How could you do that?" Wu Shuang's face turned deathly pale. She was very angry and was about to say something. Then he heard Zhao Yuan's sarcastic remark, "I knew you were doing this behind my back. If I had known, I wouldn't have left the classroom this afternoon." No wonder Mingxi looked so angry when I came back. Wu Shuang felt extremely flustered inside. "Well, Zhao Yuan, I can see right through you now. How can you be so shameless? Since that's the case, let's end our friendship. You can fend for yourself." Feeling aggrieved, he walked out of the hotel. Zhao Yuan's first reaction was to distance himself from Wu Shuang, protecting the image they had in people's minds. Zhao Zhanhuai glanced at the time. It was very late. He told Yuning to leave the gift at the front desk for Mingxi to receive tomorrow. Zhao's mother, however, instructed Zhao Yuan to take good care of himself here and to look after Mingxi for them. He watched Jiala's retreating figure, furrowing his brow. Friends, family, he was losing these one by one. But why did Zhao Mingxi have everything? The next morning, when he got up, he discovered that the Zhao family had left a gift at the hotel's front desk. The staff stopped him and handed over the gift. Of course, Lin Shi didn't even bother to look at it. He wrote an address on a piece of paper, asking the front desk to return it. He also added a message. "Belated familial affection is cheaper than grass. Instead of wasting time looking for him, you'd be better off staying happily together with Zhao Yuan." Mingxi was in the classroom, spending another morning solving problems with a dizzy head. During a break, he glanced at his potted plant. It already had more than 6 small trees. Converted to tender shoots, that would be 325 plants. Mingxi hadn't forgotten his bet with Pu Shuang either. Whoever scored lower would drop out of school. So Mingxi poked at the system that hadn't appeared for a long time. How could he make the potted plant grow faster? Just add a bit more luck. The system, seeing that he was on the right track, had gone to help more impoverished women. It took a while to react. "Have you done all those things I asked you to do?" Skin contact. Mentioning these things made Mingxi's face flush with embarrassment. Indeed, he had either intentionally done them or coincidentally accomplished them. Mingxi felt very uncomfortable. The system had been absent for so long, and as soon as it appeared, it asked about this. This kind of person finally nodded. The system said, "Then only kissing is left." Mingxi's face instinctively turned red. "What the hell, kissing? It's okay. I can understand your reluctance. After all, kissing someone you don't like can be quite a psychological barrier." Mingxi's heart was pounding. Actually, it wasn't impossible. Before the system could finish speaking, it heard this thought from Mingxi. It had been helping other female supporting characters. What had happened during this time? Ku Changwen, seeing Little Mask and Fu Yang, she's so intimate, instantly felt like he was being fed dog food. He felt his whole body exuding single vibes. On Mingxi's birthday, Fu Yang, she decorated the venue, dropping balloons everywhere. Stepping on the balloons caused them to burst, and the hotel threatened to sue them for disturbing the peace. But he didn't care at all. It was rare for Lil Mas to have a birthday, so being a bit naughty was fine. If worst came to worst, he'd just pay a large sum of money. Ku Changwen thought to himself, is that just being naughty once? You're not being naughty, you're surviving in the cracks of naughtiness. He laughed, damn rich people. At this moment, Mingxi walked over with a red balloon. He had heard that if you rubbed the balloon on your hair, it would float up. Ku Changwen, Fuyang Shi, and Dongsheng instinctively bent down to wait for him. The next second, Ku Changwen saw Mingxi rubbing the balloon on Fuyang Shi's hair. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Suddenly, he felt that his whole body was exuding the fragrance of a single dog. Fu Yangxi's little red bird suddenly came to life. Quite narcissistic, personal charm. There was no help for it. Little Mask secretly asserted his ownership by putting his own small hair tie on Fu Yangxi's right hand. This way, when other girls saw him wearing the small hair tie, they would know he was taken and wouldn't approach him so easily. Fu Yangxi, taking the strawberry cheese drink from the milk tea shop attendant's hand, he inserted the straw and handed it to Zhao Mingxi. Mingxi was still staring at him. Mingxi tilted her head up, her gaze falling on his jawline and lips. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her eyes began to change. Fu Yangxi maintained a nonchalant exterior. What's wrong with being cool and aloof? But inside, he was panicking. He immediately pulled out his phone and started searching online. The girl had said to treat him like a big brother, but why was she staring at him like this? Mingxi brushed it off, saying, "It's nothing. There's just something in your hair. Let me help you get it out." Fu Yangxi frowned, thinking women were such trouble. His expression said, "I'm the young master, and I'm not very willing to let others touch my hair. But since you're my #1 sidekick, I'll reluctantly allow it this once." Reluctantly, he lowered his head. Mingxi held the milk tea in one hand and raised the other to ruffle his short hair. It felt nice, like petting a small dog. When she realized what she was doing, she quickly lowered her hand. Feeling guilty, she turned her head away and said, "The teacher will be going over the test papers this afternoon. I should head back early." Fu Yangxi wore an impatient expression, but his ears were turning red. He coolly replied, "Yes, we should go back. Don't want to interfere with important matters." As they spoke, they began walking one after the other towards the hotel. Mingxi pondered how she could kiss Fu Yangxi without getting hit. Suddenly, a string of candied haws appeared in front of her. They looked delicious, both sweet and sour. Mingxi perked up. Where did these come from? Fu Yangxi, after Zhao Mingxi took the candied haws, smugly scratched his head and said, "The driver who brought me here bought them for his son. He bought an extra string." Mingxi tried one, chewing a few times before mumbling with her mouth full, "Thank your driver. How old is he? Is he handsome?" Fu Yangxi panicked upon hearing this. He wanted to shake her shoulders and say, "What are you thinking? Uncle Lu is old enough to be your father." Mingxi was bewildered. What she thought? She hadn't thought anything. Mingxi held up the candied haws and moved closer to him. "Thank you for the gift. I really like it. How about I give you a gift in return?" Fighting her racing heart, she pretended to casually reach into her coat pocket and pulled out a crystal hair tie. She placed it in Fu Yangxi's palm. It was deep black with a matte sheen, translucent in the sunlight. Fu Yangxi was surprised to see it was a small hair tie. His hair was so short, he didn't need to tie it up. Girls' thought processes were really hard to understand. Mingxi vaguely lied, saying it was just a hair tie she thought looked nice, so she had it blessed on the mountain. "You should wear it. It'll bring you good luck." This way, when other girls saw him wearing a girl's hair tie, they would know he was taken and wouldn't approach him so easily. Fu Yangxi hesitated, but eventually put the small hair tie on his right wrist. "I'm going to the hotel then. See you next week." Mingxi waved as she entered the hotel. Fu Yangxi also raised his hand to wave. The act had to be convincing. "See you next week." After a while, a black car pulled up. The driver couldn't help but stare at the small hair tie on his right hand. What was going on? Had the young master found a girlfriend? Although Fu Yangxi felt wearing this thing on his hand was quite effeminate, he still treasured it. He quickly pulled down his sleeve to cover it, not letting Xiao Li see. But after hiding it, he couldn't resist showing off. He pulled up his sleeve again. Frowning, he held his wrist out to Xiao Li, proudly saying, "Since you're so eager to see, I'll let you look once. It's been blessed, you know. You don't have one, do you?" Xiao Li was speechless. Oh, his silly young master. The training time flew by. Zhao Mingxi also gradually impressed everyone through her own efforts. Just like that, busy days passed, and 10 days went by. On Tuesday, the group returned to school. Zhao Yuan walked behind Mingxi, watching her and pondering how to turn this situation around. Would running away from homework? Perhaps she needed to do something before running away. Just as he stepped into the classroom, he suddenly felt many people in the classroom looking up. Their gazes seemed somewhat strange, carrying a kind of excitement for gossip. Zhao Yuan frowned and sat down. Could it be that Lu Yi had leaked what happened last time? He took out his phone and opened the forum. He saw a new post, the original poster's relative works at the hospital. Here's a DNA test for former campus beauty Zhao Yuan and a Zhao family maid. Strange why the two were identified as having a mother-daughter relationship. In an instant, Zhao Yuan's blood rushed to his head, unable to control his anger. Who was making this up? How could he possibly have a blood relation with Zhang Yufan? The truth from years ago was finally revealed. Zhao Mingxi was actually the Zhao family's biological daughter, while Zhao Yuan was just a cuckoo in the nest, a fake heiress. Latest breaking news. DNA test of campus beauty Zhao Yuan and a Zhao family maid. Strange why the two were identified as having a mother-daughter relationship. Is it true or false? What can be proven by just one test report? I could randomly take 2 strands of hair and claim a parent-child relationship too. What grudge does the original poster have against Zhao Yuan? A medical family member passing by confirms this test report is genuine and fully compliant. A computer science student says they just checked and there's no trace of Photoshop on this report. I didn't want to say this, but last weekend, at the 3rd hospital, there were indeed samples under the names of Zhao Yuan and Zhang Yufan. Zhao Yuan felt both ashamed and angry because he wasn't some illegitimate child at all. Afraid of being discovered, he wasn't even a Zhao family child to begin with. Zhao Yuan was furious to the extreme. He suddenly stood up and shouted at the class, "Everything said on the forum is false." The next second, he ran out with reddened eyes. Lu Xiaoxia smiled triumphantly. It felt like a great revenge had been achieved. So satisfying. Now it was time to watch the show unfold. Wu Shuang glanced strangely at Xiao Xia's upturned corners of the mouth. A huge scandal had erupted around Zhao Yuan. Was he really that happy about it? Meanwhile, Mingxi returned to the classroom. As soon as Ku Chengwen saw him, his eyes immediately lit up. He quickly leaned his head over. "Zhao Mingxi, is that thing on the forum true or false? Do you know about it?" Before he could finish speaking, Fu Yangxi pushed his head away with one hand, glaring at him discontentedly. He had just returned from training. How could he know what happened on the forum? Mingxi's heart skipped a beat, thinking something unpleasant related to him had happened. He turned to ask Ku Chengwen what exactly had occurred. Ku Chengwen's desire for gossip was burning fiercely. It's a long story. Fu Yangxi was not too happy seeing him so close to Ku Chengwen. He raised his hand and pressed it on his head, turning it back. He grumbled, "You can talk without turning around. Why twist your head so much? Aren't you afraid of spraining it?" Ku Chengwen frowned slightly and summarized briefly. Someone posted some dirt on Zhao Yuan on the forum. The 3 of them were skillfully bantering. Teacher Lu came in. As soon as he entered, he said to them with a tone of disappointment, "Zhao Mingxi, you were always staring at your deskmate before going to training. How come you're still the same after returning from training?" Fu Yangxi almost slammed the table and stood up, angrily saying, "Why are you making trouble out of nothing?" Mingxi was also startled. "Teacher, let it go." 2 rejecting phrases were said in unison. Mingxi and Fu Yangxi both felt a bit stiff. The air was awkward. Both their ears turned red, feeling guilty. They quickly turned their heads away, not looking at each other. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Mingxi looked out the window. What happened? Zhao Yuan stared intently at Fu Yangxi and Zhao Mingxi inside the classroom. Sobbing, he said, "It was you who did it, right? This is going too far." Fu Yangxi's anger surged. He pointed at his own nose in disbelief. Was he just talking to me? Does he have a death wish? Before Fu Yangxi could make a move, a group of minions from the international class were already furious. "What the hell? Why do you blame everything on our boss? Who do you think you are? Are you even worthy of our boss sparing you a glance?" Mingxi had just returned to the classroom. He hadn't yet figured out what had happened. Frowning slightly, he opened the school forum under Ku Chengwen's guidance. One look, and everything became clear. Zhao Yuan thought he had exposed her identity on the forum and came to confront him. Just as Mingxi was about to stand up and speak, Fu Yangxi stopped him. "Where are you going? Stay seated. With me here, no one dares bully you." As he was walking towards Zhao Yuan, Li Yi approached, dressed in a suit. "I'm Mr. Zhao Hongji's assistant. It's like this. Our boss couldn't come, but this matter has reached his ears as well. He asked me to come and handle this situation first." Zhao Yuan's heart was pounding with excitement. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but ask, "So, is Zhao Yuan really the illegitimate daughter of the maid?" Li Yi firmly shook his head. No. Hearing this, Zhao Yuan stood up straight. Indeed, the Zhao family couldn't possibly give up such an excellent daughter they had raised for so many years. But the next second, she heard Li Yi say, Miss Zhao Yuan has no blood relation to the Zhao family. Her face froze, and she instantly panicked. The Zhao family has been raising Zhao Yuan as their own daughter by mistake. She does have a parent-child relationship with the maid. Mr. Zhao and his family have only just learned of this. They are very regretful. They're all very surprised. They've asked me to bring Miss Zhao Yuan back for a more thorough DNA test. As soon as these words were spoken, a commotion erupted. Zhao Yuan's breathing became rapid. She stared at Li Yi in disbelief, who had instructed him to say those 6 words, no blood relation. So, what she had desperately tried to conceal was now mercilessly exposed by the Zhao family. Was that it? Had the Zhao family considered how she would face everyone at school after this? Someone in the crowd, still processing the information, couldn't help but ask, if there's no blood relation, why did they raise her as their own daughter? Li beckoned to Mingxi. Both the Zhao family and Miss Mingxi are victims in this matter. Fuyang, she shielded her behind him. If you have something to say it from there. Why are you calling her over? Li Yi continued. Due to a mix-up at birth, Miss Mingxi became an abandoned child, while Miss Zhao Yuan was taken home as their own. Fuyang, she let out an "oh." So how will the Zhao family deal with the imposter? Li Yi replied, if it's true, the Zhao family will certainly hold the maid responsible. He raised the corner of his mouth smugly. Then let's wait for the Zhao family to deal with the imposter before they come to atone to little Zhao. The students whispered among themselves. So, Zhao Yuan's birth mother, that maid in the Zhao family, was the culprit who switched the babies? So Zhao Yuan is a cuckoo in the nest. Zhao Yuan's face turned deathly pale. At this moment, she understood. She had become a discarded pawn.